This novel follows the fair mystery genre. During the story, the reader will be given all the clues necessary to solve the mystery right before the protagonist does. The author added a message telling you when you can come up with your own solution. So I challenge all of you to play along and solve the mystery by writing your solution in the comments here before reaching the ending. Be sure to hide it by leaving enough blank spaces. I'll also add the solution I came up with when I was reading it, but only look at it if you are giving up. In the description, comments, and video you'll find 2 images of a building blueprint. You'll need them to find the solution. Great Detective of Another World. Volume 1. The Princess's Disappearance and the Saint's Crisis. By Katazato Kamomi. Translated by Virus Translations. Proofreading, editing and audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Prologue 1. Accepting certain unknown elements as they are birth's fantasy. If met with fear and avoidance, they transform into horror. A thorough analysis, pondering their impact on the world, turns them into science fiction. On the other hand, some elements become genres in themselves. The presence of mysteries and their solutions breeds the mystery genre, while love and romance give rise to romantic tales. If elements truly define genres, what happens to stories encompassing multiple genres? A tale with love, romance, mysteries, and solutions could become a romantic mystery. Similarly, romantic science fiction is born if an unknown element is analyzed while intertwining love and romance. Indeed, hybrid genres are possible. In fact, stories that do not encompass elements from multiple genres are rarer in modern and classical literature. While the primary genre can be discerned based on the focal point, attempting a clear genre classification in stories since the classical era is nearly impossible. However, it's worth noting that some genres are incompatible, making hybridization difficult. For instance, the different approaches of science fiction, fantasy, or horror. Similarly, the combination of mystery with fantasy and horror is challenging. This is because mysteries thrive on elucidation, which can be disrupted when elements of acceptance or avoidance, characteristic of fantasy and horror, are introduced. Joseph Tiss from Labels Called Genres. Fiction is essentially all fantasy, right? Fairy tales, folklore, Mike started to argue. It's different from reality. Wait a minute, I interjected, surprised. Non-fiction is fantasy, too. Once it becomes a story, everything is fantasy. We unconsciously create stories to live by. We're living in a reality that's a fantasy. Is that an opinion from a psychiatrist? No, I shook my head vigorously. It's an opinion from a writer. Qualaba Quabata from The Death of a Rabbit. Section. I can't believe it. The old sorcerer's voice could not hide his atypical agitation. The 2 relatives of the victim were speechless, eyes wide open. This is. Even the young prodigy, known for his sharp intellect, covered his mouth as if to endure the shock. The proud middle-aged man and the always composed lady were both struck dumb. Me, my companions, students, teachers, outsiders, everyone in the room surrounding the dead body of the girl was frozen. All of us, refusing to believe what was before our eyes, were in denial. Yet, more than anyone else, I could not believe the scene before my eyes. Because this was an impossible crime. Nobody else has realized it yet, but this was an undeniably impossible crime, something often found in mystery novels. In this world of swords and magic, an impossible crime? An event that should not have been possible. No, that's not right. It should have been possible. I should have believed it was and acted accordingly. It just happened at the worst possible moment. The sacred room, once pristine and untainted, was now sullied with blood, and the dead girl was missing her head. Chapter 2. Prologue 2. This story unfolds right on my birthday as I approach the latter half of my 20s. Dusk was settling in, or rather, night was about to fall as I staggered through the narrow, grimy alley, the drizzle steadily soaking me through. Oh! I groaned, clutching at my stomach. It hurt. Of course it hurt. I'd been stabbed in the side, after all. Deep and now gaping since the blade was yanked out, the wound continued to bleed profusely despite my best efforts to stem the flow. My white shirt, now stained a sinister shade of red and black, the color ominously reminiscent of death. Am I going to die? Damn it. In this dark alley, it's unlikely anyone would find me. I tried to muster all my strength to reach the main street, bustling with people, clinging to the walls as I walked. But my legs tangled, and I fell. Ooh! As I lay there, muddied and soaked, the rain mercilessly stole away my body heat. Yoo-hoo! I moaned, realizing my limbs were stiff like boards and wouldn't respond. How did things end up like this? Well, the reason was pretty straightforward. I had screwed up. I thought that thug was just a poser, but who would have thought he was high on drugs? Witnessing a deal go down, only to get stabbed by a jittery target, it's almost too pathetic to be funny. Philip Marlowe, wouldn't have ended up like this. Or even Columbo. Detective work, it just wasn't for me. I had to admit it to myself, something I had only been vaguely aware of until now. It's cold. My body is so cold it doesn't feel like my own. Ever since I was a child, I've loved books. Mysteries, in particular. Holmes, Lupin, Ellery, Poe, Edgar Allan Poe, you name it, I've devoured it. Cold. My body doesn't feel like mine. Hair. I can't help but laugh, even as death stares me in the face, even as mud and rainwater fill my mouth. Indeed, I was the quintessential mystery geek. I would proudly recite Knox's Decalogue and Van Dyne's 20 Rules to my disinterested friends. My college thesis was on the later Ellery Queen mysteries. I read true crime novels and police procedurals, steering my career path toward the police force. It all felt so natural. And so, I became a cop. But the disconnect between my ideals and reality proved too much to bear, and I ended up running away. I fled at the first sign of hardship. The rigorous training, complicated relationships, mundane daily tasks, all things I had braced myself for but which were not written about in mystery novels and which felt irrelevant to my dreams, left me feeling desolate. Realizing that there were no hard cases to solve, no strategy meetings, no investigations that required a blend of logic and intuition, this all added to my despair. The me now, it's not the real me. It's a provisional me. My real place is not here. With such excuses in mind, I contemplated quitting the police force, procrastinated, and eventually resigned after only 2 years. And then, a detective. I joined a detective agency, thinking that this time, I would finally be able to showcase my true abilities. Of course, most of the work involved investigating infidelity. I knew that. Detectives solving murder cases like in the novels were just not a thing. But still, I thought I could be myself here. I believed so. The result is before you now. I smiled wryly, drenched in the rain. What a sight. The only thing I was ever praised for was my report writing. Everything else was a disaster. My tailing skills, communication with clients, and ability to think on my feet, everything. You were a cop, so we had high expectations, but we would have been better off hiring the part-timer we took on 6 months ago. These were the words the agency's director sighed out just last week. I had no retort. He was right. I lacked intuition. I was incompetent. I was timid. I read books and imagined myself in those detective roles, but a chasm between the imagined me and the real me seemed insurmountable, even with effort. When faced with something that effort alone cannot overcome, what should one do? Endure. That's what Marlowe would say. And so, I did. I endured, continuing to work as a low-ranking detective. And this is the result. It's almost laughable. The real me, the place where I can genuinely showcase my abilities, it never existed. Hey, Marlowe. I'm not cut out for the hard-boiled life. I want to be rewarded for my efforts. I want to achieve my goals. I want strength, physical, financial, intellectual, political. I want it all. Most of all, I want talent. With these pitiful thoughts, my consciousness began to fade. So, I'm going to die, damn it all. My vision narrowed, and the sound of rain grew distant. I tried to remember my parents, but all that came to mind was the mystery novel I had been reading. As I lay dying, I couldn't help but laugh at the irony. And so, I died. Chapter 3, Understanding the World, 1. The first thing my returning consciousness registered was the sight and sound of a man and a woman looming over me. Voices. They were speaking, yet their words eluded comprehension. The language they spoke was neither Japanese nor English, it was something entirely different. The pair had the look of Westerners about them, blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin. They seemed to be in their late 20s or early 30s. My detective instincts kicked in, prompting me to involuntarily analyze their features in succinct detail. However, something was amiss. Beyond the incomprehensibility of their words, there was an oddity in the sound itself. The way I heard their voices was distorted. In a flash, memories from before I lost consciousness flooded back like a surge of electricity. That's right. I was stabbed, left in a situation so dire that death seemed inevitable. I must be in a hospital right now. But as I glanced through the gap between the man and the woman's faces at the ceiling above, I had my doubts. The ceiling, made of roughly cut wood, had an aesthetic touch to it. It was the kind you'd expect to find in a hotel or a Western-style house rather than a hospital. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Could it be that this confusion, this inability to understand anything, was a result of damage to my brain? Had I been stabbed, left in critical condition, blood flow to my brain cut off, rendering me unable to make sense of what I saw and heard? The thought sent a chill down my spine. Their unintelligible words, this baffling situation, the strange quality of the sounds, all of it could be explained. This can't be happening. Attempting to find evidence to deny this grim reality, I tried to move my body, only to be gripped by despair. My body wouldn't respond as I wished. Was this what being paralyzed felt like? If so, then it must mean I had indeed been stabbed, and there was damage to my brain. Incapable of casually visiting a bookstore to indulge in mystery novels anymore, I closed my eyes in despair. I had been feeling incredibly sleepy since I regained consciousness, perhaps due to the shock. As it turned out, my speculations were far from the mark. In my defense, accurately assessing such an extraordinary situation with such scant information was asking for the impossible. If this were a mystery novel, readers would deem it unfair. It took what felt like a few weeks in my perception of time for me to notice a change. Gradually, I began to understand snippets of what the man and woman were saying. It wasn't much. I could pick out greetings and realized they were calling my name. If my inability to understand language was due to brain damage, such improvements seemed unlikely. Furthermore, as I tried desperately to move my body and assess my condition, I realized that my physique was completely different from before. To put it plainly, my physical form was that of an infant. With this revelation, I faintly began to understand what had happened to me. This was, for lack of a better term, reincarnation or transmigration. After being stabbed, it seemed I had died and been reborn in a country that was not Japan. However, this led to another question. Why did I retain memories from my previous life? As much as I doubted it, I considered that perhaps remembering one's past life wasn't such an extraordinary thing. After all, numerous accounts of people have claimed to remember their past lives. The credibility of these claims varied widely, but it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. If that were the case, this situation could work to my advantage. If I could start over as a child, yet with my current mental faculties intact, I might be hailed as a prodigy. Letting my imagination run wild, I began to plan. Knowledge was crucial. I needed information about my current circumstances. The most immediate concern was figuring out which country I had been reborn. My thoughts were abruptly shattered 2 or 3 months later, when the woman, presumably my mother, picked me up. For the first time, I had a clear view of the outside world. Fields stretched as far as the eye could see, with log cabins sporadically dotting the landscape. It appeared I had been reborn in a quite rural, foreign country. Given my parents' simple and handmade-looking attire, I had suspected as much. However, what caught my eye next made me question everything. On the path outside, a creature resembling a horse with 6 legs was running. What in the world is that? At first, I doubted my eyes, but there was no denying its horse-like appearance or its 6 legs. There were multiple creatures just like it, with passers-by acting as if this was completely normal. Surely, the existence of such creatures would be well known, even in a foreign country. I should have heard of them. And then, something even more astonishing happened. My father was outside, and in front of him lay a pile of freshly cut grass. He muttered something, and then, unmistakably, flames erupted from his bare hands. Ha! Had I been able to speak, I would have uttered that single word in surprise. He was producing flames from his hands without the aid of matches, a lighter, or any other ignition device. It made no sense, yet I couldn't deny what I had seen. It was then that I finally realized I might have been wrong about everything. The biggest question wasn't which country, but rather which world I had been reborn into. It took me a full 2 years to master everyday conversation to a satisfactory level. In my perception, it hadn't felt like 2 years at all, but since I was celebrated on my 2nd birthday, it must be true. My impressions were mostly of lying around, unable to move as I wished, so it was unavoidable that my sense of time was a bit skewed. In any case, what I needed was knowledge. And for that, language was key. Whether spoken or written, I had to learn words and characters. Driven by this singular goal, I dedicated myself to the task. By the time I was 3, I could navigate the house independently and converse normally with my parents. Around then, I also started to voraciously read through the dozens of books on our bookshelves, focusing primarily on children's books. The children's books, likely purchased by my parents for my benefit, didn't skip over the common knowledge adults take for granted. They were instrumental in helping me understand this world. And then came the age of 7. By this time, I had read every single book in our house and even the village library, though small. I was genuinely thankful that books weren't a rare commodity in this world. If they were, my family and village wouldn't have had any books at all, and my store of knowledge would have been significantly less. Fortunately, it seemed that movable type printing had already been invented in this world. Of course, I didn't just rely on books. I bombarded my parents, the neighbors, and the village elder with questions, eager to learn as much as I could from them. Thanks to all this, I earned myself a reputation. Everyone in the village, including my parents, teasingly called me a bookworm. The elder even jokingly said, "This lad might just end up running the country someday," with a hearty laugh. Now, let's summarize the knowledge I've acquired by age 7. Starting with what's close to home. My name is Van. I don't have a last name, as in this world, only nobility carry family names. Mirrors are considered a luxury in this village, so I've only seen my reflection in the water. It revealed a rather adorable boy with light golden hair and deep green eyes. My mother's name is Vitna. She hails from a family of farmers who have been in this village for generations, and she's the 3rd daughter. She has gold hair like me and blue eyes. However, her appearance exudes strength rather than delicacy, thanks to her life of constant fieldwork. I might have guessed her to be in her late 20s or early 30s with my Japanese sensibilities, but she's actually only in her early 20s. My apologies. My father is Stein. He shares the same gold hair and blue eyes, and apparently, he was a traveling merchant before he fell head over heels for my mother and decided to stay in this village, eventually marrying her. Compared to my mother, he looks pretty ordinary, though he does have a gentle aura. That being said, he does seem a bit unreliable. In fact, it feels like he's the one being led around by the nose at home. He was just entering his mid-20s when I turned 7. Quite young, really. Or perhaps marriage just happens at an earlier age in this world, at least compared to my own sense of time. Now, onto the world itself. This place is called Pangaea, which serves both as the name of the world and the continent. A vast expanse of land surrounded by seas, and those seas are enclosed by what is referred to as the end of the world. When I came across this term in books and asked my parents about it, they seemed just as puzzled. All they could tell me was that there was some kind of wall out there. In a nutshell, Pangaea could be aptly described as a classic sword and sorcery fantasy realm. I hadn't delved much into fantasy novels but had my fair share of exposure to the cliched fantasy worlds through gaming. Swords were abundant, as were spears, axes, and bows. Magic was prevalent. Monsters roamed the lands, including dragons, which I heard were legendary in strength, and adventurers were aplenty. There were dungeons and, apparently, temples as well. Indeed, this fantasy world is home to elves, dwarfs, ogres, and other such races, at least, it used to be. They're not around anymore, not because they were annihilated, but rather they have intermingled. The classic settings of elves and humans at odds and marginalized mythical beings were once the norm in fantasy, and though my parents confirmed such tales, they assured me those were tales of the past. Long ago, humans warred with elves, and dwarfs didn't quite get along with the elves, but all of that is history now. Interspecies marriage has become common, and today, pure-blooded elves, dwarfs, ogres, and even humans are rare. The bloodlines have all mixed. That being said, the dominant traits in one's lineage still play a role in determining one's appearance and abilities. My parents and I, for instance, have a strong presence of human and elven traits. Geographically speaking, Pangaea is divided into 4 major territories: North, South, East, and West. If listed in order of land size, they go Pace in the north, Shoak in the west, Namto in the south, and Aizu in the east. Despite the vastness of this world, all the nations share a belief in a nameless creator god, a monotheistic deity, rendering any additional titles superfluous. Interestingly, though, idol worship is strictly prohibited. I, along with my parents, reside in a village named Mart, nestled in the mountains of Shoak. As the second largest territory, Shoak thrives on agriculture and fishing, governed under a monarchy, with the noble class and the church holding substantial influence. The Church of Shoak uniquely venerates not just the creator god but also a saint known as Facia, believed to be the creator of Shoak. I can't say I'm particularly interested, though. To the citizens of Shoak, Saint Facia is perhaps a more tangible entity of faith than the creator god. I've seen my parents pray to her in times of need. Of course, idolatry of Facia is forbidden as well, thus, prayers are offered through spoken words alone. That pretty much sums up my immediate world. As for the more intricate historical details, those are hard to come by in my village. No books were to be found regarding the laws of physics and chemistry, suggesting that these fields might not be well developed here. However, the basics seem consistent as gravity feels the same, and water turns to steam when heated. The sun rises and sets, the moon and stars grace the night sky, all reminiscent of my former world. A day consists of 24 hours, a week spans 7 days, though a year is 360 days, which is a slight deviation. What intrigued me the most was the concept of magic. There were textbooks available, but they only detailed what magic could accomplish, not how to wield it. They would say, first, gather mana at your fingertips, but from my perspective, I hadn't the faintest idea what mana even was. Yet, magic here isn't some esoteric art. Rather, it seemed like an essential skill everyone possesses to a certain extent. Elderly folks would use magic to augment their physical capabilities when their bodies ailed them. Farmers proficient in earth magic would manipulate the soil as if it were liquid. When I fell and bruised my elbow, my mother healed me with magic, placing her hands over the wound and whispering incantations, easing the pain in moments. So, I implored my parents to teach me magic, but they hesitated, deeming it too dangerous for me at such a young age. Eventually, my father agreed to teach me when I turned 10, just as I got the hang of helping in the fields. Chapter 4. Understanding the World, 2. Mother was perpetually occupied with caring for my younger sister, Lena, who is 4 years my junior, leaving me to diligently assist with the farm work in her stead. That day, I managed to complete the day's work just as the sun dipped below the horizon. I found solace under the shade of a tree, immersing myself in my favorite book while giving my body a much-needed rest. My book of choice is an adventure novel, a thrilling tale of dragons and swordsmen locked in mortal combat. When I first delved into the literature of this world, particularly its novels, I was taken aback to find that they were all fantasy. But on reflection, it made perfect sense. In this world, reality itself is fantastical. No one would complain about the preponderance of reality novels back in my world just because most stories took inspiration from real life. In truth, the novels here aren't all that different from those in my original world, apart from the fact that their settings appear fantastical to me. Adventure, romance, literary fiction, they have it all. That said, science fiction is conspicuously absent, and most notably, the world is devoid of my beloved mystery and detective novels. The lack of these genres has been, perhaps, the greatest shock since my reincarnation. I had a hunch as to why science fiction and mystery were missing, though I couldn't quite put it into words. Regardless, I was lost in my book, resting my body. This is the chapter where I started to learn about magic. Van. My father, having finished his chat with other villagers, returned with a warm smile on his face. Oh, Dad. I closed my book and looked up. Still a bookworm, I see, he said with a chuckle and then added earnestly, you've been a great help with the farm work lately. His sudden sincerity took me by surprise. What's this all of a sudden? I was taken aback. No, it's just. You're getting the hang of the farm work, and you've built up some muscle. I think it's about time, he said, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Ha! I was still clueless, my face blank with confusion. Magic. I was thinking it's time I taught you, he finally revealed with a broad grin, and at that moment, realization dawned on me. This was it. This was really happening. Are you that excited about it, Van? He asked, noting the change in my expression even though I hadn't said a word. He ruffled my hair affectionately. Yeah. I tried to sound more childlike, but my excitement had already transformed my tone. All right then. It's dangerous, so let's go over to that clearing. He led me away, towards a grassy area where few villagers ventured. This was it. I was finally going to learn magic. I could hardly contain my joy. Now, Van, how much do you know about magic? You've been reading books, haven't you? He asked, a gentle smile on his face as he watched my excitement. Magic, it's about concentrating the mana flowing through your body and directing it to influence something. That's what the book said, I replied, recalling what I'd read about magic in my books. Haha, that's quite a technical explanation. But you're not wrong. But, Dad, what is mana, to begin with? I threw at him a question that had been bothering me for years. I thought you might ask. You see, Van, even the royal court sorcerers, the top mags in the country, aren't entirely sure what mana is. Ha! The royal court sorcerers are supposed to be the experts in magic, the very best. Yet the mana's truth eludes even them. It's important to think that mana flows through your body. If you want to produce flames, you just need to concentrate and imagine that happening. Imagine. So, it's all about visualization? Yes, imagine. How strongly and vividly you can picture it, that's what determines the success of your magic. This was an unexpected revelation. So, mana was a hypothetical force invented to aid in visualizing magic? That would explain why no book provided a detailed explanation. In order to conjure flames through magical means, one must be able to vividly and convincingly imagine the process. However, I can't advise you on exactly how to do that. It all depends on the individual's own senses and perceptions. Ah, I see, I muttered softly, an insight suddenly striking me. There's a reason why genres like science fiction or mystery don't exist in this world. If magic, the fundamental technology of this world, relies so heavily on personal and sensory experience, then it stands to reason that the development of science would be significantly delayed. There wouldn't be any room for genres that presuppose a shared body of technical knowledge, like science fiction or mystery. It's not just fire. Take healing magic, for example. You'd have to imagine your mana mending wounds or restoring vitality. The process has to be detailed, and above all, you must believe in it yourself. Oh, but what about the incantations you utter when casting spells? Ah, those are spells, but the actual words vary from person to person. Essentially, they're just there to help the caster form the image in their mind. I see. Talking oneself through it, then? So, how do you conjure flames, Dad? Me? My father scrunches up his face, seemingly embarrassed. Well, I guess I imagine providing mana to something like the essence of fire in the air. That's why my incantation goes. He extends his hand towards the void, pausing momentarily before continuing. Gather, essence of fire, come forth and blaze. So this is his spell. He spoke while staring intently at the space in front of his hand. Sparks flickered, and soon after, flames appeared in his palm. Wow! I couldn't help but express my admiration, to which he responded with a sheepish smile, extinguishing the flame. Well, it's something like that. That's amazing. So, can you do anything with magic if you can imagine it well enough? Certainly not, he chuckled. There are surely things beyond the reach of imagination, and there are types of magic that are easy to perform even if they are hard to visualize. Some spells require special procedures and can't be used without proper study. You have to learn those. I see. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. That explains why the magic books I read focused more on what could be achieved with magic rather than how to perform it. That is what's really important in magic. Come on, try to conjure a flame. It's one of the basic skills. Encouraged by my father, I took a deep breath. All right now. Don't worry, even if you fail, I'll be here to help. Just imagine the process of your mana creating a flame, and believe in it. Oh, okay. Nervously, I extended my hand, fixating my gaze upon the space before me, attempting to concentrate so intensely that nothing else existed. Don't be so tense. You don't have to succeed right away. Even this basic flame conjuring usually takes about half a year to learn. I could hear my father's reassuring voice. Now, how should I imagine this? Wait, hold on. I might have a significant advantage here. Think, Van. Consider, for instance, mana. What if we imagined it flowing through our veins alongside our blood? I can easily picture it, as I retain a fair bit of knowledge about the human body from my previous world. The arteries and veins, the organs, the bones, the structure of the brain, I can vividly imagine how magical mana circulates through these parts. Whether the construction of the human body in this world aligns with that of my previous one is irrelevant. The key is how detailed and concrete I can make the process in my mind to the point that I can believe in it myself. The same goes for the flame. What are flames? I have that knowledge as well. A flame is the combustion of gas. It requires oxygen, a flammable gas, and an increase in temperature. How does temperature increase? I think it had something to do with molecular motion. Put simply, if the molecules vibrate violently, the temperature rises. First, I need to imagine drawing mana to my hand. It travels through my veins, bypassing bones and organs, accumulating in my hand. Then, I imagine releasing this energy, drawing in the oxygen and flammable gases to gather in my palm. Whether such things actually exist is irrelevant, I can imagine it. My magic draws these elements from the air, gathering them in my palm. Next, I channel my mana into these gathered elements. The magic causes the molecules to vibrate violently, more and more, until... No way. My father stands there, stunned, as I feel the heat in my palm. A flame exists in my hand. It's only warm, not burning me, even though it feels like it could scorch me at any moment. The flame, about the size of a baseball, burns brilliantly in my hand. To conjure a flame on your first try, and without an incantation. My father's eyes are wide open in astonishment. Oh, did I overdo it? Worried, I look at him, but then, my son's a genius. Praise be to Saint Fascia. He suddenly starts running, shouting my mother's name. Hey, Vitna. Vitna, come look, Vitna. He leaves me behind, running towards the house. Come on now. Oh, well, I guess it's fine. With the fire extinguished for the moment, I decided to follow my father's lead. After returning home, I was coerced into showcasing my magical abilities in front of my mom and my sister, Lena. Witnessing my prowess, my mom jumped for joy, throwing her arms around my dad in delight. Lena, on the other hand, simply stood there with a dumbfounded expression. Well, that was to be expected. During dinner, I curiously inquired about their relation and what was so thrilling about all of this. My dad, now brimming with more smiles than usual, took a sip of his ale and gladly enlightened me. Listen, Van. In this country, if you aspire to become a respectable individual, you need to get yourself into the military academy. Aha! I had a vague awareness of this. Regardless of noble lineage, securing a post in Shoak without graduating from the prestigious residential military academy was virtually impossible. However, it seemed that if one was affluent enough, even a noble could easily get into and graduate from the military academy. Typically, 90% of the students at the academy were nobles, and the remaining 10% were wealthy non-nobles who were in good graces with the upper class, a fact well known across the land. Ultimately, it was a school of connections and wealth. But, To get into the military academy, you need money, connections, or preferably both. For common folks like us, it's pretty much out of the question. However, he quickly added with a slightly flushed face, there's still the entrance exam, which is free to take. However, for an average child who passes, the tuition fees are too steep, rendering it practically pointless. But if one performs exceptionally well in the exam, they can become a scholarship student, exempting them from admission and tuition fees. By the way, the entrance exam mainly assesses one's aptitude for magic. With that in mind, magic in this world seems to hold a meaning beyond just being a mere skill. Wait, does that mean I might have a shot at becoming a scholarship student? I asked skeptically, half in disbelief. Absolutely. If you can successfully cast spells without incantation at this point, imagine where you could be by the age of 12 when you're eligible to take the exam. You could definitely secure a scholarship. Hell, you might even qualify for it right now as you are. Despite the last bit of his sentence sounding like drunken babble, I decided to take his word for it. Mom, is that true? Do you think I could become a scholarship student? Feeling somewhat distrustful, I turned to my mom, the more reliable of the two. Yes, Van. With your abilities, I believe you could become a scholarship student. But, isn't it true that there's only one scholarship student allowed per grade? That's right. But Van, I believe you have a chance. While she arranged the dishes, my mom asserted confidently. But I decided to voice the sense of discomfort that I'd been harboring from the start. Do you both really want me to go to that school? As I asked, my parents exchanged glances, both looking somewhat surprised. Of course. If you graduate from the military academy, you're guaranteed a good job. My dad stated it as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. But I planned on taking over the farm from you, Dad. I had just started to get the hang of helping out around the farm. Van, you love reading books, don't you? My mom spoke to me gently. Why yes. You're a brilliant child for your age. The military academy might be out of reach, but once you turn 12, we were thinking of somehow sending you to a commercial school in the capital city, right, Dad? You'd have access to plenty of books, and even if you decide to become a farmer, knowing various things and having influential acquaintances could make life easier. Even though a commercial school wasn't as expensive as the military academy, it wasn't cheap either. And we were not a wealthy family. Knowing this, I was surprised that my parents had discussed and decided on this matter without telling me. Why didn't you tell me about this? I protested. Because if you knew, you would have just held back and refused. With an intoxicated yet content smile, my dad exchanged a laugh with my mom. We thought we'd keep it a secret until the last minute. You never even asked us for new books despite how much you seemed to want to study more. Well. I fell silent, not knowing how to respond. The realization that I was profoundly touched was evident as I felt a warm sensation welling up in my eyes. Does your tummy hurt? Lena, who had been quiet all this time, looked at me with concern. No, I'm fine. But, Mom, Dad, if I go to school, who will help with the farm? By the time you turn 12, I should be back to working on the farm. Besides, Lena will be all grown up by then, won't you, dear? Yeah. Lena is already a big girl. Lena chimed in, grinning ear to ear. Well, we'll still need your help on the farm. Plus, you'll have to study magic. We'll teach you what we can, and I'll head to town to buy you some good books. I used to be a merchant, despite my looks. And besides, compared to tuition fees, the cost of books is practically nothing. Saying this, my dad swayed slightly, clearly affected by the alcohol. Looking around at my family, a realization hit me. It seemed I had been blessed with an incredibly fortunate reincarnation. Not because of any memories from a past life, but because I had this family. If there was a God out there, I owed them a debt of gratitude for bringing me into this family. To Saint Phasia as well. Chapter 5, Enrollment, 1. And so, time flowed on relentlessly. By the time I reached the age of 12, I had grown taller, my physique more robust and solid. This was all thanks to the consistent help I lent in the fields. While I could have easily strengthened my muscles with magic, making the labor significantly easier, my father had advised against it, saying, "It's better not to rely on magic for physical labor, especially during your growing years." Thus, I continued to work in the fields without the aid of magic. As a result, I developed a quite impressive physique for a 12-year-old, if I do say so myself. My training and studies in magic had also progressed considerably. I had found a book that I cherished dearly. A thick volume that my father had procured from town, its leather cover, and the sheer amount of content marked it as a luxury item. The title was Fundamentals of Magical Study. After a thorough search, my father had chosen this book because it was the most substantial one available. I read and reread the book until the leather cover was worn, practicing its contents until I had mastered them. True to its title, the book covered the very basics of magic, exploring the benefits of shaping and visualizing mana in different ways. It was a perspective I hadn't found in any other book. Even my father, when asked, admitted he had never come across a book that went into such detail. I had struck gold. Taking the book as my textbook, I devoted myself to practicing magic between my field chores. Now, I could recite almost the entire content by heart, and I was able to put it all into practice. More importantly, I had found a purpose, a goal for the future. Researching about this country made my heart race with excitement. I had found what I wanted to become, a detective. There wasn't a police organization tasked with investigating crimes in Shoark. Instead, state-certified detectives took on assignments from the nation to solve cases. In other words, detectives here were public servants. Surprisingly, this system wasn't unique to Shoark. Many other nations had adopted a similar approach. Why was this the case? My analysis pointed to the existence of magic. Magic, a profoundly personal and intangible skill, varied significantly from person to person. It was a part of society's foundation. Given that magic could be used to commit crimes, deducing the perpetrator based on the method of murder became an intricate task. Consequently, the idea of an organization employing standardized methods to investigate crimes was unconventional in this world. Discussions on typifying crimes or systematizing investigation techniques were practically non-existent. Detectives worked on a case-by-case basis in dealing with crimes, which was deemed sufficient. The current system catered to this approach. From my point of view, there couldn't be anything more marvelous. It was akin to stepping into the world of good old-fashioned mystery novels, where detectives reign supreme. I would graduate from the military academy and become a renowned detective. That had become my ultimate goal. And just like that, the day of departure finally arrived. Take this with you. Before setting out, my parents and sister and the villagers had gathered to see me off. As I was about to board the carriage, driven by the six-legged horses I had grown accustomed to, my mother handed me a cloth bag. "Chem, what's this?" "It's packed lunch. Eat it in the carriage." "Oh, okay. Thank you." With that, my belongings now consisted of writing materials, a change of clothes, a packed lunch, a sum of 180,000 gil, which was half a year's worth of living expenses for our family, scrupulously saved up by my parents, and my worn-out copy of Fundamentals of Magical Study. "Van, don't worry about a thing, all right? If it doesn't work out, just come right back home." My father's words carried a hint of worry, but were interrupted by the villagers. "What are you saying, man? That's some ill fortune. Van's got his act together, unlike you. He'll make out just fine. Bye-bye." Unlike the adults, Lena simply waved at me with a serene expression. Bye-bye. I waved back at her. She probably didn't quite grasp the concept of me going far away, and perhaps that was for the best. Lena was now 8 years old. She had inherited my mother's golden hair, shaping up to be a strong-willed beauty. I regretted not being able to witness my sister's growth up close for a while, but it couldn't be helped. Well, I'm off. With that, I boarded the carriage. The carriage bound for the capital started moving. Give it your all, chap. Van, you can become a king if you set your mind to it. May Lady Fascia bless your journey. The villagers waved until they were out of sight. As for my family, turning to look at them, I saw my usually composed mother shaking with sobs. My father, while waving at me, was comforting her. Lena looked back and forth between them, seemingly confused. For my father, mother, Lena, and all the villagers, I continued to wave from the carriage until they were out of sight. I need to make something of myself. The thought lingered in my mind. I have to become someone of importance, earn a fortune, and give back to my family and the villagers. No matter how much money I make, it will never be enough to repay the debt of gratitude I owe them. The carriage took half a day to reach the royal capital. Having finished the lunch my mother had packed for me, I thanked the coachman and disembarked. I had heard about it, but this was my first time laying eyes on the royal capital. Buildings of white painted stone lined the streets. The broad avenue was bustling with people, and numerous bazaars crowded every available space. And in the city center, several massive buildings were visible, even from a distance. The imposing, square building over there must be the courthouse. I had seen it in a book. A bit farther away was the royal castle, which looked just like the castles in video games. And that must be the military academy where I'll take the entrance exam. I imagine that most people coming from the countryside to the royal capital for the first time would be overwhelmed by this sight. However, I have memories from my previous world. I've seen skyscrapers and domes, so this doesn't faze me much. Still, my heart leaps when I see books on display in the bazaar. But no, I shouldn't. All the money I have is meant for living expenses once I'm admitted to the academy. I can't afford to waste a single gil. Chanting emptiness is form, form is emptiness to myself, I proceed down the road. The military academy isn't hard to find, I just need to follow the main street. Up close, the academy exterior looks even more imposing. The image of a school doesn't quite fit, it reminds me more of a prison. First off, the grounds are surrounded by high brick walls, and on top of the walls are sharp iron spikes as if to impale anyone trying to climb over. There's only one looming metal gate, and in front of it stand 5 burly gatekeepers, admitting test takers. Most other examinees seem to be from noble families, dressed in flamboyant clothes made from delicate red and gold fabrics. Among them, my humble hemp pants and shirt stand out. But, well, who cares? Please. I hand my exam slip to one of the gatekeepers, feeling a bit nervous. The burly man takes my slip without a word, scans me from head to toe, and then returns the slip to me. Guess that means I can go in. I tentatively step through the gate. Feeling a gaze on me, I glance back and see the other examinees watching me curiously as I enter. Perhaps they find it strange that someone who is clearly neither noble nor wealthy is taking the exam. Past the gate, I see a vast courtyard and the school building, which also resembles a prison. The building itself looks sturdy, painted in clean white stucco, but its shape is an unappealing square, and all the windows have bars on them. Is this to prevent escape? Either way, it's pretty intimidating. But there's no time to stand around. I hurry to the exam hall. As I rush down the sterile but cold, white hallway. Same as always, huh? You're disgusting. Huh, is this guy for real? I can't believe this. I hear a series of taunts dripping with mockery. What's this now? I should be heading straight to the exam hall, but it seems like there's some trouble down the right path. There's still time before the exam, so maybe I'll take a look. Driven by my curiosity, I turn right and immediately see a group of fellow examinees huddled together at the end of the hallway. What's going on here? Rather than huddled, it looks more like 3 people are surrounding one person. Judging by their clothes, the 3 doing the surroundings are high-ranking nobles. They look exactly like spoiled young masters, chubby boys in flashy clothes. I can't see the person they're surrounding well, but the situation doesn't look friendly. I decided to stick around and watch. This isn't your place, and it never will be. The apparent leader of the group halts mid-sentence and turns to face me, prompting his companions to do the same. The leader, a short and pudgy boy, is dressed in extravagant clothes, with a round face that seems to exude malice, and narrow, twisted eyes and lips. His hair is curly and red. He looks somewhat like a stereotypical dwarf, I think analytically. What do you want? He eyes me with undisguised contempt. Lost your way? Scram, peasant. Judging from my clothes, he's decided I'm neither a noble nor a wealthy merchant and dismisses me with a sneer. Wow. He's the epitome of an unpleasant noble brat. Instead of anger, I feel a sort of admiration for how perfectly he fits the stereotype. What are you guys doing? I ask, and he responds, didn't you hear me? His face turning a shade redder. I'm Messin. Bob Messin. Never heard of me. I've heard of the Messin. The Messins control half of Sharksport town, right? They're a major noble house. Heh, so you do know. Bob puffs out his chest proudly. So, what's going on here? I press him further, and he just glares at me, his face turning beet red. What's with this guy? He's got screws loose. What makes you think you can talk to Bob like that? His lackeys start complaining in his stead. What's your problem? I'm ready to throw down. I refuse to lose a fight, especially to kids like these. What's with this guy? One of the lackeys takes a step back, looking unnerved, just as the other doubles over. Oof. He clutches his stomach, wincing in pain. Wait, what? There's no way I could have sent a shockwave or anything like that. I soon realized what happened. The person surrounded by the three had just kicked the lackey in the stomach. You, Bob shouted, but... Shut up, you lot. The individual, seemingly holding back an imminent outburst, said in a high-pitched voice, silencing Bob with an oppressive air. Hey, Bob dash. TCH. Let's go. Bob and his cronies, one clutching his stomach and the other unscathed, left, casting sidelong glares at me and the other person. Now, it was just me and him. Compared to the trio that had just left, he might have seemed a notch less threatening. He wore modest but expensive-looking clothes and carried himself in a manner befitting the progeny of middle-tier nobility, presenting an appearance that was by no means a cause for shame. His face was strikingly handsome, framed by shoulder-length hair, yet his gaze was sharp and feral, reminiscent of a stray hound. His locks and eyes were as dark as a raven's plumage, glistening as if wet. Clad in slim-fit pumps, his shirt and jacket seemed to cling to his body, outlining his slender frame. While this attire appeared to afford ease of movement, it also seemed, paradoxically, to constrict him, as if his own form bound him. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude with a high voice, not softening his intense gaze. Despite his words of thanks, I could almost feel the bite. His murderous intent sent chills down my spine. Perhaps my impression of his outfit restraining him was not too far off the mark. Maybe it was a means to contain his violent tendencies. Ah, no, it's nothing. No, you helped me. Are you an exam taker? Yeah. Kirio. Ha! Kirio Lafla. Just a small fry from the weak Lafla family. Oh, he was introducing himself. I'm Van. Just a commoner, Van. Thanks, Van. Without easing his murderous aura, Kirio gave a slight nod and walked away. Hey, wait a sec. I tried to stop him, wanting to ask what had just happened, but... What? As he turned around, I saw his eyes, sharp and bloodshot, filled with explosive killing intent. No, it's nothing. Damn. Completely intimidated, I was frozen, managing only those words after a pause. Kirio stared at me, motionless, for a moment longer before finally leaving, as if nothing had happened. I couldn't move until he was completely out of sight, as if I was under a spell. What the hell, that guy was terrifying. Chapter 6, Enrollment, 2. It appears that a considerable number of candidates are participating, as they are conducting entrance examinations in several classrooms at the same time. Having recovered from momentary paralysis, I realized that the examination was about to begin and rushed into one of the classrooms listed on my exam slip. Thankfully, the exam hasn't started yet. It's cutting it close, but I made it in time. All the other candidates have taken their seats. A seating chart is posted at the front, but there's hardly any need to check it, only one seat is empty. The other examinees give me curious looks as I hurriedly take my seat. It's only natural. A guy with a different style of dress than the others rushing into the examination room at the last minute is bound to draw attention. Then, I notice two familiar faces among the examinees looking my way. One is that dashing boy, Kirio. His eyes no longer seem bloodshot, and the sharpness, as well as the murderous intent, are gone from them. Instead, there's a coldness about him, like ice. Beautiful but cold, reminding me somewhat of a Japanese sword. The other is that guy, Bob. He's looking at me with disdainful eyes. Eyes that mock. I'll just ignore him. All right, everyone's here, announces the examiner as he enters the room, carrying a stack of papers in both hands. First, let's go over the flow of the examination. We'll start with the written test. I believe that none of you aspiring to join the military academy would fail this test. Those who pass will be eligible to take the magic exam in the schoolyard this afternoon. That's all. After giving a briefing that was exactly as we were informed beforehand, the examiner started to distribute the papers. Begin, he announces, flipping over an hourglass on his desk. Well, let's get to it then. Although, to be honest, I'm not particularly fired up about it. As the examiner said, failing the written test when you're aspiring to join the military academy is nearly impossible unless you're a total idiot. And it's not because the questions are absurdly easy. Just take a look at them. Question 1. Name the noble family that fits the following description. Question 2. Explain the provisions regarding inheritance under Shark's national laws. These questions test basic knowledge that's absolutely necessary for noble circles and for handling inheritance issues, a matter of course for anyone born into nobility. In this vein, the entire test is filled with questions to which anyone from a noble family would naturally know the answers. In short, it's a test that virtually any noble would pass without studying. I can't say I'm not frustrated by the unfairness of it all, but there's a clear advantage for me since the written test is structured this way. Simply put, I know exactly what I need to study. As long as I thoroughly study the essentials that a noble needs to know in life, I'm guaranteed to pass. Question 8. Name the daughter of the current king of Shoak Kingdom, also referred to as the reincarnation of Phaecia. Easy. The answer is Princess Victi. And just like that, the written test is a breeze. Everyone in my classroom qualifies for the magic exam in the afternoon. After a lunch break, we are to gather at the schoolyard, and the examinees start leaving the classroom in groups. There seems to be a large dining hall in this school building, so that's probably where most will have lunch. However, I'm not particularly hungry, and since I need to not only pass the magic examination this afternoon but also qualify as a scholarship student, I can't bring myself to eat. I take out my worn-out book on the basics of magic and start reading through the content I've gone over hundreds, thousands of times. But it's all firmly in my head already. It's more of a charm to maintain my composure than actual studying. The hell's that? Books owned by commoners sure are gross. A mocking voice speaks up. I look up to find Bob, a sneer on his face, as he approaches my desk. What's the matter? Got something to say? I threw at him, intentionally adopting a scornful demeanor. Don't get too comfortable, moron. His face instantly puffed up and turned red. Don't think you'll get home safely after failing this exam, he threatened blatantly. Quite the tension reliever, this one. His pettiness is oddly soothing to me. Don't worry. I'll pass, I assured myself more than anyone else. Yes, I will pass. Even if you do pass, do you think a poor person like you, with those clothes and books, can afford the tuition? I'll pass as a scholarship student, so I'm good. Thanks for your concern, I shot back. Bob, caught off guard for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. A scholarship student. Let me enlighten you out of pity. Military academy scholars naturally come from noble and prestigious families with the best education possible. Like me, for instance. Oh yeah, I responded nonchalantly, already growing tired of the interaction. This guy will never become a scholarship student. Characters like him are destined to be crushed, it's practically a given in fictional works. There's only one scholarship student each year, a cold, icy voice interjected. It was Kirio. He had approached without me noticing and inserted himself into our conversation. The classroom was now occupied by just the three of us, me, Bob, and Kirio. Bob, it's impossible for you. Golden-eyed Leo is running this year. You know that, right? Kirio spoke, his eyes sharp and filled with menace. You imbecile, that guy is just a... Bob began heatedly, reacting to the calm Kirio and his words, but then... Did I hear my name just now? He was cut off by a calm yet overwhelmingly commanding voice. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Me, Bob, and even Kirio, all of us stopped breathing, compelled by the sheer force of the voice. A young man, or perhaps boy is the more accurate term given his apparent age, though he looked anything but, glided into the room with smooth and graceful movements. His noble lineage was clear from his lavish gold and crimson attire, though he wore it with a presence that did not let the clothes overshadow him. Tall, with a well-built physique akin to a grown man's and a hint of the ogre lineage in his slightly tanned skin and fanged smile, he was a sight to behold. His golden hair flowed like a lion's mane, and his brow and nose spoke of a strong will. Yet, it was his eyes that truly captivated. One look and you knew you were in the presence of someone extraordinary. Large and golden, they held not an ounce of arrogance, only pure self-confidence. He was like a hero straight out of mythology. He reminded me of a Greek statue I'd once seen in an art textbook from my world. In short, he was an overwhelming presence. One that dominated the room. While I stood there, transfixed, Kirio bit his lip in silence, and Bob's face shifted between red and pale. Who do we have here if it isn't Kirio of the Larflars and the idiot son of the Messins? His voice was low, resonant, and carried across the room. Who are you calling an idiot son? Bob bravely, or foolishly, retorted. Wanna hear what your dad said when he stopped by my house? The young man's words were enough to silence Bob. After puffing his face for a while, he exhaled, as if dumping his hatred, and stormed out of the room. Watching Bob's retreating back with what seemed like amusement, Leo then turned to Kirio. Kirio, you're still the same as ever, I see. A coward. But I'll give you credit for trying to help him out. Finally growing a backbone, are you? His golden eyes were now fixed on Kirio. Shut up, Kirio replied, his eyes aflame with a deadly glare. The tension in the room spiked as Kirio's bloodshot, sharp gaze met the calm, confident golden eyes. The air was stifling, just as it seemed like they might come to blows. This is stupid. Kirio extinguished his killing intent, looked away, and walked back to his desk, away from us. Turning his back to us, he began to eat his lunch. Packed lunch, huh? How modest of you. That's commendable, the young man remarked. Shut up. Don't mock me, Kirio replied without turning around. I'm not mocking you. I'm serious. It's impressive. That's homemade, isn't it? Good for you. After saying this, he slowly turned his attention to me. Damn it, what's with this situation? Just being the object of his gaze made my body tense up. There's no way I'm letting myself be dominated like this. I gathered my strength and met his gaze head-on. Hello. Those were his first words to me. Hello. Flustered, I somehow managed to return the greeting. The man's broad smile remained, yet it didn't show a hint of vulnerability. It became suffocating. I'm Leo Ball from the Ball family. Nice to meet you. Oh, hi. I'm Van. Just a commoner, Van. I replied, trying to keep my composure and not seem subservient. In my heart, I just wanted to run away from this place as quickly as possible. I know. Leo nodded in acknowledgement. I was shocked by his response. This grand nobleman knows a commoner like me. It was hard to believe. Yes, Leo Ball was a grand nobleman, known even to me. His name was part of the essential knowledge every nobleman should have. Leo Ball, the head of the leading noble family, the Ball family, which owned 40% of the territory in Shoark. He lost his parents early on, and being their only child, he became the family head. Of course, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of relatives stepped forward, ostensibly to act as guardians. Their real goal, undoubtedly, was to manipulate Leo like a puppet and seize control of the Ball family for themselves. At the time Leo became the head, he was only 10 years old. They probably thought he would be easy to manipulate. However, the young boy with striking golden eyes was no ordinary child. He controlled and manipulated the factions among his relatives, pitted them against each other, and continued to hold the reins of power within his family. He overcame traps and crises with his wit and strength. Outside his family, he built and expanded connections with the royal family and other influential nobles. Eventually, Leo secured his position as an indispensable figure for the Bales and the whole nation of Shoark. He was a living legend. He might not have appeared in this year's written exam, but seeing a question about him in next year's test wouldn't be surprising. I knew beforehand that a commoner without money or connections would take the exam. No one cared but me, though. There he was, Leo Ball, speaking right in front of me, just standing there and talking casually, yet the pressure from his presence was overwhelming. To me, it's just incompetence. A person with no backing is knowingly earning the displeasure of the noble circles by applying for the military academy. You must have a trump card. Ah, no. You said you'd pass as a scholarship student. I'm looking forward to it. Without a hint of sarcasm, he said that and then leaned in to whisper in my ear. Besides, you have a good eye. You've become friends with Kiryu in such a short time. We've met a few times in social gatherings. Quite an interesting person, really. I hope you two can get along. Without waiting for my reply, he turned on his heel and left the classroom with light steps that didn't match his large frame. I was left standing there, frozen. These nobles are all devils and monsters. This is the second time today that I have been frozen in place. Now, only Kiryu and I are left in the classroom. Damn it, calm down. I need to calm down. But can I really beat that monster and become a scholarship student? I tried to calm myself down by reading my book again. Chapter 7, Exam 1. On the school grounds, nearly 1,000 examinees gathered, presumably almost all of the students taking the examination this time. I stepped onto the field at the same time as Kiryu. For the record, we just happened to leave the classroom at about the same time, which resulted in us arriving together. Up until now, Kiryu and I hadn't exchanged a single word. Perhaps it was the excitement of the upcoming magic examination, but the schoolyard was dominated by a buzz of activity. Even amidst this excited crowd, Kiryu remained the same. Or rather, the moment I tried to check on him by glancing sideways, our eyes met, and he glared back at me. I quickly averted my gaze. In doing so, I found Bob. The curly-haired boy was chatting away, seemingly carried away with excitement like everyone else. However, when he saw Kiryu and me, he puffed out his cheeks, turning red, and started ranting about something with his lackeys. He really is a soothing character. On the other hand, Leo Ball was standing far away from the commotion. Even amidst the crowd, his huge frame and manner of golden hair stood out. Leo stood straight, merely being present without speaking to anyone. Yet, just by standing there, he exuded a presence more commanding than anyone else here. Now then, ladies and gentlemen. Suddenly, an old man clad in a black robe appeared, silencing the hubbub. He had a raspy, low voice, but it carried well, bringing stillness to the schoolyard. I had no idea when he had appeared or how he got there. By the time I noticed, he was already standing in the center of the field, like a withered tree. The man wore a ragged black robe that seemed ancient. He had a long, white beard that almost touched the ground. Except for his beard, his face was completely hidden in the shadows of his robe. He also held a long, unadorned staff in both of his thin hands. His hands were emaciated and chapped, covered in countless wrinkles. His fingers were long, with nails thick and sharp like a beast's. It was Merlin. It was my first time seeing him in person, but I knew his name. He was the headmaster of the military academy, a teacher of magical studies, and the chief court sorcerer. Even the royal family paid him respect, and foreign countries regarded him with caution. He was Shark's grand strategist and a first-class sorcerer, a man without a known past or real name. Princess Victi, Leo Ball, and Merlin. In the current Shark, these three were more famous than the king. "We shall begin the magic examination," Merlin announced concisely. "Your tasks are to conjure ice and an explosion. We shall start with those near me. Make sure the explosions occur in the air." Ice and explosions, huh? A standard set of tasks for an examination. There's a reason I think so. Both are perfect themes for assessing one's magical skills. For instance, ice. Merely imagining lowering the temperature isn't enough to produce ice. You could freeze water, but that's it. To create ice, you need to gather the moisture in the air while lowering the temperature. In other words, you need to use two types of magic simultaneously. The difficulty level of the visualization required increases. On the other hand, explosions require a combination of fire and wind magic. Without delay, confident examinees began to approach Merlin, handing over their exam slips and demonstrating their magic. There were small explosions in the air, and some students created ice in the palms of their hands. Most of the explosions were as small as firecrackers, and the ice created was about the size of a bottle cap. After completing their tasks, Merlin silently wrote something on their exam slips and returned them. About half of the examinees who received their slips back looked disheartened, while the other half tried to suppress their smiles, their faces flushed with joy. Surprisingly, some students couldn't create explosions or ice at all. I wondered why they even took the exam when it was almost certain that these tasks would be assigned. Perhaps they were here just for the experience. Regardless of the results, the students who had finished moved to the edge of the schoolyard. It seemed to be the flow for the finished examinees to watch the rest of the demonstrations from there. As the field cleared, Merlin got closer and closer. My turn was coming up soon. But before me, Bob handed his exam slip to Merlin. Casting a scornful glance at Kirio and me, Bob raised his palm to the sky. A bang echoed, clearly a level above the previous explosions. The crowd of examinees murmured in awe. So, the chubby guy wasn't just all talk, he actually had some skills up his sleeve. I misjudged him. As for the ice challenge, he conjured a chunk roughly the size of a baseball. Having had his exam slip returned to him, Bob looked over at Kirio and me once again, not bothering to hide his triumphant demeanor. Kirio, glaring menacingly back at him, marched determinedly toward Merlin. Meanwhile, Bob, with a sly grin on his face, moved to the edge of the schoolyard. It seemed he intended to watch our results and mock us. And then, it was Kirio's turn. With a bang, an explosion erupted mid-air. Kirio had created an explosion of considerable size, ranking him high among the examinees. However, it was smaller than Bob's explosion. His ice creation was only about the size of a golf ball. It should be enough to pass but not enough to beat Bob. Nevertheless, the surrounding examinees gasped in admiration. But Kirio himself, his eyes burning red, stared down at the ground as if glaring at himself with murderous intent. He was clearly frustrated, and that much was apparent. Looking around, I noticed Bob laughing uproariously, clutching his stomach, talking animatedly with his cronies, and even pointing in our direction. He sure has a nasty personality. I knew it, but still. Biting his lip, Kirio took his exam slip and walked over to the edge of the schoolyard, his eyes still ablaze. Merlin approached. I thought it was my turn next, but before I could move, Leo Ball handed his exam slip to Merlin. It wasn't so much that he took the initiative to hand it over, but rather that Merlin had come to him, and so he naturally handed it over. As Leo prepared to use his magic, all eyes in the schoolyard turned to him. Unfazed by the attention and with a calm and composed demeanor, Leo raised his palm skyward. With a bang, an explosion occurred, comparable in size to Bob's. The examinees exclaimed, and I caught a glimpse of Bob's face, twisted in frustration. Served him right. Leo then proceeded to use his ice magic, but wait. For the first time since the magic exam had started, Merlin spoke up. Then, he handed Leo a piece of paper, something like an exam slip with some writing on it. Taking it, Leo's eyes widened for a moment, but then he grinned and made his way to the edge of the schoolyard. What was that all about? While I pondered the question, Merlin approached me. Even up close, Merlin's hood was a complete abyss, impossible to see into. Only the white beard poking out and his hands proved that there was a human inside. I'm next, Okay, let's do this. Stay calm. Yes, I'm fine. I handed my exam slip to Merlin. I could feel the entire schoolyard's attention on me now. The opposite kind of attention that Leo got. They expected a commoner who had no business being at the military academy to leave a disgraceful result. Bob, especially, had that look on his face. But he was just standing out the most. Almost everyone had the same kind of look in their eyes. Fine, I'll show them. I raised my hand slowly skyward, palm facing upward, and glared at the sky. Explosion. The key in this image was compression. Something compressed to the extreme, suddenly releasing and causing an explosion. That was the image I had in mind. Yes, compress everything to that point. I imagined my mana flowing from my hand, compressing something to explode there. Yes, it's a substance that, when heated, expands hundreds, thousands of times its size. Such a thing is compressed to its limit there. Imagine it. As vividly as I can. I heard a grinding noise. Confused, I realized that it was my own teeth grinding together. I'm going to do it. I'll create the biggest explosion ever. I imagined a bomb, compressed like a black hole, right there in the sky. And then, I added intense heat to it. Fireworks. It felt like a firework had exploded at close range. There was a roaring sound, and the shock made my whole body shake. The flash filled the sky. Even though I had done it myself, I staggered from the shock. Whoa! I tried to shout, but I couldn't hear my own voice. Why? What's happening? I realized immediately. Tinnitus. All I could hear was a ringing in my ears. Looking to the side, I saw that most of the examinees were sitting on the ground, covering their ears. Bob was there too, and his face, which usually turns red so easily, was now pale, and he was moving his mouth. Did I go overboard? Kirio was standing, but he was hugging himself as if to protect himself from the tremendous shock. His sharp eyes were unusually wide open. Was he shocked? Then there's Leo, laughing. Standing firm with a confident smile on his face. Marvelous. He praised me loudly and even started clapping. Stop it, it's embarrassing. Young man. I heard a voice and turned my gaze away from Leo. Merlin was talking to me. How did you learn magic? That was the first question Merlin had asked since the magic exam started. Oh, with this, sir. I hastily presented my fundamental magic theory book, which I had been holding under my arm. I studied with this book, including the practical parts. This, for studying. There was laughter in Merlin's deep voice. Why yes, it was easy to understand for me. Was there something wrong? I felt anxious. Easy to understand, I see. Ha ha. Merlin finally laughed openly. Everyone said it was too complex, and in the end, there was no place left for fundamental magic theory to be published. Ha ha ha. That book was one of my failures. Ha! So the author of this book is. You don't have to conjure ice for me. Do you intend to be a scholarship student, young man? Oh, why yes, sir. I thought so. Very well, you are this year's scholarship student. With remarkable nonchalance, Merlin returned the exam slip to me, a slip that bore the word passed. I looked around and realized the gazes that had been focused on me had drastically changed. Everyone was now looking at me with eyes filled with what seemed to be fear. Even Bob quickly averted his gaze when our eyes almost met. In the crowd of candidates, only two didn't show a hint of fear on their faces. Leo, who continued to applaud enthusiastically, and Kirio, whose eyes were red and bloodshot as he glared at me intently. And just like that, the entrance exam came to an end. Did I really secure a scholarship? It didn't feel real at all. But at least it was over. For now, I decided to head to the inn. Starting tomorrow, I will be studying at this school. The other candidates started to leave en masse, heading towards the school gates as soon as the exam was over. I followed suit but noticed that people were distancing themselves from me. They were whispering among themselves, casting furtive glances in my direction. I couldn't hear them clearly, but I caught snippets like commoner, heresy, and cheating. It was obvious that they weren't saying anything nice. Did it matter? I was the one who got the scholarship. I tried to bolster my spirits with that thought, but it still stung. Just then. Well done. That was beyond my expectations, a man exclaimed loudly as he approached me. It was Leo. The lion-like man casually walked up beside me and slapped me on the back with a hearty whack, causing me to stumble forward. The stunned faces of those fools who underestimated you because you're a commoner were priceless. He was speaking loudly, uttering words that could only make enemies. Well, my instincts about you weren't wrong. Right. He looked at me intensely, making me involuntarily stop in my tracks. Yeah, especially the idiot son of Meijin. His reaction was the best. He got arrogant just because he has a bit of magical talent. Right, Kirio. Leo called out to Kirio, who was walking towards the school gates alone. Hey, if you talk like that, the boy, sharp as a knife, will glare at us with murderous intent again. I worried internally, but then, it's frustrating, but it feels good. Kirio, while still looking sharp, surprisingly agreed with Leo's opinion. I knew it. Right, Kirio. Van. With that, Leo gestured for Kirio to come closer. Kirio, looking puzzled, approached Leo and me. By the way, we three have been attracting a lot of attention from the other candidates since a while ago. And obviously, not in a good way. It might be partly my fault, but Leo making enemy-attracting remarks is also a big part of it. Then, with Kirio now close by, Leo made a suggestion. How about we grab dinner tonight, just the three of us? Chapter 8, Exam 2. Arriving at the clock tower at the heart of the royal capital, the appointed meeting place, I found Kirio already waiting. Kirio had also changed clothes, wearing a brighter shade than what he wore during the exam. However, the outfit consisted of a tight-fitting jacket and pants that clung to the body, maintaining that same style. To be honest, I was somewhat surprised to see him. I hadn't pictured his type to actually show up. Hey, I raised my hand in greeting. Hi, Kirio responded, somewhat tersely. Perhaps Kirio wasn't such a bad person after all, just a bit quick-tempered. Sorry to keep you waiting, came a loud voice, and with that, Leo appeared. Unlike us, Leo hadn't changed clothes, still donning the lavish red and gold garb from the exam. It was quite conspicuous amidst the town, but he didn't seem to mind. Not really, I just got here myself. Is that so? There's a familiar shop of mine nearby. Let me treat you, Leo declared, taking the lead. Kirio followed, and I hurried after them. Once at our destination, we found ourselves in front of an old, small restaurant with a well-worn entrance. This place has been around for 200 years. It's a bit of a hassle since you need a letter of introduction to enter, but their roasted wyvern is out of this world. Come on, let's go in, Leo said as we entered. Inside, we were immediately led to a private room at the back of the restaurant, no doubt thanks to Leo's social standing. I'll leave the order to you, Leo told the waiter confidently. The waiter, a calm, middle-aged man, gave a deep bow before exiting the room. Let's start with a toast. They use melted snow from the Pace Mountains for their water, Leo said, raising his glass. Kirio and I joined in, our glasses clinking together, producing a bright, light sound. So, what's your game? Kirio asked, cutting straight to the chase after wetting his lips. Oh. Leo downed his drink in one gulp and grinned. There's no hidden agenda. I just thought it would be nice to deepen our friendship, that's all. Why us, though? Especially someone like me, a commoner. I couldn't help but voice my doubts as I sipped the water, marveling at its smoothness. I saw your talents during the magic exam. You were outstanding. But so was Bob, Kirio interjected. He's no good, Leo responded sharply. His character is questionable, and his family background isn't favorable, either. The Messin family, I mean. What I want are talented friends free from noble strings. Being friends with other nobles becomes a political issue instantly because of my status. At this moment, a large, porcelain plate of meat was brought to our table. This must be the roasted wyvern. For now, dig in. Forget about manners and just bite into it. That's the best way to enjoy it. Taking his word for it, I had been starving since I smelled the roasting meat. I stabbed the meat with a fork and took a big bite. Delicious. The moment I bit into it, the juices flooded my mouth. The simple seasoning of salt highlighted the rich flavor of the meat. It's as good as ever, Leo commented, his plate already void of meat. He had finished it in the blink of an eye. Anyway, I wanted to become friends with you guys. An immensely talented commoner who's become a scholarship student and a noble on the brink of poverty with no heirs and a house on the verge of extinction. What? Is he talking about Kirio? Surprised, I looked at Kirio, only to find him glaring with red eyes. This is bad. Why did Leo have to provoke him like that? Wait, what? What do you mean? I was puzzled. But isn't there heir right here with us? If there are no heirs, then what is Kirio? But at my words, both Leo and Kirio looked at me with wide, round eyes. Oh, I see. Van doesn't know. Makes sense, I guess. It's not the kind of story that comes up in exams. It's gossip, after all, Leo remarked, collecting himself. You didn't know, huh? Kirio sounded relieved yet disappointed as he let his shoulders drop. Ha! What do you mean? Listen, Van, Leo started, giving Kirio a meaningful look. Kirio is a girl. Then he added, unnecessarily, though she doesn't have much in the chest area, earning a glare from Kirio. The once prosperous and influential House of Lafla was now a shadow of its former self, having lost territories, fortune, and status through a series of blunders. To add insult to injury, the couple at the helm of the family were childless, teetering on the brink of extinction. In such dire straits, one might have expected them to resign themselves to their fate, but they clung to hope, scheming for the house's survival. Yet, no noble family was willing to entrust their child to such a crumbling house as an adopted heir, and there was no surplus to entertain the idea of concubines. Just when all seemed lost, a child was conceived between the lord and his wife. The joy they must have felt was immeasurable, as was their despair when the child was born a girl. Nonetheless, the girl, Kirio, was raised as a boy, her parents clinging to the belief, or perhaps the illusion, that she was the male heir the Lafla house so desperately needed. The Laflas, blind to their dwindling fortunes, paraded Kirio around the social circles, introducing her as the promising heir, oblivious to the mockery they were subject to from other nobles. Ha! I could only exhale in disbelief after hearing such a tragic tale. It's a well-known story. They were always in social circles despite their financial troubles. But sending her to the military academy, that must have been the last of the Lafla fortune, Leo remarked, glancing at Kirio. I suppose it can't be helped, Kirio muttered, her eyes sharp as she closed them, as if in prayer. But she was a girl all this time. I did think she had an androgynous look, one that could pass for a pretty girl. However, her hair, which might be deemed lengthy by the standards of men but short for a maiden, masculine attire, and demeanor led me to believe she was anything but. I've met Kirio a few times in social circles. Leo continued, she hasn't changed much. She's been away from her parents for a while now, but I guess it would feel awkward for her to suddenly start dressing as a girl, wouldn't it? Shut up, Kirio snapped, her eyes glaring red at Leo. Ah, by the way, Van. Just so you know, her sharp eyes and prickly demeanor aren't new. She's been exposed to curious stares since she was a child. Cut her some slack, will you? Oh, sure, I replied, unable to do anything but agree. And as for her eyes turning red so quickly, Kirio tried to cut him off, flustered. Her reaction was just like any other girl's, making me rethink my previous misconceptions. She's always been a crybaby. Hasn't changed since she was a kid, Leo revealed with a smirk. Kirio fell silent, her face turning red. Ha! A crybaby? So all this time, her red, bloodshot eyes were just because she was holding back tears. That was an anticlimax. Anyway, that's the situation. Even if you guys are skilled, having a powerful noble family as your backer can't hurt, right? Think we'll get along? Of course. I answered immediately. Given the circumstances, it seems like it might be hard to find companionship elsewhere. Yeah, I'm fine with it too, Kirio said, blinking rapidly as she lifted her face. But I have one thing to say. Leo looked confused. I've met you a few times, too, Leo, so I can tell. You went easy on us, didn't you? Ha! I looked at Leo, puzzled, as he grinned like a predator baring its fangs. Caught that, did you? Impressive. Yeah, I did hold back during the magic exam. Merlin noticed and gave me an earful, he admitted. Why would you do that? She was puzzled, and Leo shrugged before turning to me. Me? Van, you weren't going to enroll if you didn't get a scholarship, right? Yeah, that's true. I can't afford it otherwise. As I answered, I realized what Leo was getting at and was taken aback. So, that's what this was about. I really wanted you to be here, Van. That's why I held back to ensure you got the scholarship. He winked at me. Though, in the end, it was unnecessary. Looking at those results, you would have been the top scholarship student even if I had given it my all. And that's how the three of us became friends. Chapter 9, Passage of Time, 1. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 years had passed since Leo, Kirio, and I became friends. Let me give you a rough overview of our journey together since becoming friends. The first year laid the foundation, the second year saw us each advancing in our respective specialties, and by the third year, we were writing our graduation theses to finish our education at the military academy. However, students who had a clear sense of purpose often began studying their chosen specialty from the first year. And, indeed, I had a clear sense of purpose. I knew what profession I wanted to pursue. I wanted to become a detective. To become a good detective, there are indispensable pieces of knowledge that one must acquire: the knowledge of magic, which can be said to be this world's foundation, and the knowledge of the current state of investigations. I decided to spend my first year accumulating knowledge primarily in these areas. Life at the academy was enjoyable. The classes were divided according to grades, and I, having entered as a scholarship student, was naturally placed in the top class. Kirio, Leo, and Bob were all in the same class. Bob kept poking at Kirio and me even after we entered the school. He would always choose moments when Leo, a higher-ranking noble than him, was not around. The other students in the class, whether major or minor, seemed to have their thoughts about me, a commoner who entered the school with top grades, and Kirio, a girl from a nearly extinct family, cross-dressing. Nobody ever tried to stop Bob's harassment. But to me, Bob's harassment was trivial. The real issue was Kirio. Every time Bob harassed her, she would glare at him with bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. If you didn't know the story, you might think that Bob's harassment didn't affect Kirio at all. However, knowing her background, it was clear she was holding back tears. So, I would stand up for Kirio, or more accurately put, I would send Bob flying every time. "You realize who I am, don't you?" Bob would always shout after being sent flying. "Shut up. No matter how powerful your noble house is, it doesn't matter to a commoner like me." This was the line I would always say, standing in front of Kirio to protect her. "Go on, do it." Leo, who would appear out of nowhere, would cheer us on with a laugh, just like always. Then, with a flushed face, Bob would attack us with his cronies, and Kirio and I would fight back. Eventually, Leo would join in, laughing, and would knock everyone out with his mighty arms, friend or foe alike. And, as is customary, the three of us would be sent to detention. Annoyingly, the class would always side with Bob, and we were the ones always punished. Leo, too, was probably seen as an eyesore by the rest of the class. Maybe they wanted to hurt his seemingly unshakable spirit, even just a little. It was a strange thing, but I could somewhat understand their feelings. Anyway, these days of getting into trouble and being scolded by the school somehow didn't feel bad. We had few allies, but it seemed to bring the three of us closer together. At first, our friendship was artificially created due to Leo's forceful ways, but eventually, we became close enough to talk about anything. Kirio's worries, her complicated feelings about her parents, the shackles of continuing to strive to be strong as the heir to her family, even though she wanted to quit. Leo's complaints, his sighs about how all the other nobles around him were idiots, his pride in thinking that he was destined to go down in history as a great figure. My dreams. Becoming a detective. Or rather, mysteries. When I tried presenting a little mystery pop quiz, both of them enjoyed it more than I expected. There was even this particular incident. But in the end, it's about whether or not it's plausible, right? Leo said during break time, after both of them failed to solve an impromptu whodunit quiz and I was explaining the answer. He didn't seem to be serious, as he was grinning. "What do you mean? Your problems are interesting. They're unique. I haven't heard of this kind of thinking elsewhere. You build up logic and eliminate the impossible to find the culprit. But it's not foolproof, right? It's not foolproof, but there's evidence. That's my point. For instance, what if the evidence was forged? Or, what if, by some fluke, it just happened to turn out that way? There's also the logic where you narrow down the culprit based on their actions, but that's not foolproof either. The culprit could be acting irrationally, doing things that only make it worse for themselves. It's almost unlikely, I admit. In essence, it's not absolute. It's just plausible. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Kirio interjected with a smile, seemingly enjoying the conversation. She had taken quite a liking to my mystery quizzes and would always ask if I had any new ones during recess. No, it's not that much of a stretch. Admittedly, it's an extreme argument. Like saying there's nothing certain in this world, there's no way to reach the absolute truth. But if we go that far, isn't that entering the realm of philosophy? I suppose. Realistically, when you're investigating to find a culprit, all you can do is proceed based on what's plausible. But this is a quiz, right? Then, shouldn't this kind of answer be acceptable, too? If you say it's not, then it's your fault for not setting the rules from the start. Leo, you're really sore about losing, aren't you? Kirio laughed, but inwardly, I couldn't help but be impressed. For you see, Leo's opinion fundamentally struck at the very heart of mystery novels. These types of stories fall flat unless the reader shares an understanding of what is fair game and what isn't, in other words, an agreement on what is reasonable within the plot. Yet, this isn't solely an issue confined to the realm of mystery novels. Whether it's DNA or fingerprints, things deemed evidence in the past world are never absolutely certain. There's a non-zero chance that someone else out there shares your DNA, and evidence can always be forged. In this way, both mystery novels and reality share a common vulnerability. Neither offers absolute certainty. Well done. I couldn't help but praise Leo wholeheartedly despite his lack of expertise in mystery novels. Naturally, he responded, grinning broadly, without a hint of modesty. This pretty much sums up my life at the school. It was enjoyable. What about my academic pursuits? Things were going almost too well on that front. The headmaster, Merlin, took quite a liking to me, even offering me private lessons. My initial lessons in magical studies at the military academy began with a harsh reality check. Magic is inconvenient. We were drilled into the idea that magic is practically useless. Magic alone can accomplish nothing, Merlin would often remind our class during his lectures. Magic could be broadly divided into two categories. Spells that affect the human body, such as healing or enhancement spells. Spells that manipulate fire, water, earth, air, and chill, the 5 elements of nature. Whether it affects the human body or manipulates the elements, the fundamental principle of magic remains the same, Merlin explained in our first lesson. It seemed straightforward enough, but aside from Leo and me, the rest of the class, who were all top students, seemed perplexed. In essence, magic is a technique that manipulates something present in the environment through mana. Coming from a world where magic didn't exist but having a basic understanding of science, this made perfect sense to me. Magic doesn't create something out of nothing. Fire spells increase temperature, while chill spells decrease it. Water spells gather moisture from the air or manipulate existing water. Earth and wind spells, similarly, manipulate the air and ground through magic. Healing and enhancement spells also work by manipulating the body with mana. Magic is, at its core, simply that, a technique. In the chaotic times before Pangaea stabilized into its current 4-country system, magic mainly developed as a technique for battle. Yet even the elves, adept in magic, found it difficult to kill an enemy with magic alone. It's a matter of power and speed, Merlin explained. Firstly, magic lacks instantaneous power. By the time you cast a spell, your enemy could have either fled or counterattacked. A physical blow would be far quicker. Even with fire magic, only Iron Van can handle flames at a level that would instantly burn an enemy to death, he says, gesturing toward me. The classroom was filled with envious and angry glares directed at me. Next is speed. Magic generally takes time to cast. You need to recite a spell, or even when casting without an incantation, it takes time to form the necessary mental image. It's a brief moment, but in battle, it's a critical delay. Can't it be used to deal a certain amount of damage from a distance? Bob stood up and asked. It was a rather good question, coming from him. I was impressed. As I mentioned before, the issue with power means that magic has limited range. Moreover, accuracy decreases with distance. Of course, individual skill and training play a part. Still, at that point, a bow would be much more effective. I was surprised. I thought magic was supposed to be more omnipotent. Listening to the lecture, I began to realize it was not. The same goes for close-quarter combat. Trying to burn or freeze an enemy up close leaves you open to escape or counterattack. The same applies to physical enhancement. Enhancing your body with magic and then attacking with a sword is less safe and less efficient than attacking directly with the sword. So, in combat, magic is a tricky technique best used at mid-range and in conjunction with other methods. Despite this, why is magic held in such high regard worldwide? Merlin tapped his staff against the floor. Because it's invaluable in non-combat aspects of life and essential to our daily living. Healers specialize in recovery magic. Fire used in daily life is controlled by magic. That said, there are still no methods found to cool things down other than fanning. The class erupted into laughter. If you are not robust enough for manual labor, enhancement and earth magic can be effective for farming, even in old age. Magic is actually crucial outside of combat. It may not align with your preconceived notions, but even in these scenarios, magic is not omnipotent. For instance, because magic relies on mental imagery, it tends to be imprecise. It is better at destruction than creation. You can create a block of ice but not an ice sculpture. You can break a wall but not create a smooth one. Magic, it seemed, was not the omnipotent force the world made it out to be. It was merely a system of techniques. I mastered it as a hobby, despite understanding all this, however. Merlin concluded the lesson with a dry chuckle. Chapter 10, Passage of Time, 2. As the year came to a close, a clear gap had emerged between the three of us and the rest of the students. In matters related to magic, I was always on top, while in everything else, Leo consistently held the lead. As for Curio, it's tough being sandwiched between two monsters like you. She could only wryly comment. When it came to magic, both Leo and Curio would seek my advice, and for everything else, Curio and I learned a lot from Leo. That was a major reason why we stood out from the other students. But it's not like we hoarded knowledge among ourselves. None of the other students ever came to ask me for tips. They resented Leo and me, especially me, for our good grades and talked about us behind our backs. Bob was the exception, openly hurling insults at us. Leo and Curio, on the other hand, would often ask questions and sincerely listen to my advice. That was the difference. But maybe, from another perspective, the other students' reactions were more natural. Imagine it, an insignificant commoner suddenly surpasses the nobles, showcasing top-notch skills, and even receives favor from an influential person like Merlin. That must be frustrating. On the other hand, it's strange that Leo and Curio, both nobles, would humbly seek advice from me and follow it. Pondering this, I once asked them if they were okay with seeking guidance from a commoner. With a self-deprecating tone, Curio responded, "Being a noble is just a formality for me. Our house is on the brink of disappearing anyway. Personally, I don't care about whether someone is a noble or a commoner." And then, Leo laughed. "You excel in areas where I do not. It would be absurd not to acknowledge that. It's only natural to seek advice and learn from those who are superior in certain aspects." "That's surprising, Leo. I mean, you seem so prideful." "Nonsense. My pride isn't so fragile that it would be wounded just because I acknowledge that you surpass me in some aspects. I am the fist, and you are the sword." "Ha! It's a metaphor. By acknowledging that the sword is stronger than the fist, does the value of the fist diminish?" Smiling, Leo said just that. What he said was correct. While I was unmatched in magic, Leo excelled in everything else. Perhaps it was his ogre blood, but his physical abilities were extraordinary. Even when I enhanced myself to the limit with magic, I still got thoroughly beaten by Leo in hand-to-hand combat training. That's when I realized the true meaning of being outmatched. In classroom learning as well, Leo topped everyone but me in subjects other than magic. During history lessons, he would display a depth of knowledge and understanding that overwhelmed even the teachers. With Leo tutoring me and Curio in his free time, it was inevitable that our grades would improve. Thus, by the end of the year, Leo was first in overall grades, I was second, and Kiryu was third. Transitioning into the second year, the days of smooth sailing from our first year took a sharp turn into a series of shocks. It's not that my academic performance dropped or that my relationship with Leo and Kiryu worsened. The harassment from the other students actually decreased, though Bob was as hostile as ever. The reason I was shocked was because, in our second year, we began studying Shark's detective system and the methods of criminal investigation. Unlike a police organization, individuals would investigate cases. I was initially thrilled to delve into this, but from there, it was one shock after the other. What baffled me was the sloppiness of it all. Suspects were identified based on found evidence and motive alone, followed by coercion to extract a confession. Once that was done, they were handed over to the judiciary, and that was that. The investigation was complete. The credibility of the evidence was never questioned, and proper investigation procedures and steps were non-existent. There was no trace of the logic and reasoning I had dreamed of. That was the current state of affairs. I was foolish. I realized that immediately. It was a mistake to think that logic and reasoning would have a place in the investigative world of this personal, subjective world. A deeper look revealed that the legendary detectives who solved major cases each had their own effective methodologies, but if these weren't shared, then they weren't passed down or systematized. As a result, investigative techniques hadn't advanced at all. I had misunderstood. Even the famous detectives I admired operated within systems where there were police organizations, systematic investigations, and protocols. And yet, they solved cases that slipped through the cracks of those systems. In other words, organized investigations, standardized procedures, methodologies, and scientific techniques for examination were all prerequisites. These were so fundamental that they often went unnoticed in detective novels or were overshadowed by logic and reasoning. This isn't merely a matter of my personal interests. With investigations conducted in this manner, we're practically parading through a carnival of wrongful convictions and perfect crimes. The crime records speak for themselves. Countless cases remain unsolved or cast doubt on the guilt of those convicted. In fact, such cases are likely in the majority, a realization that struck me with sheer dismay. Something must be done about this. I felt a pressing urgency at that moment. It's not out of vanity or self-importance, but with the memories of my previous life, I believe there's something unique that only I can accomplish. And so, from the second half of my sophomore year, I dedicated myself to this task. First and foremost, I needed a set of standards. I recalled my conversation with Leo about mystery quizzes and his impressions of them. Determining what is reasonable is imperative. What conditions must be met to deem someone the perpetrator? What kind of evidence can be considered credible? These questions and more demanded universal criteria applicable to all, the very antithesis of individualism. Next came the standardization of procedures and methods, determining the correct approach to investigations. For this, I incorporated the techniques I'd cultivated during my time as a detective. Report writing, in particular, received attention. I created a template for documenting cases, believing that standardizing the format of our records could make a significant difference. As for the actual investigative methods and techniques, I acknowledged my limitations, given my background as a mystery enthusiast turned detective. Instead, I set up a process to gather, systematize, and optimize the various effective investigative techniques employed by detectives in this world. Indeed, there is nothing quite like drawing upon the wisdom of those who have gone before us. Even though it was still riddled with holes, by the time a rough overall picture had formed, the second year had somehow come to an end, and we were in our third year. In a corner of the cafeteria, the usual trio of us had gathered. "So, you're done with yours? Show us, show us." Naturally, the first people I showed my newly completed draft to were Leo and Kiryu. Until then, I hadn't shown it to anyone out of embarrassment, secretly writing in my dorm room alone. "Wow, you've written about all sorts of changes." Kiryu, who had gradually become more approachable, commented as she read. "Right. I tried to step outside the box and go against the usual norms of Shoak, no, Pangaea. It might be a bit too progressive for me to understand." Kiryu pondered, while Leo, on the other hand, had been silent the whole time. Leo, I'd like to hear your thoughts or advice. I'm thinking of using this as a springboard for my graduation thesis. Even when I urged him, Leo didn't respond. Finding this strange, I looked at him closely. Leo, his eyes wide open, was trembling all over while still looking at my draft. Pteh. It was my first time seeing Leo like this, and as I stood there, bewildered. Woo dash. Suddenly, Leo roared and ran off. Kirio and I exchanged puzzled glances. Then, in a matter of seconds, Leo was back, running at an incredible pace, clutching a few sheets of paper in his hand. Read this. With that, Leo thrust the papers at me. Ah, okay. I felt compelled to take them and started reading. And then, my eyes widened. It appeared to be a draft of Leo's thesis. It was about Shark's current judicial system, proposing a reform. And the proposal was incredible. First, it suggested changing the current situation where clergymen and nobles reign as judges. It proposed making dedicated judges a qualified profession. Yes, it completely transformed the judge's role, which was currently seen as a sublime duty, into a profession. Just the idea itself was amazing. I, with memories of the previous world, could come up with something like this, but for someone born in this world to think of it was astounding. I was impressed. Moreover, it proposed changing the current judges' biased judgments to ones based on universal and clearly defined standards, suggesting a substantial revision of the laws for this purpose. Up to this point, there were parallels to my own proposals for reforming criminal investigations. But what truly astonished me was what came after. The thesis proved that this reform proposal was not merely a flight of fancy but a historical inevitability and in accordance with divine will, citing a vast amount of literature, scriptures, and history. Its persuasiveness was on a completely different level from my own thesis. Incredible. I couldn't help but mutter. Compared to this, my own thesis was nothing more than wild speculation. Don't be stupid. Compared to yours, mine is just empty talk. But Leo, with a biting look on his face, said that. It was the first time I had seen such a face on him, and both Kirio and I were surprised. Anger and jealousy were unmistakably expressed on his face. This thesis lacks any concreteness. Changing just the court system is impossible. The court is a place for judgment. Making it universal and rational is useless if the objects and materials being judged remain antiquated. I knew that, but... Leo glanced at my thesis with annoyance and then looked back at me. His eyes were a mix of respect and jealousy. You bloody genius. So you were working on that part. It's really good to have become friends with you. My piece still has a long way to go. Unlike yours, it lacks any persuasiveness. That's fine. Let's work on making it persuasive together. In return, let me revise my thesis using your proposal on investigation. Oh, yeah. Sure, go ahead. Really, what a strange story. It seems like our theses are two halves of a whole. But with this and Merlin's backing, along with my position as a noble, perhaps our theses could change this country. With that, Leo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, Leo. Kirio spoke up. What is it? Leo's expression suddenly returned to calm. You've been acting differently since a while ago. Are you that obsessed with judicial reform? No. Leo shook his head plainly. What I am obsessed with is reform itself. I am a genius. Suddenly, Leo started saying such things. I have been blessed with family background, physical strength, and intelligence. Everything. I have power. Those with power have missions. Obligations. Don't you think? Hence your proposal of judicial reform? To my question, Leo smiled slyly. No. In other words, it's my duty to change the world. The means don't matter. I just want to try changing the world. Chapter 11, Midnight Venture, 1. With a mere month left until the graduation ceremony, I find myself spending my days in utter normalcy. Even in assassination, magic alone doesn't hold much sway, Merlin lectured, delving into the intricate relationship between magic and assassination. It was almost a private lesson, only Leo and I attended. I requested to be taught these arcane subjects, arguing that the knowledge was necessary for criminal investigation. To my delight, Merlin agreed without hesitation. Magic takes time to cast, and its range isn't all that great. Hence, one might think, why not use it for assassinations? The idea has been around for ages. If you can chant without being noticed at close range, you could launch a one-sided attack, nullifying the disadvantages of magic. It sounds straightforward enough. Sounds straightforward, but it's wrong, isn't it? Leo playfully interjected. Correct. Firstly, there's the issue of instantaneous firepower necessary for assassination. Only a handful of individuals who have mastered magic can instantly kill a target. From this point of view, magic is not suited for assassination. If you aim to master something for such an act, you'd be better off carrying a hidden knife. What about situations where, even at close range, a knife wouldn't suffice for an assassination? At my query, Merlin responded, Are you talking about assassinations through walls? Well, if there's a peephole or a window, you could just throw a knife. It's far easier to master the art of throwing knives than to master magic to such an extent that you could kill in that situation. And if there are no peepholes or windows? Leo pressed further. That's out of the question. Are you suggesting to assassinate using magic without knowing the situation on the other side of the wall? Impossible. For one simple reason, the magic wouldn't activate. This ties back to its short range. If you don't have a clear understanding of the surroundings where the magic is to be used, it won't work. Really? I didn't know that, I exclaimed, as I had never tested it. Leo, on the other hand, just nodded silently. It seems he has tried it before. There are two reasons for this. First, magic is all about imagination. If you can't visualize the surroundings where you're casting the spell, you have to imagine that as well, which makes the amount you need to visualize enormously large. Second, magic won't take shape if the imagination is too far removed from reality. Ah, I see. That made sense. I nodded in understanding. That's something I've tried before. Trying desperately to imagine a cold flame or a block of hot ice, I realized such things just couldn't be created. Similarly, in this world, a certain level of anatomical knowledge has developed, and unless you imagine the true structure of the human body, recovery and enhancement spells don't work well. Incidentally, the structure of the human body seemed to be the same as in my world. Anyway, although science isn't very advanced, scientific laws still firmly exist in the background, and attempting to create phenomena that go against these laws with magic is bound to fail. In short, even if I imagine the scene on the other side of the wall and try to use magic, if it doesn't match the reality, the spell won't activate. The more I hear, the more inconvenient magic seems. Leo couldn't help but murmur, "Of course. That's what makes researching it so fascinating," Merlin declared, his raspy voice filled with enthusiasm, and with that, the lesson ended. Exiting the classroom after the lesson, we ran into Kirio, who seemed to have finished her class as well. "Hey, Kirio." "Ah, Van, Leo." Kirio, her demeanor mellower than before, hurried over to us. "You done with class, too?" I asked, to which she responded with a nod. "Yeah, sort of." Kirio had been specializing in studying medicine and anatomy. Influenced by our papers, she had taken it upon herself to revolutionize the field of medical treatment and recovery magic, which up until now had relied heavily on intuition and lacked systematization. "I'm going to save a lot of people with this," she'd passionately declare. "You're like a puppy," Leo commented from behind me, his words laced with amusement. What was that? Kirio shot Leo a sharp look, her usual fierceness making a brief comeback. Unfazed, Leo simply grinned even wider. "Speaking of which, Van, that book is quite the talk of the town." "Ah, yeah, that." I couldn't help but feel bashful, scratching my cheek awkwardly. That book referred to the joint work between Leo and me. Since the day we exchanged our draft papers, we have been pushing each other to refine our theses. Eventually, we decided to share our work with others. I took our papers to Merlin, who I knew would appreciate them, while Leo, utilizing his position as the head of the Ball family, introduced our work to several influential nobles. However, the result was a disaster. While the noble families praised Leo's work as befitting the Ball family's young master, they essentially ignored it in practice. On the other hand, Merlin had taken a great liking to our papers, calling them texts that could change the world. But even with his endorsement, the court showed no interest in discussing our work. They must be scared, Leo had commented. The old, conservative systems that dominated the country were challenged by the radical new ideas presented in our papers. But Leo didn't stop there. He obtained Merlin's permission to publish our papers as a general book under both of our names, utilizing the full influence of the Ball family to do so. Just days ago, it had lined the shelves of ordinary bookshops. The book, Investigations and Trials Are Dead, swiftly became the talk of the town. Moreover, Leo had obsessively argued throughout more than half of its pages that his new proposal was in accordance with the divine teachings, fortifying his claims with a thoroughly armored theory. This effort bore fruit, as even within the church, whispers about the book began to spread. The nobles, for sure, could not ignore a book that was stirring conversations among the commoners and the church alike. Seriously, Leo had a knack not only for power but for, perhaps, engaging in a good brawl. That's the hot topic. It's quite flattering. Now, it will be quite the spectacle to see how the rotten nobility reacts, Leo said with a sly grin, closing his eyes. He was likely simulating his next moves, what strategies they would employ and how he would counter to get his paper acknowledged. But the news delivered that night was something not even Leo's simulations had accounted for. During supper in the dormitory dining hall, Leo, Kirio, and I, the usual trio, were joined by an unusual visitor. Merlin strode into the hall. Ha! I was the first to notice and couldn't help but call out, prompting Merlin, his black robe trailing behind him, to make his way over to our table. There you are. I've been looking for you. Why is the headmaster here? Asked Kirio, surprised. Ah, good timing. Van, Leo, you must be aware of how your published thesis has become quite the sensation. Oh, well, of course, I admitted, uncertainty creeping into my voice. It seems to have drawn some unexpected attention. Kirio, you're involved in this too. Me? Why, sir? Kirio blinked in confusion. And understandably so. You're all aware of the award ceremony a week before graduation for the top students. Of course. This year, it's me, Leo, Kirio, and that idiot son of Messin. Bob just barely made the cut, I hear. Leo chuckled with an air of amusement. It seemed that Bob's predicament had struck a funny chord with him. Apparently unable to stomach being outdone by us, Bob had indeed become an amusing spectacle in his desperate scramble to catch up academically at the last moment. He didn't just barely make it, he actually surpassed me in the overall scores at the last minute. I have to give him credit for his persistence, Kirio sighed. Still, Bob's inclusion was a surprise to me. Though he had the attitude and the inflated ego of a proud noble, he also possessed talent and a willingness to work hard. An odd chap, indeed. Yes, you four. And this year, we will have a guest at the ceremony. A guest? Leo raised an eyebrow. I guess this was news to him, too. The king has expressed a desire to meet the authors of such a renowned book. The king of Shoark himself, along with the queen and the princess regarded as the saint's reincarnation. I was stunned. My reaction was expected, but the responses of my companions, Leo and Kirio, were truly a sight to behold. Kirio turned pale, freezing on the spot. Rather, upon closer inspection, one could see her trembling in fine, uncontrollable shivers. Leo, usually bold and composed, simply stared at Merlin, eyes wide with disbelief. Trying to involve the church might have backfired. Or perhaps it has worked in your favor, Merlin mused, watching our astonished expressions with evident amusement. Without waiting for a reply, he left the dining hall, his laughter trailing behind him. Shock had rooted us to the spot, and we silently watched his departing figure. We were not the only ones frozen. The other students dining around us, who must have overheard our conversation, also ceased their movements. And then, an uproar ensued. Dragging the still-dazed Leo and Kirio, I made a hasty retreat from the dining hall. I can't believe it. To have an audience with the king, the queen, and even Princess Victi, Kirio murmured as she stumbled into my room, seeking temporary refuge. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her eyes drifted absently into the void. For a noble, it seems the chance to meet with royalty is of such significance. I found myself realizing this anew. It seems trying to involve the church, as Merlin advised, backfired on us, Leo remarked, reclaiming his usual composure as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. What do you mean? It's about Princess Victi. She's a member of the royal family, yet also heralded as the reincarnation of the saint. The church sees her as vital. Get it? Likely, the royal family's participation in the upcoming ceremony, princess included, results from a tug-of-war between the power-hungry nobles and the equally covetous clergy. It's a testament to the attention our paper has garnered. Both factions are using it to try and pull each other down. The sordid power struggle between the world's secular rulers and the church's clergy while maintaining a facade of mutual respect was a well-known fact. So, that's it. The paper has become a battleground for influence between the crown and the church. As a result, Princess Victi, key to both parties, has also been drawn in. Some of the nobility will probably attend, and I expect the church's lot to join under the pretense of safeguarding the princess, a reincarnation of the saint. You'd do well to stay alert, said Leo, his forehead creased with intense concentration. His mind was surely racing through the possibilities of how to leverage the controversial thesis to gain the favor of the royal and ecclesiastical elite. Who cares about that? It's Princess Victi, the reincarnation of Saint Phaecia. It's an honor beyond compare, Kirio cooed, twirling about the room with a giggle unfit for her stature. Leo glanced at Kirio with a look that bordered on disdain. You find it that honorable to meet Princess Victi? I've known her since childhood. She's not that impressive. If anything, I pity her. His gaze shifted to something distant. Perhaps it was the solemnity in his voice, but Kirio stopped her frivolous dance and asked, Pity? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. She's been deprived of freedom since birth because she's the spitting image of Phaecia, enclosed by the church as a saint and used by her parents as a conduit to the clergy. A pitiable woman. For the mere reason that she shares the saint's visage, she's not allowed to reveal her face to anyone but a select few. Oh, I see. The church forbids idolatry, therefore, neither the likeness of God nor Saint Phaecia can be seen or depicted. And by extension, this applies to the princess, hailed as the living portrait of the saint. But wait, something's amiss. At the same time, Kirio tilted her head in confusion. When you think about it, it's strange. How can they say Princess Victi is the spitting image of the saint when no one knows what the saint looked like? Exactly. Until now, it wasn't a tale that had touched me personally, so I hadn't questioned it, but now that I considered it, it was peculiar. That's weird. Van aside, I thought you would have known, Kirio. Leo responded with an expression of disbelief to Kirio's query. I would have thought that even a noble from a house on the brink of obscurity would have caught wind of the rumors. With that, Leo abruptly stopped speaking and closed his eyes. It seemed he was deep in his thoughts again. Hey, I called out, but he didn't respond. Right. After a while, he muttered, eyes opening again. Okay, that's what I'll do. What are you talking about? With a twitch betraying his unease at Leo's ominous mannerisms, Kirio posed her question, yet. Just talking to myself. Anyway, Kirio. Suddenly, Leo narrowed his eyes, curling just one side of his mouth in a semblance of a smile. It was an unusual, almost malicious smirk. What? I suggest you drop the eager to meet the royalty and princess act. Do you plan on being shackled by your noble status forever? If that's the case, you won't be able to assert your own will. If you care too much about your house, pushing through unreasonable demands will be tough. What? I don't understand. Are you stupid or something? Kirio's eyes were red with anger. She was trembling from head to toe, her face flushed. And with that, she stormed out of the room. Left in stunned silence by Kirio's sudden change of attitude and exit, I was brought back to my senses when I might have been too cruel with my words. Well, I should be going, too. Leo left the room next. Then, there was just me, standing there, dumbfounded. Chapter 12. Midnight Venture, 2. As I thought, the situation is puzzling. With the two of them gone, I find myself deep in thought and restless in my room. As a mystery enthusiast, I couldn't just leave things as they were, shrouded in uncertainty. Before I knew it, I was knocking on Leo's door, unable to contain my curiosity any longer. "Ah, come on in. Sorry to barge in. What is all this?" Leo's room was filled to the brim with glasses containing liquids of various colors. "Oh, I've recently taken up an interest in concocting medicines. It's quite fascinating, really. Don't mind the mess, just come in." Leo is known for having diverse interests, diving headfirst, and mastering them at an impressive pace. When he took up painting, he locked himself in his room for weeks, only emerging to attend classes, and even managed to win an award at a competition that year. During his sculpting phase, his room was cluttered with blocks of stone, and when he got into cooking, he secretly worked at one of the most popular restaurants in the royal capital. This one, I think, might make the body incredibly resilient with just one sip. "Wanna try it?" Leo offered, holding out a glass filled with a bubbling, scarlet liquid. "I think I'll pass. Why don't you try it yourself?" "I'm not quite that confident in it. I was hoping you'd be my test subject." "No matter, I'll just sneak it into Bob's drink later," he said casually, placing the glass back on the table. "So, what brings you here?" "Well, about Kirio, you see." "Oh, that. You're confused about our exchange earlier?" "Yeah." I nodded honestly. "It's nothing strange. Being overjoyed to meet the king and Victi is a typical noble value. I was just teasing her that she wouldn't be able to convey her true feelings with such an attitude. Forgive me, I meant it more as a push in the back than a tease." "No need to apologize." "But, what do you mean by feelings?" Leo's eyes widened in shock at that moment, and his mouth fell open, an incredibly vulnerable expression for someone like him. Even when we talked about the awards ceremony in the dining hall, he didn't look this surprised. "Have you not noticed?" "Notice what?" "That Kirio is in love with you." "Ha!" I heard him clearly, but the meaning didn't quite register, so I asked again. "Like I said, she's in love with you. From what I've heard, it started when you saved her from Bob during your first meeting. It seems like it was love at first sight." No, I shook my head. "Kirio? In love with me? I hadn't seen any signs of that." She glared at me with bloodshot eyes back then as if she wanted to kill me, you know. She was probably trying to hold back tears and put on a brave face while being fascinated by the knight who saved her. But even after that, she continued to glare at me. "That's because she was worried and kept glancing at you. Even now, we're just normal friends. Her attitude doesn't suggest anything more. Think about it. She used to be bound by her family, parents, and status as a noble, hiding behind a masculine facade. Now, she's softened up so much. And why is that? It's because you've been by her side." Well, sure, Kirio had become significantly friendlier than when we first met. But if that's the case, maybe you, Leo, are the one she's interested in. I threw out this desperate suggestion, but I can tell whether someone is interested in me or not. Unlike you. Leo quickly shot it down. But is it really true? Having had few friends, let alone a lover, in my previous world, this was hard to believe. Then again, looking back, it made sense. I was the kind of person who could only talk about mysteries. It's true, I assure you. But because of this, Kirio is suffering right now. Suffering? Why? That was something I couldn't ignore. I straightened up, a serious expression on my face. Her family. She's bound by her declining house and her parents, who can't see the reality of the situation. She probably believes that forming a close relationship with a commoner is unacceptable. She could abandon her noble status, and everything would be resolved, but she can't do that. Even if losing her status is inevitable, she still can't make that decision. Her parents, huh? My mood dropped at the thought. Yes. She continues to disguise herself as a man for their sake. She can't betray them. The room fell into a deep silence. I didn't know what to say, and Leo just quietly watched my face, waiting for my reaction. Can't we do something, Leo? I know it's strange asking you for help. My voice, filled with desperation, trailed off. I don't really care if she dates me or not, but is there any way to free Kirio from her family? In the end, it's all up to her. If she decides to let go, she can do it any time. If she doesn't, there's nothing we can do. Leo's blunt words left me downcast. However, unexpectedly, Leo continued speaking. There is a way to change her perspective, though. Wait a week. I lifted my face and saw Leo winking smugly. A week later, at midnight, I found myself summoned by Leo. Dress comfortably and meet me in the courtyard, he had instructed. Since I generally dress casually, I didn't think much of it and headed straight to the courtyard. Hey! Leo was already there, dressed inconspicuously, a stark contrast to his usual self. Meanwhile, Kirio Lafleur was clad in her typical snug-fitting jacket and pants. Kirio, you're dressed as usual, I see, I remarked. This is the most comfortable outfit for me, she responded. You just didn't want to be seen looking shabby, didn't you? Leo interjected with a chuckle. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Kirio retorted, flustered, then quickly changed the subject. So, what's this all about, Leo? What's about to start? I, unlike you two, haven't finished my thesis yet and was planning to pull an all-nighter. She glared at Leo with intense eyes. I heard from Merlin that your thesis is coming along quite well. You've been collecting and categorizing data from various medical records, haven't you? That's right. That's why I'm sleep-deprived, Kirio responded, punctuating her statement with a yawn. I've got something to show you that'll blow your sleepiness away, Leo declared confidently. Something that amazing? I couldn't help but feel excited. My voice was unconsciously filled with anticipation. Leo had never let us down before. Oh yes, definitely. So, my friends, first things first, let's sneak out of this school. Wait a minute, it's strictly forbidden to leave the premises after curfew at the military academy. That is correct, Leo agreed, nodding. That's why I used the term sneak out, didn't I? Thus, under Leo's leadership, we snuck out of the military academy in the middle of the night. He guided us through the quiet streets of the royal capital, deliberately choosing paths with fewer people. What if we run into muggers? Kirio voiced her concerns. Don't worry about it. Most of them will be taken down by Van's magic. His powers are off the charts. And if that doesn't work, I'll take them down with my fists. True. If Leo punched them, they'd be out cold in no time. As we moved through the quiet streets, Leo began to speak. You asked something a week ago, didn't you, Kirio? Why Princess Victi is said to be the living image of Saint Phaecia? Oh, right, that. Kirio nodded in agreement. Of course, there's a reason for that. A simple reason. There exists something that preserves the likeness of Saint Phaecia. What? That doesn't make any sense. I inadvertently raised my voice, causing it to echo through the quiet streets. But isn't idolatry forbidden? I quickly lowered my voice. True. But most nobles have heard rumors that an image of Phaecia exists. It seems like Kirio didn't know, though. My family might be nobility, but you know. With a self-deprecating smile, Kirio continued to walk. And that image does indeed exist. Only a handful of influential nobles, royals, and high-ranking clergy get to see it, sadly. You know about the yearly Foundation Festival, right? Yeah, the Foundation Festival. It commemorates the day when Saint Phaecia is believed to have founded Shoark. There is a ceremony during the Foundation Festival where influential individuals gather in a special room located in the basement of the Grand Cathedral to pray for Shoark's prosperity for the coming year. Did you know about that? No, I didn't. Shoark Grand Cathedral is situated at the heart of the royal capital. It's the headquarters of the church, and its size rivals that of the royal castle. I had visited a few times on days off. It's an imposing building that allows you to feel the church's power just by looking at it. I've heard something about it. Kirio seemed to be searching her memory. The place of prayer is, we turn right here. Leo glides through the pitch-dark alleyways, deftly taking a right at the crossroads. That place of prayer happens to be where the statue of Fascia is located. It's said to be the only place where one can lay eyes upon the likeness of the saint. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. But isn't that strange? If idolatry is forbidden, why would there be an image of Fascia in the basement of the church's main cathedral? I voiced my confusion, and Leo responded without turning back. It's simple. The image isn't considered to be made by human hands. An image not made by humans? That's right. According to the legend, Fascia turned herself into stone in the end to serve as the foundation for our nation. The object in the Grand Cathedral's basement is said to be Saint Fascia herself, turned to stone. It's a ridiculous story if you ask me. Oh. Kirio seemed utterly astonished, her eyes wide with surprise. Wait a second, following that line of thought. A bad premonition crossed my mind. And right then, Leo stopped walking. Here we are. At the end of a narrow, dark alley, a towering wall loomed over us, so high it would hurt your neck just to look up at it. Over this wall is the back of the Grand Cathedral. How did he know such a thing? I wanted to ask, but another question forced its way out first. How are we supposed to get over this thing? The wall was almost completely smooth, offering no handholds, and in the dark, it looked to be well over 20 meters tall. Van, with your magical prowess, it's not impossible to climb this if you push your body to its limits, I was told nonchalantly. However, I was unsure. Even if I succeeded, I was certain to be wrecked with muscle pain throughout my entire body the next day. Hey, it's fine for you and Van, but what about me? Kirio interjected with a complaint that seemed only natural. No problem, Leo responded, grabbing Kirio by the collar and lifting her effortlessly. Hey, what are you trying to do? This will be over quickly. Holding Kirio effortlessly in one hand, Leo began to climb the wall with ease using his other hand and both legs. This can't be real, I murmured involuntarily. He seemed to be finding holds in the slightest indentations and protrusions on the wall and using them to climb up. Even though Kirio was light, who could climb a wall with one hand while carrying a person? Despite being magically enhanced, it was beyond human capability. Even with the influence of ogre blood, such preposterous physical prowess and agility are beyond the norm. Before I knew it, Leo had reached the top of the wall and crossed over, leaving me behind without waiting. Hey, I'm being left behind. Crap. I don't even know the way back. Determined, I focused on my muscles and channeled my mana through them. All right, I can do this. After all, I'm considered a prodigious mage at the academy. I can't let myself be defeated here. My entire body shook, and I was panting heavily, but I finally managed to reach the other side of the wall about an hour later. You're slow, Leo commented nonchalantly as he waited on the other side, but I was too out of breath to argue. All I could do was breathe heavily. Climbing the wall while carrying someone and doing it with such ease, Leo was definitely not human. I simply collapsed onto the ground. We had arrived in a narrow space, sandwiched between the back of the cathedral's walls, and the tall stone walls surrounding the cathedral's grounds. Hey, are you okay? Kirio bent down, looking worried, but I was too exhausted to respond. I admit, the route is a bit hardcore, but it's the only one I've found that allows us to sneak into the heavily guarded cathedral. A bit hardcore? I managed to speak, finally catching my breath. All right, our goal isn't just to come to the cathedral. If that was the case, we could have just entered through the front during the daytime. Follow me. I wanted to stay lying down when Leo, with a sense of urgency, dragged me to my feet and strode ahead purposefully. We made our way to the towering walls of the Grand Cathedral, constructed of what were known as grey blocks. It's here, he said, squatting down and placing his hand on one of the grey blocks. HMP. And gave it a push. I wondered what that was for, but before I could finish my thought, there was a thud, and the block sank in. I stared wide-eyed as the block crumbled, creating a hole in the Grand Cathedral's wall. It was just big enough for a child to crawl through. That should do it, Leo said, arranging the crumbled blocks neatly beside the hole. We'll need to put it back later. No, that's not what I mean. This. Are you aware of the gravity of what you've done? Or rather, is it possible that you're the one who prepared this hole during the past week? I have many questions, but fearing the answers might lead to serious consequences, I kept my mouth shut. It's a bit cramped, but bear with it, he said, lying down and crawling through the hole. His body looked too big for the hole, but he managed to twist and turn, maneuvering through with ease. Kirio and I exchanged uncertain glances. I felt just as unsure as she looked. But there was no turning back now. In for a penny, in for a pound. I nodded at Kirio and followed Leo through the hole. I could hear her entering the hole behind me. Once through the hole in the wall, the space remained cramped. It seemed to be the underbelly of the cathedral, a narrow space where Leo moved like a snake. I followed him as best as I could. We occasionally heard the sounds of patrols overhead, which made us tense, but Leo moved forward unfazed, winding through the passage like a snake's trail up and down, twisting, then descending once more until finally, we've arrived. With those words from Leo, our journey reached its end. Whoa, what is this place? Rising to my feet in the expansive space, I saw a vast, dim hall. Apparently, the opening we had emerged from served as a vent to this grand chamber. We finally made it, Kirio said, following close behind me. The hall was vast, and although I couldn't see its full extent due to the darkness, it seemed as large as the dining hall in our dormitory, capable of accommodating around 50 people at tables. However, only a few torches were placed at intervals, casting a dim light across the room. This is the room I told you about, where the royal family, powerful nobles, and the clergy gather to pray for the nation's prosperity. We need to head over there, Leo directed, pointing towards the center of the room with his chin. There was something massive there, faintly illuminated by the flickering torchlight. However, it was hard to see clearly. Unconsciously, I found myself drawn toward it. Kirio, following suit, trailed behind me. As we drew closer, the contours became clearer. It was a statue. Indeed, it was a statue, which meant, just as I suspected. We were about 10 steps away from the statue when, if you go any further, you'll be closer than the king himself ever gets. Leo's voice halted both Kirio and me in our tracks. Ha! I turned around, perplexed. During the Foundation Festival's prayer, this is as close as anyone can get to that statue. It's the king's designated spot. Leo approached us, still smiling. Does it intimidate you? Surely not you, Van. You're not one to care about such formalities. What about you, Kirio? Looking over, I saw Kirio trembling. Was it the absurdity of our situation or the daunting realization of where we were? There's no need to force yourself. You can see it just fine from here. Look, take a good look at the face of the saint and the face that belongs to Princess Victi as well. As if under a hypnotic spell, Kirio and I simultaneously shifted our gaze from Leo to the statue. And there it was, right before our eyes. It was a statue of a young woman, slender yet tall, with a robust frame. Her face was an enigma, a blend of both handsome youth and delicate beauty. She appeared both like a fierce warrior and an untainted maiden. Perhaps the sword in her right hand added to that impression. She was draped in a single, smooth piece of cloth that seemed to embody the tranquil surface of a lake. Her hair, tied up, seemed meticulously carved down to every strand, and even her nape looked meticulously crafted. Indeed, it was an incredibly detailed statue. One could believe it was the saint herself turned to stone. What do you think, Kirio? Ha! Lost in thought and standing agape at the statue, Kirio was brought back to reality by Leo's voice. It's just a statue, isn't it? Not going to come to life and punish us for sneaking in here, right? Leo shrugged. The things the nobility cherish, the so-called faith of the clergy, it all boils down to this. A mere statue. Once you see it in person, it all seems so trivial. And then, with an unexpectedly kind expression, Leo continued. Be true to yourself. There's something far more important than this mere statue, isn't there? Ha! Blinking in disbelief, Kirio stared at Leo, glanced back at the statue, and then back to Leo. Wait, are you saying you brought us here just to tell us that? Yup. Leo nodded, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I, on the other hand, felt my legs give way beneath me. There are safer and easier ways to say that. especially considering we had been prepared to face death just to get over that wall. Chem? Really? I thought it was fun. Leo's nonchalant response made me realize, yet again, just how eccentric he was. This isn't a joke. Let's go back. Kiryu, shivering, managed to say. Her face had turned pale. She was probably scared. That's so? Well, let's head back then. So, Leo, how are we getting back? I asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Of course, the same way we came in. We'll climb over that wall again. And so, we retraced our steps back to where we came from. By the time we had sneaked back into the school, the day had already started to break. We parted ways in the courtyard. I'll need some time to consider whether I want to keep hanging out with you, I told Leo, resentment in my voice. My body was already quivering, and I knew I'd be immobile by the next day. Seriously, you're unbelievable. Kiryu was angry, too, but then she softly added, but you did it for me as well. So, thanks. Hey, don't mention it. See you around. With a sly grin, Leo made his swift exit from the courtyard. I, too, turned to head back to my room, and just as I said, well then, and turned my back to Kiryu, my legs gave out, and I nearly fell. Careful. Kiryu rushed to support me. I was about to say something, but my words and thoughts froze. Was it a divine prank or Saint Phaeacia's revenge? Kiryu and I ended up in an embrace. Soft. Despite her masculine attire, the touch confirmed without a doubt the softness and warmth of a girl. I should apologize and move away. That would be the right thing to do. But my body wasn't responding well, and I was too flustered to find the words. Stay like this. Kiryu spoke. I'll carry you to your room like this. You can't move, right? Her neck was flushed red as she spoke, yet she maintained her grip and carried me all the way to my room. I'm not particularly heavy, but it must have been strenuous for her. Nevertheless, she carried me in silence, her face as red as ever. Sorry about this. We finally reached the front of my room, and I managed to stand on my own. Truth be told, I could have done so a bit earlier, but I was too stunned to move. It's okay, after all, like Leo said. Her face still downcast, Kiryu spoke quickly. Be true to yourself. So, I thought this was a good chance. Hey, Kiryu. Anyway, bye. Without waiting for my response, she ran off. I stood there for a while, dumbfounded, watching her leave. Eventually, I entered my room and collapsed onto my bed. In many ways, this had been an unforgettable day. With that thought, I fell into a deep sleep. Until the moment I lost consciousness, Kiryu's face lingered in my mind. For some reason, the saint's face never appeared even once. Chapter 13, to the award ceremony. And so, the day has arrived. Morning has come. The sky is clear, befitting the cheerful day, its blue hue tinged with white. Yet, as if reflecting the paleness of the sky, it is unbearably cold. Why does it have to be like this? It's freezing. I shiver on the school grounds. Bear with it. It's always like this at Shoak around this season. You should know that. Be grateful that it doesn't look like it's going to snow, says Leo, standing beside me, poised and composed. It's finally time, huh? Kiryu is shivering as well, but her trembling is likely due to nerves rather than the cold. PFF, a commoner and a woman excelling at the military academy. Shoak is really going downhill, Bob spews venomously, standing a little away from the three of us. Shut up, dumbass, I retort simply. Do you even realize who you're talking to? He quickly retorts, his face turning red. In the end, Bob remained Bob for all 3 years. By the way, we are dressed as usual. This seems to be a directive from the royal side. They want us to be comfortable and not to fuss over their attendance, or so it seems. That's asking for a bit much if you ask me. Cease this bickering, Merlin, our escort, says tiredly. Well, he might actually be tired. Considering the group he's with and the thought of meeting the royal family, it's enough to tire anyone out. At that moment, several carriages enter the school grounds, one after the other. These are not the open-type carriages we often see at Shoak, but covered carriages designed to keep the passengers out of sight. Our ride's here, Leo says with a confident smile. Our thesis, yours and mine, is going to change the world. Yes, the day has finally arrived. The day to meet the king and queen, and the princess who is the saint's reincarnation. The day of the awards ceremony for outstanding students. Leo, Kirio, Bob, and we have all gathered here today, a week before our graduation. We are now headed to the venue where the awards ceremony is held every year. It is located a bit outside the capital, in a place that used to be the old military academy before it was moved 300 years ago. The old site has been renovated into a venue with tradition, so I've heard. According to Leo, who has seen it before, it is about the size of a medium-sized hotel in the capital, 2 stories high, with more than 10 rooms. On the first floor, there is a great hall where graduation ceremonies are usually held, but since the awards ceremony is a small gathering, it is held in a cathedral that is built like an annex to the main venue. We are divided into pairs to board the carriages, and I end up in the same carriage as Leo. Once inside, the covered design makes it harder to see the outside scenery than in other carriages I've been in. In fact, it feels like my world has narrowed down. Perhaps because of this environment, I find myself focusing more on my conversation with Leo than on the scenery outside. The chapel might be called a chapel, but it's actually just a small, round stone room sitting on the ground. Inside, there's a small symbol. Leo starts explaining about the chapel as our carriage begins to move. Incidentally, by symbol, he means a crucifix. The fact that a crucifix exists in this world as a symbol for prayer is somewhat interesting. Probably, 300 years ago, it had even more significant meaning than it does now. Since it's so far out of the way, without any churches nearby, it's inconvenient for praying, so I think it was built as an emergency evacuation spot for teachers and students to pray. Why does Leo know so much about the venue and the chapel? It's because he has been there several times before. At award ceremonies and graduation ceremonies, it's usually the upper-class nobility and wealthy individuals who are invited, not the royal family. Being a prominent noble from a powerful family, Leo has attended these events as a guest numerous times in the past. Finally, we're not on the guest side, he told me and Kirio with a laugh, sharing various details. Until now, it's been influential nobles and famous individuals attending these events, but this time is different. The king and queen residing in the royal castle, as well as Princess Victi, who is usually living in a chamber of the Grand Cathedral as the saint's reincarnation, are all making the effort to come to this venue. What exactly the award ceremony will entail is something even Merlin doesn't seem to know. It's likely kept secret until the last minute for security reasons. But I can guess, Leo says. A guess. Contacts between us and Princess Victi will be minimized, and yet they will try to stage the award ceremony in such a way that meeting her seems significant. Or rather, that's the only way they can do it if they are using Victi. He speaks while looking somewhat sad, being jostled in the carriage, employing the word using. You talk about her as if she's an object, I prod lightly. Even I, her childhood friend, have never seen her true face. And yet, in a political setting like this, she has to show her face to strangers like you, Kirio, and Bob. Is this treating her like a human? He shrugs, lips twisting. Show her face? You mean to say Princess Victi will reveal her face to us? Color me surprised. The Princess Victi, touted as the reincarnation of the saint. Upon learning about the award ceremony, I took the liberty to delve into details about the princess. From her birth, the church recognized her as a reincarnation of the saint. Ever since, her face had remained a mystery to the public, visible only to her royal parents, her wet nurse cum personal Dr. Urrell, and the highest clergy, including Archbishop Mintz, who were also her church-appointed caretakers. Princess Victi, who has revealed her face to only a select few, to us? Yeah, that's what I've heard. The relatives are over the moon, thinking it's an immense honor. It's unbearably annoying, but it's also delightful in a different sense. It shows that both the country and the church acknowledge the significant meaning our work, and your thesis, hold for the nation. Is that for real? Our paper is that important? I find it hard to believe. Of course. Having a noble patron like myself definitely adds weight to the importance, but even without that, your paper is revolutionary. The way you've systematized, universalized, quantified, and articulated knowledge and technology. It's groundbreaking, challenging established global concepts. You should be more confident. Leo lowers his voice and says with a smirk, even so, to us, seeing Princess Victi's face isn't as big a deal. After all, we've seen the real thing. I found myself shrinking, worried that the coachman might overhear us. He was right. In a sense, we have seen the real thing, so the shock value has diminished. Then, out of all of us, Bob might be the most nervous one. I pictured Bob, who had not seen the saint's figure. That's unlikely. He isn't one to be finely strung enough to get nervous, responds Leo, dismissing the idea promptly. As our conversation flowed, the carriage finally reached its destination. Stepping out, I couldn't help but catch my breath. We were surrounded by trees with dull-colored leaves, so densely packed that it seemed impossible for the carriage to have made its way through. I regretted not paying more attention to the scenery from the carriage. Here we were, standing in a grey, barren square, engulfed in a chilling breeze. Amidst it all stood a bland, grey, cube-like structure, isolated and daunting. I thought the military academy looked like a prison, but the comparison was an understatement. This place was the epitome of a prison. To think that scholars from the past studied here seemed unimaginable, especially given the lack of windows. The military academy had iron grills on them, but at least it still had windows. By the way, I later learned that the prison-like design of the military academy, past and present, was more for security reasons than to confine the students inside. Many students came from wealthy or noble families and were potential targets for kidnapping. The school simply didn't want to take any responsibility for such incidents. Gare, what the hell is this? Bob, who had descended from the carriage after us, immediately scowled upon disembarking. Incidentally, Bob had ridden in the carriage alone. With 5 of us, one was bound to be the odd one out. Somehow, it seemed fitting that Bob was the one left alone. It looks so run down. I can't believe I'm being honored at a place like this. Both Leo and I found ourselves admiring Bob's frankness. Leo was right. He didn't seem to have the nerves to feel the tension of the moment. As we stood there, Kirio and Merlin descended from the last carriage, completing our group. Kirio was trembling, her face turned a deep shade of blue. I'm probably more worried about her than she is about herself. All right, let's get moving. We can't keep them waiting, Merlin spoke in his usual tone, dragging his tattered robe behind him as he made his way toward the stony ceremonial ground. Hey, you okay? I asked quietly. Kirio nodded vigorously, though her pallor and the cold sweat on her forehead clearly screamed otherwise. Mate, such a disgrace for a noble. I always knew a disappointment like you were a misfit for this occasion, Bob sneered, approaching with a face full of mockery. Oh, good job, Bob. Keep up your usual banter to loosen up Kirio's nerves, I commended, but Bob just glared at me, his face turning bright red, before following Merlin. Leo, meanwhile, had moved on ahead, completely unbothered by Kirio's state and following right behind Merlin. Come on, let's go, I said, draping an arm around Kirio's shoulder as I urged her forward. We were the last ones to move. Glancing to the side, I saw a carriage speeding away, weaving through the dense trees. A carriage will be back to pick us up after the ceremony is over. Don't worry, Merlin called back to us without turning around before resuming his walk. Suddenly, my eyes fell upon a small stone hut next to the dice-shaped ceremonial ground. So, that's the so-called chapel, huh? A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over me. It might have been due to the forlorn impression that the small stone structure gave off, or perhaps I was involuntarily associating it with Princess Victi, the reincarnated saint I had yet to meet, who was being treated like an object. But the impression of the small hut quickly faded away. Right now, the upcoming award ceremony is more important. And, of course, Kirio, who was still trembling violently and couldn't move unless I took her with me. Thus, we entered the cold and stony ceremonial ground. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 14, Preparing for the Award Ceremony. Upon entering the hall, the interior was surprisingly not as bleak as one might have imagined from its exterior. The walls were adorned with delicate gold candelabras, casting a soft glow throughout the space, while the floor was covered with a rich red carpet intricately patterned with small circular motifs. Well, in all honesty, it couldn't exactly be a prison inside, could it? After all, this building regularly hosted influential nobles for graduation and award ceremonies. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Lord Merlin, Lord Leo Ball, Lord Bob Messin, Lady Kirio Lafleur, and Lord Van, I presume? A blooming young woman stood waiting for us as we walked into the entrance hall. She appeared entirely human, with features that did not betray any lineage of another race. She could have been anywhere from her late 20s to early 40s. Her long, grey hair was slicked back, and a single gold earring adorned her right ear. Her face was well proportioned yet strikingly nondescript. One might forget her features the moment they looked away. Perhaps this was a skill of hers, an ability to blend into the background at will. She addressed us with a bright smile, dressed in a white shirt topped with simple black vest and slacks. "Yeah, it's been a while, Yasha," responded Merlin. "Hey there, Yasha," added Leo in a friendly manner. "Let me introduce her. This is Yasha, a sort of hospitality specialist. She's employed by the royal family and is tasked with making arrangements whenever they host guests. She's well acquainted with me and Leo. We're often brought along for royal occasions," Leo agreed, albeit with a slightly weary tone. Bob, meanwhile, was glaring slightly, perhaps feeling left out since he didn't know Yasha, which might have made him feel lower in status. Kirio had finally stopped shaking, though she still looked rather pale. "I am always grateful for the kindness Lord Merlin and Lord Leo extend to me," Yasha responded, bowing deeply, before continuing. "Now, if I may direct your attention here. This is a map of the venue." She distributed maps of the place to us. "Oh, so this is how it's laid out. The second floor is like a hotel," I remarked spontaneously. The first floor featured a large hall, likely the venue for the graduation ceremony, and the second floor had rooms assigned to each individual. In this world, the map's directions were the same as ours, north at the top, south at the bottom. That is correct. The second floor of this venue serves as living quarters for all our esteemed guests, ensuring your stay is as comfortable as possible. Naturally, this includes rooms for the royal family, clergy, and other event organizers. I see. As Yasha explained, our rooms were on the right-hand side of the second floor, with rooms for others, presumably the organizers, on the left. Beyond them were rooms for the royal family and Princess Victi. Of course, I must ask that you refrain from venturing into areas that are not necessary for your visit. However, should you have any questions or requests, you are more than welcome to visit my room, Yasha stated politely, though her message was clear. Stay away from important national figures unless absolutely necessary. Well, that made sense. Kirio was from a minor noble family with a less than stellar reputation, and I was just a commoner. From their perspective, we were hardly trustworthy. Our room assignments were as follows. At the eastern end of the hallway were the stairs, and from north to south, the rooms belonged to Leo, Bob, myself, and Merlin. Kirio's room was opposite Leo's. Across from the rooms of Bob, myself, and Merlin were seemingly vacant rooms, as no names were written there. The hallway ended at Kirio and Leo's rooms. On the western side of the building, which we could reach by walking past the staircase, there seemed to be more rooms. To get there, we would have to walk past several other rooms on the southern side of the building. From east to west on the southern side, the rooms belonged to Yasha, Laika, Jin, and Uranus. I was familiar with Yasha and Uranus, King Uranus III of Shoak, to be precise, but Laika and Jin were new names to me. Who are Laika and Jin? I asked outright, having nothing to hide. Laika serves in the Royal Guard of Shoak, and Jin is a holy knight of the church. They have been assigned to guard Princess Victi during this award ceremony. Ah, I see. So, those two were positioned between us and the west side of the building, essentially guarding the princess. A clever arrangement. Interesting, Leo mused, his voice laced with a sarcastic tone. A guard from the royal side and one from the church. They really do worry about maintaining the balance of power. Now then, Yasha replied, tilting her head slightly as if she didn't fully grasp the implication of Leo's words. All right, back to the map. Past the south side rooms, we finally reached the west side of the building. The western end housed rooms from north to south for ice, mints, oral, and finally, Princess Victi, Mintz, the Archbishop, and Arul, the court physician, were also here. Both are tasked with looking after Victi. Ice is the current queen, renowned as a warrior. Rumors have it that the current king is practically a puppet under her control. The hallway ended right before Princess Victi's room, meaning that if we wanted to sneak into her room, we'd have to walk past practically everyone else's. It's quite a secure arrangement. Note: the images for the building's blueprint are in the description and comments below. End note. If there are no questions, I kindly invite you to relax in your respective rooms for now. Lunch will be served at noon, and I will personally come to call you when it is time. We will have our meal in the grand hall on the first floor, so please remember that. Yasha bowed her head. Hey, wait a minute, lunch in the grand hall? Don't tell me, is it? Bob's face turned red, not with anger this time, but pure excitement. Are the others, I mean the people currently here in this venue, going to dine with us as well? His voice, rough from excitement, wavered as he tried to steady it. Yes, of course. However, I must inform you that Princess Victi will be in attendance but will not partake in the meal in front of everyone. No way, that's incredible. This is amazing. Contrastingly, Leo looked somewhat turned off by the entire situation. And then, Kirio, finally regaining her composure, muttered softly enough for only me to hear, just like Leo said, they don't really see her as one of their own. She can't even eat in front of other people. I stayed silent, but I wholeheartedly agreed. Well then, everyone, please make your way upstairs. Ah, I almost forgot. Excuse me for the intrusion, but we need to conduct a body check. I couldn't help but be astonished by her words, thinking it was entirely unnecessary. However, I was taken aback when a knife was found in Kirio's pocket during the check. Asked why she had it, she responded, I thought I'd stab Bob if he teased me too much, which surprised me even more. Bob's usually red face turned pale. Of course, it was a joke. Kirio had come straight from a class, wearing the same clothes, and had forgotten to remove the throwing knife she used during the distance combat training. By the way, she's remarkably skilled with throwing knives, the best in the school. Despite this amusing interlude, amusing to everyone but Bob, no other dangerous items were found, and we were able to go upstairs without any further issues. As I ascended to the second floor, I found myself taken aback once again. The second story, adorned with candlesticks and a lush carpet on the floor, now also boasted walls covered in chic white wallpaper with intricate patterns, adding even more to its hotel-like ambience. Amazing, it's really like a hotel, I murmured. With a nonchalant air, Leo replied, I've seen enough of it, to be honest, and briskly walked ahead, adding, see you at lunch, before disappearing into his room. Being in the same air as peasants makes me feel sick, Bob remarked slyly, following suit into his own quarters. You'd best keep to your room and stay quiet. Wandering around without purpose will only arouse suspicion, Merlin warned, his voice carrying a sense of urgency, perhaps reflecting the responsibility he'd bear should anything go awry. Please, I'm begging you, just stay put. Hey, you should be telling that to those two who just went inside, not me, I couldn't help but retort. Telling them would be futile, he responded, his tone betraying a hint of resignation unbefitting an educator before he, too, retreated to his room. Left in the hallway, Kirio and I were the only ones remaining. Are you okay? I asked, noticing her complexion had improved significantly since our first meeting. Yeah, I'm fine, she responded, her expression unexpectedly gentle as she nodded before adding, this is it, Van, her eyes sparkling. Ha! What do you mean? Was there something to be so happy about? Noticing my confusion, Kirio explained, today's the day your and Leo's thesis gets recognized, right? Right, the thesis. I guess you could call it a commemorative day, I nodded. Watching Kirio's face light up with joy, I couldn't help but feel a bit bashful. Everything will go smoothly, right? Kirio's face clouded with a touch of anxiety. Yeah, of course, I reassured her loudly, trying to instill confidence. Everything will be fine. We've got Leo on our side. Convinced that with Leo involved, there was no way things could go wrong. From the moment we became friends with him, we've been lucky. There's no one more reliable than him. Haha, she laughed. I was puzzled for a moment, wondering what was so funny. Leo probably thinks the same way about you, Van. Him. No way. I chuckled along with her, infected with her laugh, and with that, our conversation ended. After a moment of reluctant hesitation, Kirio said, "Well, I'll see you later," and entered her room. Left alone in the hallway, I decided it was time to retire to my quarters. There was nothing to gain from loitering in the corridor. "Wow," I exclaimed as I entered, encountering yet another surprise. It was a hotel suite. No, it was even more luxurious than that. Gold candelabras, lush carpets, white wallpaper, a black glossy wooden closet, a chair, and a table. This, most likely, was made of silverwood, the most valuable and hardest wood in Pangaea. This was my first time seeing it. If I remember correctly, it's worth as much as silver itself. In all honesty, except for the lack of windows, the size of the room and the quality of the furnishings surpassed even those of a top-tier hotel. The interior design seemed to symbolize the high status of the people currently present, making me acutely aware of how out of place I seemed to be. A commoner like me, or rather, given my retained memories from the previous world, not even a commoner. In my mind, I was still an uninspiring detective in training, obsessed with mysteries, living in some corner of Japan. And yet, here I was, experiencing all of this. As I sat down on the silverwood chair, it began to feel like I was dreaming. A long, incredibly long dream. I couldn't help but wonder if, when I woke up, Kirio, Leo, this chair, this room, magic, this world, everything would disappear, and I would find myself back in that place, dying. I can't afford to be pessimistic now, I muttered to myself, shaking my head. Sure, it was strange. To be reborn, to come to this world, and to find myself in this situation. But on the other hand, maybe it meant I had a mission to fulfill. I recalled Leo's words about the responsibilities of those with power. The power I possess is the memory of my previous world and knowledge of mysteries. I need to fully utilize this to change the criminal investigations of this world. Leo seems to think this could even change the entire justice system and much more, but that doesn't matter to me. I just need to do what I can. And it all starts here. I fortified my resolve as the clock struck 11:30. Chapter 15, Mess 1. Noon. A knock sounded at my door. Coming. I had been sitting idly in my chair, lost in thought, and quickly rose to answer the door. As I attempted to open it, I lost my balance completely. Whoa! The reason was simple. I had forgotten to unlock the door. In this world, there exists a mechanism called the magic lock, a contraption enchanted to prevent forceful entry. Despite the door being locked, in my haste, I had tried to open it with full force, resulting in my tumbling forward. Somehow managing to unlock the door, I swung it open to find Yasha standing there, wearing a pleasant smile. "Apologies for the wait. Lunch is ready. Please join us in the Great Hall." Without altering her expression, Yasha then turned on her heel and left. She's like an automaton. With that thought in mind, I stepped outside, only to bump into Kirio, who seemed to be heading to the Great Hall at the same time. "Oh, Kirio. Lunch sounds exciting, doesn't it? We might get to try something we've never had before." Noticing the color returning to her anxious face, I spoke in a playful tone to try and ease her nerves. I guess so," Kirio responded, a weak smile on her pale face. "This is serious." Walking carefully, we descended to the first floor and entered the entrance hall when something caught my attention. Chem. There stood two figures in black and white hoodies that I had never seen before. Who are they? Their faces are hidden by the hoods, making it hard to see. Just as I was about to speak, the figure in the white hoodie closed the distance between us in an instant. Their movements were clean and efficient, characteristic of someone well trained in martial arts. And in their right hand, they held a short dagger. Whoa! Caught off guard, my body refused to move, and I couldn't find my voice in time. All I could do was watch as the person in the white hoodie come at me. But that was enough. No incantation or preparatory movements were needed. All I required was my imagination. I focused on my target, recognized it, and that was sufficient. Mana flowed from my eyes, wrapping around the target before the spell was activated, forming an image in my mind. With a soft bang, the person in the white hoodie was sent flying backward. It was an explosive spell. Given that I had cast it almost reflexively, its power and scale were not particularly impressive, but it was enough to knock a person down in a counterattack. Ooh! Due to the explosion, the white hoodie caught fire, sending the figure into a panic, their voice high-pitched as they stumbled. Kiryu. When I quickly turned to check if she was okay. Who are you? I found her pinning the person in the black hoodie to the ground, a dagger pressed against their throat. Chances are, she snatched the dagger from their hand. Kiryu had always surpassed Leo in dexterity and speed. This was her forte. All right, we give up. The individual in the white hoodie, seemingly having extinguished the fire with water magic, spoke in a light tone as they shed their slightly singed hoodie. What emerged was a woman with a lithe figure clad in light armor. Her hair tinted a shade of blue, green eyes, and tanned skin, along with distinctly pointed ears, all signs of a dark elf. And she was young, possibly around our age. This is pathetic. The instigator is this weak. She spoke in a disgusted tone, prompting a response from the man. Chimph, ridiculous. Any further, and this would have turned into a bloodbath. I was merely stopping while I was ahead. The figure in the black hood spoke dismissively. Ha! He then skillfully slipped out from under Kiryu, leaving only the black hoodie in her grasp as he stood up. Revealed was a muscular, middle-aged man with short hair and a neatly trimmed beard, showing slight dwarven features. His attire was a stark contrast to the color of his hoodie, a shining silver armor. Who are you two? Still trying to catch up with the sudden turn of events, I finally found my voice to ask. We haven't introduced ourselves, have we? The swordswoman smiled charmingly as she responded. I'm Laika. And that man over there is Jin. Nice to meet you. Section. That must have been a disaster. The words were spoken with a kind-looking smile by a portly middle-aged man. If one hadn't been introduced to him beforehand, it would have been nearly impossible to guess that this person was King Uranus. He had the aura of a father from a large family. They are of unknown background. It is necessary to confirm their abilities. It was the thin, elderly man dressed in indigo priestly robes who interjected immediately Archbishop Mintz. Despite their being right in front of him, he spoke quite boldly. I couldn't help but feel amazed. Exchanging a quick glance with Kiryu, who was beside me, I proceeded to bring a piece of steamed fish to my mouth. By the time we entered the great hall, the meal had already begun. Now, Kiryu and I were seated, partaking in the feast. Of all the people present in the hall, Yasha was the only one absent. She had been carrying dishes just a while ago, but now she was confined to a makeshift kitchen in the corner of the hall, preparing the next course. She truly seemed to be a jack of all trades when it came to hospitality. As far as I could gather from the conversation, it seemed Kiryu and I were the last to be called upon, apparently for a simple test. And that sudden assault had been part of this simple test. Except for Laika and Jin, it appeared that nobody knew about the test's contents until they heard it from me just moments ago. The plan was said to be proposed by the Holy Knight Jin, but judging by how things looked, it seemed more like it was Archbishop Mintz's idea. His reasons sounded plausible, but in reality, it looked like he wanted to strike a blow to ensure that commoners and lower nobility like us didn't step out of line. Thinking about it annoyed me. I had intended to behave myself, but now, if I kept quiet, they might think I was intimidated. Maybe I should stir up some trouble. How deplorable. Leo, who had been mostly finishing his dishes in a single bite, wiped his mouth with a napkin as he spoke. At that moment, Yasha arrived with a new dish. Don't say that, Leo. Jin and Laika were just trying to help Ficti. King Uranus frowned worriedly, trying to defend them. That's not what I mean, King Uranus. What I'm lamenting is the fact that our nation's proud royal guards and the church's sword, the Holy Knight, resorted to such a sneaky maneuver, only to be counterattacked by students. I could have killed them if I wanted to. Jin, provoked by Leo's words, responded immediately with a tone of displeasure. Unconsciously, he must have gripped his fork too hard as it was now bent out of shape. The weaker the dog, the louder it barks. I am a holy knight of the church. The influence of the Ball family or whatever it is doesn't concern me. And your point is? I'm saying that I can prove right here that I'm not weak if you want me to. That's interesting. I thought all the folks from the church were more boring. The atmosphere between Leo and Jin grew tense across the gigantic table. Stop it, Jin. Mintz, seemingly irritated, intervened. Enough playing around, Lord Leo. Yasha, who had been carrying dishes until just a moment ago, was suddenly standing behind Leo, trying to calm him down. Drop it, Leo. Merlin's voice was weary as he also tried to intervene. I could understand why his voice sounded like that. Despite the futility of the act, his position required him to try and stop Leo. But as expected, Leo didn't stop. You can talk big about it not mattering whether I'm a noble, but you can't go against your superiors, can you? Provoked further by Leo, Jin, now seething with rage, opened his mouth to retort when, I wish you wouldn't spoil the mood during such a lovely meal. A voice cold as ice resounded, freezing the atmosphere in the great hall. The speaker was Queen Ice, the current queen, known as a formidable woman of Shark. She had flaming red long hair, thick eyebrows, thin lips, and cold, glittering eyes. Each of her features carried a regal presence, completely transforming the atmosphere of the room, which had been in disarray due to King Uranus' inability to respond. Archbishop Mintz. Jin was appointed to this task upon your recommendation. Ice's red dress swayed slightly as she leaned forward a bit. Her eyes were fixed on Mintz. Though supposedly approaching her 40s, she looked to be in her late 20s. Yet her presence suggested she had weathered many storms. Should I question your supervisory responsibility, I wonder? Known as the woman who never smiles, Ice's expression remained as rigid as a mask, except for her mouth as she spoke. I apologize on his behalf. That was immature of you, Jin. Flustered, Mintz scolded, prompting Jin to reluctantly lower his head. He's right. It's just a student talking. Let it slide, Holy Knight. Leica, with a mischievous smile, diffused the situation, but Jin glared at her with a fearsome expression. This dark elf-like sword fighter seemed unaffected even when provoked by Leo. Perhaps it was the composure of someone older, though she looked to be about my age. Maybe she was actually quite a bit older. This dish is indeed delicious. Yasha really has a knack for cooking, doesn't she? Was it to soften the mood of the room, or was she just naturally laid back? The speaker, a woman in her 20s with chestnut hair, had a gentle, unhurried way of talking. Her ample figure was cloaked in a black robe, but unlike Merlin's, hers was adorned with elegant and stylish embroidery. This woman, Aurora, with her somewhat sleepy eyes, was a renowned genius physician and caretaker representing Shark. Kirio, who had an interest in medicine, seemed to admire her. She kept stealing glances at Aurora from time to time. Aurora's self-paced demeanor gradually broke the stiffness in the room, bringing the atmosphere back to one of enjoying the meal. But that paper really took me by surprise. I never expected a student to write something like that. Uranus praised our paper, mine and Leo's, innocently while savoring his wine. His words left me worried. Should a king be openly admiring a paper that suggests changing the country's system? As expected, Ice, sitting next to him, gave him a sharp look, causing Uranus to shrink back. Kirio was deeply engaged in a conversation with Aurora, presumably about medical matters, discussing samples and the standardization of formats with enthusiasm. Leo was conversing with Ice about the future of Shark, but their talk seemed superficial, more like a cautious probing than a genuine discussion. Jin was chatting with Mintz, while a somewhat timid Uranus was speaking with Leica. Merlin, looking slightly bothered, was stuck listening to Bob's boasting. And there I was, silently observing a girl who, despite being the most conspicuous person in the room, was neither looked at nor spoken to by anyone. She was dressed entirely in white, a frilled dress, lace gloves covering up to her elbows, and a veil covering her head completely. This was Princess Victi. Her attire, which hid not only her skin but also her face, figure, and even hair, was strikingly unnatural. Yet, more unnatural was the fact that nobody spoke to her or about her. Princess Victi ate nothing and said nothing. If it weren't for her occasional slight movements, one might mistake her for a mannequin. Hey, don't stare so openly, Mintz whispered to me, having approached unnoticed. Ha! You, being a commoner, might not know, but it's forbidden to gaze directly at Princess Victi, the reincarnation of the Holy Maiden, without the Church's permission. But we'll let it slide this time, given the circumstances. I was stunned. Even in such a state where nothing about her could be discerned, was it still forbidden to look at her? So, is that why no one talks about or to Princess Victi? Of course. It's disrespectful to even mention her in her presence. Besides, she doesn't speak. Her voice is considered that of the Holy Maiden. To address her would be an extreme discourtesy. Realizing that such stringent, inhumane rules applied to Princess Victi, I was left speechless. I was also surprised that her own parents, the King and Queen, had accepted these rules. Leo's criticism of Victi now made sense to me. A saint forbidden from idolatry, and yet she herself had become an object of such devotion, forced into a fate like this just for resembling a saint. Chapter 16, Mess, 2. Archbishop Mintz continued, and that is why it is both a tremendous honor and utterly unprecedented for you all to be commended by Princess Victi today. But make no mistake. This does not mean you can casually interact with the princess. Being her caretaker has lost its value, so it irritates you, Leo whispered, cutting in. Leo Ball, you, Van. The Archbishop here, Mintz, has been bestowed the great responsibility of being Princess Victi's caretaker, climbing up the ranks to become a prominent authority related to Saint Phaecia within the Church. Without that, I doubt he would have been able to ascend to the position of Archbishop at his age. You dare to insult me, Mintz hissed, barely keeping his voice down. Usually, Princess Victi is considered the Church's property. That means Mintz here is typically her caretaker. Except when she is in the royal castle, then Urul takes over, Leo continued, deliberately using the word property to provoke. A privilege to be close to Princess Victi, to see her true face. Suddenly stepping into that lucrative privilege. This commendation ceremony must be quite unpleasant for you. Enough is. I bet that Jin isn't even a proper holy knight. At Leo's words, Mintz, who had been about to snap, froze. From his aura, he seems like a mercenary or a former adventurer. What's the intention behind letting such a person infiltrate the award ceremony? To sabotage it? Leo's direct question angered Mintz so much that he forgot to keep his voice down and shouted, "Quit your nonsense." Everyone turned to look at him, and realizing his outburst, a flustered Mintz murmured, "I'll be excusing myself," as he quickly left the grand hall. "Okay, I'll be going too," Jin said, following Mintz out while everyone was still in shock. "But dessert is yet to be served." Yasha murmured softly once they had both left. That was over the top. What if this worsens our relationship with the Church? Ice glared at Leo. He's the one who got angry over something so trivial. He doesn't have the makings of an archbishop. Besides, it's clear that they're plotting something by bringing in that man, Jin. I was just pointing it out on everyone's behalf. Even if you understand, try to proceed with more tact. I'm not that type of person, Your Majesty. Leo bowed sarcastically. Meanwhile, I had been observing not Leo but Princess Victi. Despite the commotion, she had not reacted at all. "May I share my personal opinion, King Uranus?" Laika asked, seeking permission from King Uranus, who held his breath in response to Leo and Ice's exchange. "Oh, what is it?" "I believe we should be more wary of that man Jin rather than the students Van and Curio." "Oh, Caught off guard, King Uranus stumbled over his words. In his stead, Ice admonished, "Choose the right time and place to speak." "I apologize for my rudeness," Laika bowed deeply. "There's no need to worry. Nothing strange will happen," Urul intervened casually. "I know him as a fellow caretaker, and Archbishop Mintz is a coward." "You all," Ice held her head as if she had a headache, "please, be more careful with your words." "Merlin, if you don't mind." "Of course." "Listen here, Van, Leo, Bob, Curio. What you heard here stays here. Break this rule, and your graduation is null and void. And Leo, keep your mouth shut until the meal is over." Merlin's words had authority. Only he could reprimand the head of the Ball family like that, speaking as a teacher reprimanding a student. Remarkably, Leo complied and closed his mouth. With that, the meal finally resumed, and the dessert was served. Yasha announced the plans ahead as she distributed the pudding. It's quite simple. Those being commended today will return to their respective rooms after this. Please wait there until both Jin and Laika come to fetch you. Jin is coming too, Kiryu muttered under her breath, audible only to me. I understand his attitude is unpleasant, especially after our previous encounter with him. The three of you, including Jin and Laika, will then proceed to the cathedral. Once there, Jin and Laika will unlock the cathedral's doors, allowing the commended to enter. Inside, you will receive words from Princess Victi, then exit the cathedral. Jin and Laika will lock the cathedral's doors, and the three of you will return to this hall. Those who have been commended, please return to your rooms. Jin and Laika will fetch the next person to be commended. Ha! But Princess Victi will be all alone in the cathedral. Is it okay for them to leave her alone? I posed the question, noting inwardly that this arrangement would leave the princess alone for a considerable amount of time. I was thinking the same thing, Laika responded, casually flipping her hand while she savored her pudding. But instructions are instructions. Rest assured, as long as she's in the cathedral, Victi is safe. The doors were replaced a week ago. Without the keys, it's utterly impenetrable now. Plus, the cathedral itself is robustly built. Unless someone uses explosives, breaking through the walls is impossible. We've made sure of that, Ice explained. What if someone does use explosives? Uranus chimed in, a worried expression on his face. Have you forgotten? The woods around this venue are secured. Our royal guards and the church's knights are on a tight watch. Nothing gets through, not even a mouse. Ice spoke with a steely gaze, giving her husband a thorough explanation. Oh, right. I'd forgotten, Uranus responded with a good-natured smile, visibly relieved. I see. External threats are already taken care of. That leaves us, the insiders, as the only potential threat. So, Laika and Jin are here to keep an eye on us and to exert some psychological pressure. Got it? Leo, with a sarcastic smile, mumbled loud enough for everyone to hear. Moving on to the award ceremony, the honorees will be called up in the order of their overall performance, Yasha smoothly interjected, ignoring Leo's comment. So, the order would be Leo, myself, Bob, and Kiryu. The ceremony is scheduled to conclude at 2:30 in the afternoon. Your cooperation is appreciated. Yasha bowed slightly as she finished her announcement. What happens after that? Bob queried, tilting his head slightly. Once it's over, I will summon the carriages. The royals and the church officials will leave in sequence. As for the academy students, please wait in your rooms until everything is ready, and we will call for you. It's quite clear they want us confined to our rooms as much as possible. Even with royalty and high-ranking church officials present, this level of explicit caution is astonishing. Well then, I'll take my leave. I've enjoyed the meal, thank you. You are all future treasures of Shoark, Ice said, standing up, followed hastily by Uranus. Ah, we're counting on you after you graduate, he said, his farewell barely passing as proper. And then, Princess Victi, silent and unnoticed, stood up. She didn't speak, and nobody looked at her as she quietly walked away. Accompanying her, Laika rose to stand by her side. Yet, even she did not direct her gaze at Victi, her eyes subtly averted, maintaining a delicate distance. Thus, the four of them left the grand hall. Until the very end, Victi remained doll-like. Arul, who had been leisurely enjoying her pudding, finally finished it at that moment. Phew. Well, I guess I'll be going too. She stood up, saying, see you all. Kiryu, I hope we get to work together. Why yes. Kiryu replied, her face flushing as she responded eagerly. With that, Arul slowly made her way out of the grand hall. We should be going too. Yasha, that was a delightful meal, Merlin announced, bidding his farewell. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll be here cleaning up for a while. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to come to me, replied Yasha with a cheerful smile. And then, we headed back to our rooms. As we were climbing the stairs on the way, Leo leaned in closer to me. Van. I kept quiet back there to read the room, but... You call that reading the room? I couldn't help but retort. The royal family and the church, they don't seem to trust each other at all. Ha! The way the award ceremony is arranged, with Jin and Laika always acting together. They're obviously watching each other. It's a mutual distrust. Something might happen this time. Don't say ominous things like that. As we spoke, we reached the second floor. Soon after, we all dispersed into our respective rooms. It was 12:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 17, The Saint's Face, Anne. 1:20. When the clock in the room pointed to that specific time, there was a knock on the door. It's time to go. A disgruntled voice, undoubtedly Jin's, sounded from the other side. I unlocked and opened the door to find Jin with a sour face and sup. Laika, who lifted her hand in a casual greeting. Let's get going, Jin stated curtly, his mood evidently sour. It was easy to infer that something had transpired between him and Leo just before. Their interaction during lunch had been quite tense as well. With the atmosphere somewhat awkward, the three of us descended to the first floor in silence and left the venue. Whoa! Caught off guard by the chill in the air outside, I couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. The weather was just as clear as it had been in the morning. Since the sun was up, the cold was somewhat more bearable than it had been earlier. The three of us then made our way toward the cathedral. As we approached, the peculiar nature of the building, referred to as the cathedral, became apparent. It seemed to be a scaled-down version of the venue, although not in height. It was about as tall as a two-story building, making it resemble a short tower. The exterior looked sturdy, constructed of thick stones, convincing me that it would indeed take explosives to make a dent in those walls. And then, there was the enormous door. A metallic door, large enough to be 3 times the size of my room's door, was attached to it. This door, made of mithril, was custom-ordered and installed just a week ago. Impressive, isn't it? Laika explained, somewhat proudly. Quit the unnecessary chatter. Jin, still in a foul mood, interrupted and took out a key from his pocket. Laika shrugged and did the same. Upon closer inspection, I realized there were indeed 2 keyholes in the door. This door won't open unless both keys are turned at the same time. Convenient, right? Laika explained, almost boastfully, even though she hadn't made it herself. Nevertheless, it was an impressive feature. At the same time, it served as a chilling reminder of Leo's words about the lack of trust between the royal palace and the church. With keys in hand, Jin and Laika unlocked the door, and as it slowly swung open, a heavy sound filled the air. Listen, don't do anything stupid. Just prostrate yourself, receive Her Highness's words, express your gratitude, and come back. Jin's nagging barely registered in my ears. Beyond the door was darkness. Princess Victi was in there, somewhere. I swallowed hard, realizing my limbs were trembling, and my throat was parched. Am I nervous? Yes, probably. To be frank, the tension surprised me, given that, in a sense, I was an outsider with memories from another world. Hey, don't dilly-dally. This is nothing to be nervous about. Just go in, get it over with, and come back. Jin and Laika urged me from behind, and I stepped into the cathedral, legs trembling. Behind me, the door closed slowly, and I heard the sound of it being locked. With the door shut, all was dark except for a small light ahead. Slowly, I made my way toward it. The light came from a candle, set in a candlestick, which was right there. In front of me. Taking a few more steps, I noticed a young girl sitting near the candlestick. I instinctively fell to the ground in prostration. The stone floor was ice cold, but I had no time to think about that. It was Princess Victi. In the darkness, illuminated by a soft light, Princess Victi stood. Your face. A faint, almost vanishing voice echoed through the quiet cathedral. Lift your face, please. Responding to the barely audible, whisper-like voice, I slowly raised my head. Princess Victi, in the dim light, wore not a dress but was enshrouded in layers of white cloth, a veil covering her face. Curiously, an ancient sword lay beside her. Ah, I see. I realized immediately. She was imitating the statue we had seen in the basement of the Grand Cathedral. This must be some sort of ceremonial attire. Then, slowly, Princess Victi moved her slender, pale arm, reaching towards the veil that covered her head. It was then I noticed something. Princess Victi wasn't wearing gloves. Her bare skin was exposed. I held my breath. This was supposed to be a reincarnation. The princess's real face was, indeed, the spitting image of that statue. A face that appeared both androgynous and beautiful, like a handsome young man, yet also had the dignity of a young woman. Eyes that, while carrying a hint of sorrow, were sharp and piercing. If one were to color the face of that statue, perhaps it would resemble her in just this way. Her gaze fell upon me, and for no apparent reason, I shuddered under the intensity of her presence, feeling as if a deity was scrutinizing me. But her gaze was brief. Almost immediately, she turned her eyes heavenward as if in prayer. "I pray that you will continue to devote yourself to Shoak," she whispered, not looking at me. I prostrated myself again, answering without raising my eyes. "It's an honor. I will dedicate myself." As I slowly lifted my head after staring at the floor, I realized that Princess Victi had already covered her face with her veil again. I guess this signals the end of the ceremony. I stood up, bowed to Princess Victi once more, and turned to leave, practically fleeing the cathedral. I had to suppress the urge to run as I made my way outside, where Jin and Laika were waiting. "Oh, welcome back. Surely, you've not gotten yourself into any mischief," greeted Laika and Jin as they welcomed me. "Whoa, you're drenched in sweat." Upon realizing it, I was soaked in a cold sweat from head to toe, prompting Laika to express her astonishment. I couldn't muster a reply, resorting instead to deep breaths to steady myself. "Wait here, I'll go check," said Jin, heading into the cathedral with Laika, returning just moments later. "All clear." "Yeah." I quietly watched them lock the cathedral door as I calmed my nerves. Frankly, I'd underestimated the whole ordeal, dismissing it as some sort of ritualistic charade. But having experienced it firsthand, I now understood the emotional turbulence it could induce. No wonder cults become such a societal issue. With the cathedral securely locked, Jin and Laika escorted me out. I cast a casual glance back at the cathedral, its quiet demeanor sending a slight shiver down my spine. It felt like sacred ground, an otherworldly place transformed by the presence of the Holy Maiden within. Back at the entrance hall, Jin turned to me with a stern expression. "You should head straight back to your room." Beside him, Laika was trying to suppress a smirk. "You say that as if someone else hasn't gone back to theirs," I began, only to catch myself mid-sentence. "Leo, is it?" I told him to head straight back to his room, and he started arguing. Jin spat out, clearly irritated. He said since we told him not to loiter without a purpose, he wouldn't go back to his room because he had a reason. Laika added, clearly amused, as she offered further explanation. "A reason?" "Said he was peckish. Seems like he got Yasha, who was still cleaning in the Great Hall, to make him something." Jin attempted to maintain composure as he spoke, but his voice trembled here and there. Clearly, Leo was less concerned about his hunger and more interested in teasing Jin. Poor him. I made my way upstairs, fulfilling Jin's request by heading to my own room. Peering out, I saw Bob, next in line, confidently leaving his room to face Jin and Laika. Our eyes met, and he blatantly snorted at me. While that was fine, I couldn't help but notice that Bob was dressed quite differently than usual. He was adorned in an overly decorative outfit, dripping with gold and silver accessories. Impressed and somewhat appalled by his enthusiasm, I entered my room, shutting the door behind me. Looking at the clock, it was 1:40 in the afternoon. Only about 20 minutes had passed since I left my room, a fact that surprised me. My sense of time must have been thrown off by the events in the cathedral. Section 215. There was a knock on my door. Assuming the carriage had arrived to pick us up, I opened it only to be greeted by an unexpected face. "Kirio." There stood Kirio, her eyes darting about nervously, in front of my room. "Che. Mind if I come in?" "Ah, sure." She practically rolled into my room and then immediately sprawled out on the floor. I was so nervous," she croaked, laying there spread-eagled. A closer look revealed her face was paler than usual, verging on ashen, and she was sweating profusely. Well, that made sense. Even I, who's usually pretty laid back, was shaken up. It'd be odd if Kiryu was perfectly calm. Sorry, can I stay here for a bit? I'm still shaking, and I don't want to be alone right now. That's fine, but won't Jin and Laika get mad? I was the last one. Those two went back to the entrance hall to escort Princess Victi from the cathedral. I think they're guarding her all the way to her room. I see. So, you were really nervous, huh? I knew the answer but asked anyway. It wasn't just nerves. That aura, she truly is a saint, isn't she? She seems otherworldly. Kiryu sighed, collecting herself. Really, I'm so glad you're here. If I had gone back to my room alone, my heart might have burst. She seemed a bit more settled as she sat up, saying, it's really like a dream. Thank you, Van. For what? I asked, puzzled by the sudden gratitude. You brought me here, didn't you? It's pretty much thanks to you, Van. Hey, is that so? Leo played a big part, and most importantly, you worked hard yourself, I responded honestly. You dork, and she flicked my forehead. Oh. Our eyes met at close range. Wait, what's this atmosphere? This feels strangely awkward. I should say something or move away from Kiryu quickly, but my body isn't responding, and words aren't coming out. Kiryu was silent, too. We locked eyes in silence. My heart pounded painfully in my chest, and my face felt hot. This tension was completely different from what I felt around Princess Victi. Kiryu's sharp eyes were reddening. Was she about to cry? The boyish sharpness of her face was also flushed, and I noticed for the first time that her eyelashes were quite long. Her hair seemed to have grown since we first met. My mind started to wander to such trivial thoughts. Just as I managed to part my lips to say something, a thunderous roar and a vibration interrupted us. Ha! Woo! Kiryu and I looked at each other, our eyes wide in surprise, now perplexed for a different reason. Hey, what's going on? Someone, anyone? Shouts and screams filled the air, and as white smoke started to seep through the gaps in the door and invade the room. Kiryu. Right. We rushed out of the room. What the? The corridor was completely engulfed in white smoke, and we couldn't see anything. Cough. I heard Kiryu coughing, probably having inhaled some smoke. Hey, are you okay, Kiryu? Is that you, Van? Is Kiryu with you, too? It's Merlin. Hey, what's going on? I could also hear Bob's voice. Over here. Leo's calm and confident voice guided us. The smoke is thinner over here. I realized that he was right. The smoke was indeed thinner in one direction. Desperately covering my mouth with my hand, I crawled in that direction. That's when I realized the source of the thinning smoke, wind. Wind. But why was there wind blowing inside a building with no windows? Eventually, the wind carried the smoke away, and we could finally see our surroundings again. Ha! I was left speechless by the sight in front of me. As I aimed for a less smoke-filled area, I found myself near the staircase. It wasn't just me, others had gathered there too. Indeed, everyone, or nearly so, had convened in the space before the stairs. There was me, Kiryu, Leo, Bob, Merlin, all from the military academy. King Uranus and Queen Ice were there as well, alongside Jin and Laika, Ural and Mintz, and Yasha. Each one seemed bewildered. Even Leo and Ice were visibly confused, their gazes darting around uncertainly. And understandably so. At the landing, on the southern wall, there was a massive hole. This must have been the source of the wind. A sudden explosion, and now this gaping hole in the wall. An ominous feeling was unavoidable. But what was even more sinister was the absence of Princess Victi from the scene. While everyone else was lost in confusion, Jin and Laika were visibly more distressed than the rest. Jin, usually so arrogant, had gone pale and had been shouting since the explosion. Laika, on the other hand, stood frozen, eyes wide and sweating profusely. What is happening? What happened? Through a gaping hole in the wall, the outside landscape was visible. Likely drawn by the sound of the explosion, dozens of knights could be seen rushing from the forest towards the ceremony site. Calm down. What has happened? Queen Ice, with a voice devoid of any human warmth, quelled the chaotic situation with a single command. Her tone forcibly returned us to a state of calm. Jin stuttered, his face ashen. I will report, Laika spoke up, but the usual lightness in her tone was gone. With a pallid face drained of color, she spoke in a low, almost inaudible mumble. Jin and I, after the award ceremony concluded, were escorting Princess Victi from the cathedral back to her room when Laika trailed off, breathless from the shock. An explosion occurred. She managed to continue, albeit in bits and pieces. It happened right as we were going up to the second floor. The explosion happened so suddenly, and the smoke was so thick we could hardly see. And now, her voice shook even more, and her tremors spread to all of us, as we could all guess the contents of the report to come. This unbelievable report made us tremble even more. Queen Ice was no exception. Known as the Unsmiling Woman and the Iron Lady, her face turned white, and her lips trembled. And now, Princess Victi is nowhere to be found. With a strained voice, Laika delivered the dreadful news. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 18. The Incident. The hall had become a tumultuous sea of royal guards and holy knights in mere moments, filling the air with a cacophony of clamor and armor clinking. We were all ushered into the grand hall, a space quickly converted into a makeshift command center and interrogation room as tables were cleared, chairs haphazardly arranged. What's going on here? Ice demanded succinctly amid the bedlam. It's simple, really. Someone lobbed a bomb in, seized the opportunity during the chaos, and kidnapped Princess Victi, answers Leo. But according to the guards, breaching the outer defenses and storming this venue is impossible. I share that opinion, Archbishop Mintz concurred, his aged face etched with lines of disturbance from the day's unsettling events. My order of holy knights was securing the perimeter of this hall, complemented by the royal guards. The defenses were impenetrable. So, how could this happen? He sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping with the weight of the situation. Yet, an explosion occurred, and Victi is gone. No sorcerer, no matter how powerful, could have breached that stone wall with magic alone. Isn't that right, Merlin? Asked Leo. Merlin, with a tone of unequivocal certainty, declared, Indeed, I can assure you, on the honor of court magicians, not even a deity-like mage could shatter that wall solely with magic. Laika, do you know something? Anything at all? You were there, by Victi's side. Uranus, looking flustered, asked Laika almost pleadingly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Laika murmured, her gaze downturned in regret. Uranus's gaze swept over everyone, searching for answers that didn't come, and he let out a weary sigh. Jin, you have no clue either? I'm sorry, but I don't, the pale-faced paladin responded, shaking his head. Just then, a group of knights clattered up to Ice. Understood. Keep on it, Ice replied with a sigh, after which the knights nodded and hurried off. The search of the forest and the hall has been thorough, but there's no sign of Victi, Ice reported, locking eyes with each person present. Suspicion lurked in every glance exchanged, trust had given way to doubt. We must consider the possibility of an inside accomplice, Bob said, glaring directly at me and Kirio. Kirio shuddered at the accusation. Stop this at once, Merlin interjected sharply, a rare note of irritation in his voice. Don't be foolish, stop this bickering, he continued. Even if someone did collude from the inside, how would they breach the security, attack with explosives, and abduct Victi without notice? And then pass through security again? The room fell silent, every face shadowed with confusion and concern. The pillar clock in the grand hall indicated it was nearing 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It seems unbelievable, but we must consider the possibility that the intruder somehow slipped through the forest undetected, snatched Victi, and has now vanished again, Ice surmised wearily. But that's Uranus's face crumpled, as if on the verge of tears. Could such a thing truly happen? Mintz questioned, shaking his head in disbelief. And yet, if she's not in the surrounding area... Laika spoke up tentatively, and Mintz grunted in thought. A heavy silence settled over the room. Excuse me, a carefree voice finally broke through. Has anyone checked the cathedral? Urul asked in a laid-back tone. The room's atmosphere shifted subtly at her suggestion. Did we? Ice pondered, her finger tapping her forehead as if trying to recall. Not yet. Neither Leica nor I have given out the keys, Jin confirmed. Right, that's true, Leica concurred. Bob muttered something about the cathedral being closed and irrelevant, but Merlin proposed that they should investigate it just in case. The group agreed to Merlin's suggestion. Jin, Leica, the keys, Ice called out. Leica quickly produced the key. Here it is, she said. However, Jin didn't take out his key. He simply stood there, hand in his pocket, his mouth agape. What's wrong, Jin? Mintz asked with a puzzled tone. It's gone, Jin said, his eyes wide with disbelief. For a moment, I stopped thinking, not understanding the meaning of his words. It seemed I wasn't the only one as everyone else also froze. What do you mean by gone? Ice was the quickest to recover and pressed for an answer. It's gone. Even though I had it secured, Jin could only say that, still in shock. Thieves! Uranus exclaimed, jumping to his feet. The culprit must have stolen it when they abducted Victi. That means she must be in the cathedral. We have to hurry. Calm down, Uranus, Ice soothed her husband. Just because Jin's key is stolen, it doesn't mean the cathedral doors will open. Besides, what would they want with Victi in the cathedral? But Your Highness, we still need to check the cathedral either way, Leo pointed out coolly. That made sense. Regardless, an investigation was necessary. But without the key, we can't open that door. It's made to order. Do you have any ideas, Merlin? Ice directed her gaze toward Merlin. Using explosives could endanger the princess if she's inside. The only option seems to be to force the door open, Merlin pondered aloud. With a mithril door? Mintz asked, irritation in his voice. We could place a small charge near the lock and blast it inwards with magic. Repeat that a few times and the door should come loose, Jin suggested, gaining back some of his composure. You seem quite familiar with this method, Urul noted with admiration. I've used similar tactics when prying open stubborn chests, Jin replied shortly. The decision was made to follow Jin's plan. Ice arranged for the knights to prepare explosives, and the task of detonating them with magic was entrusted to the top mage of the kingdom, Merlin. Is the information lockdown holding? Mintz, the archbishop, asked anxiously while they waited for the explosives. We've done it, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. We've only given the bare minimum information to most of the knights, but given the circumstances, Ice replied, and Mintz clutched his head in worry. Princess Victi's disappearance could cause panic throughout the kingdom, and it seemed Mintz was deeply afraid of that possibility, his whole demeanor losing its vitality. Hey, Kirio tugged at my sleeve with a troubled look. I've got a bad feeling about this. Me too, I responded. Soon enough, the explosives arrived. At 4:40 in the afternoon, Merlin was escorted by the knights out of the grand hall. The sound of intermittent explosions followed. Then at 5 o'clock, screams pierced the air. What's happened? The horrifying shrieks set the grand hall into a frenzy, and the knights, Ice, and everyone else were up and running. Caking Uranus, Queen Ice. A knight came running in, shouting something indecipherable. Uranus couldn't contain himself and rushed out of the chaotic hall, followed by chaos. Shouts echoed as everyone ran around. The knights, followed by Ice and Mintz, rushed out of the grand hall as if driven by fever, with Leica and Jin trailing. Before I knew it, I, too, had left the grand hall and was running toward the cathedral. What was happening? What was I doing? The cathedral doors were wide open, with a crowd of knights gathered in front. The group from the grand hall crashed into them, creating a massive uproar. Ack! I pushed through the mass of people, finding myself stepping into the cathedral. Aha! A scream. From the depths of the cathedral. It was King Uranus's voice. Unconsciously, I found myself drawn toward the cry. And there. I can't believe it. Merlin was there, too. The old sorcerer's voice, unusually, couldn't hide his agitation. King Uranus, the source of the scream, had collapsed to the ground as if his legs had given out. Beside him, Queen Ice was trembling. Yes, the two relatives of the victim were speechless, eyes wide open. This is Leo, known as a sharp-witted prodigy, the seemingly perfect man I knew, was covering his mouth as if bracing against the shock. Even the normally haughty and self-assured Jin, along with Yasha, who had apparently accompanied him and always seemed to be in control, stood aghast. Me, my companions, students, teachers, bystanders all were rejecting the sight before us as unbelievable. We were frozen around the room, encircling the body of a young girl. No one could accept this development, this scene, as reality. But among us all, I was the one who couldn't believe the sight before my eyes the most. Because this was an impossible crime. No one else had realized yet, but this was the kind of impossible crime you'd find in mystery novels. An impossible crime in this world of swords and magic. An event that should never have occurred. No, that's not it. I should have thought it possible and acted accordingly. It had simply happened. And at the worst possible time. The interior of this sacred, supposedly unsullied room was now defiled with blood, and the girl's body was missing its head. But the white cloth she was draped in, now stained with blood and torn to pieces, along with the situation, made it easy to imagine who the girl was. Princess Victi was dead. Beheaded in the cathedral. No one spoke or moved. The knights inside the cathedral stood dumbfounded. The sight was unbelievable, and perhaps, they didn't even comprehend its meaning. I felt the same. Seal off the cathedral. Let no one speak of this outside these walls. Speak, and die. The silence that seemed eternal was broken. Queen Ice, her lips turned purple, her body shaking, yet standing resolutely, spoke to the knights. Her voice was hoarse, yet it managed to bring us, if only slightly, back to our senses. And then, covering her mouth as if to stifle nausea, Queen Ice continued. Send a fast horse for a detective. Summon Silent Geralt. Chapter 19. The Detective Appears. 1. We were gathered once again in the Grand Hall, but this time it had been transformed into a room to trap us within. Among the attendees, there were several knights who knew a fair bit about the incident. It was evident from their vigilant postures, ready to draw their swords at us at any moment. The knights who were ignorant of the affair had been ordered by Ice to stand by in the entrance hall, presumably to ensure none of us left the Grand Hall. In other words, speaking about the incident within the Grand Hall was permissible. Yet, even so, no one ventured to break the silence. Everyone was pale, mute, breath-bated. Ice and Leo, comparatively composed, are evidently shaken too, not uttering a word. Everyone seems terrified. That incident, the nightmarish scene witnessed in the cathedral, feels as though speaking of it would confirm it wasn't just a dream. Of course, it wasn't a dream at all. The one most profoundly impacted must be King Uranus. Archbishop Mintz, too, wears a face akin to that of the dead, stupefied. But King Uranus, he's been slumped in his chair, head bowed, motionless since. He almost looks deceased. 6 o'clock. A commotion stirred in the entrance hall, and then the door to the Grand Hall swung open. Hey there. Came here after Queen Ice's summon. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere of the Grand Hall, a man entered briskly, his voice lively. Perhaps in his early 30s, the man with blue-tinged hair and sharp features was clad in a tailcoat, his tie a striking red. Shrewdly twirling a metal cane with deft fingers, he approached us. A quite illustrious assembly we have here. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet those of you I haven't met before. The name's Geralt. Geralt Mapp. This must be Silent Geralt. A man whose name I knew but now saw in the flesh for the first time, a man I had admired from afar. Geralt Mapp. The Deputy Assistant Chief of the Shoark Court's Detective Corps, a renowned detective representing Shoark, and one of the 6 detectives of Pangaea. An undoubted sleuth with numerous resolved cases under his belt. So, what's the gist of the incident? Geralt asked, undaunted by the grave atmosphere. Everything that will be discussed is strictly confidential. We are seeking your wisdom for the resolution of the incident. Yes, of course. Ice's gaze was as piercing as daggers, yet Geralt met it with a smile. Ice briskly outlined the events, the award ceremony, the explosion, the disappearance of Princess Victi, and the discovery of the body in the cathedral. Despite the horrific nature of the tale, Geralt listened with a smile, spinning his cane idly. All right, I've got the picture, he said, tapping his cane on the floor. Before we think of strategies, we must make some verifications. Verifications? Laika echoed, puzzled. I realized the possibility he was hinting at. As a mystery aficionado, it was a conclusion I had arrived at first, though the oppressive atmosphere had stifled my voice. Whether the body is indeed that of Princess Victi. With the head missing, it could be someone else. King Uranus perked up at Geralt's words, a glimmer of hope in his eyes at the prospect that his daughter might still be alive. However, I fear it's undoubtedly Victi, Ice uttered with barely concealed anguish, every word seeming to cut her afresh. I concur. As her personal clergyman, I am familiar with Princess Victi's stature and unique features. Though it was but a moment, the body I saw seemed to be hers, Archbishop Mintz agreed. As Queen Ice has stated, and as a fellow lady who often helped the princess dress, I have more confidence than the Archbishop. That was Victi, Arul, another caretaker, added, sealing the somber realization, causing King Uranus to slump once again. Even so, let's confirm once more. And please inspect the crime scene and the body again, Arul. Being a physician, you're the best fit for the task, Geralt directed, his casual mention of the body drawing a visible shudder from Ice. Suddenly, a glint of genuine parental affection could be discerned from Queen Ice towards Princess Victi. It was as though she cherished her daughter dearly yet still employed her as a pawn in the game of politics. Then I'll be taking a knight with me as my escort and watcher, Arul announced, stretching her words in an attempt to lighten the mood as she rose to her feet. Wait a moment, Leo interjected, halting her. At this unexpected interruption, the eyes of everyone in the great hall pivoted towards him. Undaunted by the attention, he declared, "Excuse me, but there's no proof that Arul isn't involved in the incident." The air seemed to solidify with tension. "What nonsense," Laika began, but before she could continue, "It could be an outsider, but anyone present at the ceremony is suspect." "You know that, don't you?" Jin retorted, his tone more dismissive than persuasive, and Laika fell silent. "Are you suggesting that trusting Arul's solo inspection is risky?" "I trust her, but you're implying that's insufficient." Ice returned coldly to Leo. "Yes, there's always a chance of the unforeseen. I would prefer her to investigate with someone versed in medical knowledge." "How logical," Leo Ball, Geralt applauded, clapping his hands, oddly enthusiastic amidst the tension. "I've read your book too. It was excellent. By the way, who is this fan you wrote it with?" "That would be him," Leo said, nodding towards me, and Geralt approached with a smile, extending his hand. "Well, what a pleasure to meet you," he greeted, shaking my hand vigorously. "Geralt, are you agreeing with having someone accompany Arul in her investigation?" Merlin inquired. "It's safer that way. But given the circumstances, bringing in a medical professional from the outside now would be a poor strategy. Ideally, someone amongst us here who's aware of the incident equipped with adequate medical knowledge. Even if they're not an expert, they should have enough understanding to detect any fabrications by Arul," Geralt answered. As he spoke, our gazes, mine, Leo's, Bob's, Merlin's, and even Arul's, naturally converged on a single point. "You've got to be kidding," Kirio muttered, stunned by the collective scrutiny. Chapter 20. The Detective Appears, 2. An hour had passed before Arul returned, a hint of weariness in her step but her serene expression unfaltering, alongside Kirio, whose face was ashen, staggering with each step she took. "Firstly, the deceased is undoubtedly Princess Victi. As a court physician, I can declare that unequivocally. This is beyond Kirio's ken, hence, it is solely my judgment. If there's any doubt, later on, you can seek confirmation from the king, the queen, or the archbishop," Arul began without any preamble. "There's no need for that. I'm her mother." I knew it was her at a glance. Beside Ice, who speaks with a firm yet subdued voice, Uranus's shoulders slump. "I concur," said Archbishop Mintz with a jaded voice. "Furthermore, as to the state of the body, this has also been confirmed by Kirio," Arul added, looking towards Kirio for affirmation, who nodded silently. "The body's head had been severed by a sharp blade. It's likely the ceremonial sword found near the corpse." "Ah, that one." I recalled the sword that the statue in the cathedral's basement held. It appeared a similar sword had indeed been placed beside the cathedral. And what of this ceremonial sword? Geralt inquired, unfamiliar with the context. Saint Phasia, roughly a millennium ago in the inaugural year of the Holy Spirit era, is said to have slain a demon that preyed upon people, gathered the wandering masses, and founded Shark. It was customary for Princess Victi to don an outfit resembling Phasia's during certain ceremonies, Archbishop Mintz explained, clearly versed in such lore. Chem. And what exactly does that entail? Phasia is reputed to have founded the nation wearing nothing but teketo cloth and a sword she picked up from a battlefield. Teketo cloth referred to a fabric woven from dried root fibers, a special product of Shark. Coarse and rough to the touch, its texture, however, made dyeing easy, and to this day, it is a common item in the daily life of the common folk. At my family's home, that very cloth was a familiar sight. Yet, we couldn't very well have her in just that attire for the ceremony. Though a ceremonial sword was prepared, it wasn't meant for Princess Victi to carry but to be placed at the ceremony site. The teketo cloth was dyed white and wrapped multiple layers around her body to ensure she would not be exposed. I see. I hadn't paid much attention, being so tense, but at the cathedral, Princess Victi was cloaked in layers of white cloth, her body's contours obscured, just as at mealtime. They aimed to shield her, a being shrouded in secrecy, even if it meant deviating from the saint's image. Yes, I helped her dress right before she went to the cathedral, wrapping the lengthy cloth around her body multiple times, Auril continued, her voice as calm as ever yet tinged with sadness, perhaps recalling that moment. The teketo cloth used as the princess's garment was clearly torn and partially burnt. Oh, how so? Geralt asked with an energetic tone, twirling his staff. It was shredded and scorched in places. The amount left was woefully insufficient. What was once enough to wrap around her several times was now barely enough for one. How interesting. Not merely torn, but burnt as well. A smile played on Geralt's lips. As for the body, apart from the severed head, there were lacerations all over. Lacerations? Geralt's eyes narrowed at the word. Yes, some shallow, some deep. Rather than being sliced by a blade, it seemed more like they were inflicted with something far blunter. At this juncture, Uranus groaned, a sound so pained that it was almost unbearable for the listeners. My apologies, Auril bowed her head. Continue. Report accurately, Ice insisted with strained calmness, but I noticed a trickle of blood from her lips. She must have bitten them through. Of course. That's all regarding the body. Now, as for the state of the cathedral, the doors showed signs of being forced open. Hence, no particular trace of tampering could be found. That figures, Merlin sighed. Tampering seems unlikely. I can vouch for that. The doors were custom-made and installed just a week ago. Their integrity should be verified by the testimony of both royal and clergy craftsmen, Yasha stated. That is correct. No artisan would consider tampering possible with those doors. Indeed. Ice and Mintz agreed. Aha, do go on, urged Geralt cheerfully. The cathedral was smeared with blood. It seemed less like splatters from a natural occurrence and more like someone had deliberately painted the room with it. Especially the ceiling, it was covered in blood. It's possible that someone threw the blood up there. The facts were stated matter-of-factly, but they sent a shiver down my spine. To not only behead the reincarnation of the saint, but also to smear her blood all over the room, even dousing the ceiling. The grotesque image was enough to make one's stomach churn. And it wasn't just me. Everyone else seemed affected, too, letting out breaths of discomfort. Archbishop Mintz, in particular, looked utterly shocked, his eyes wide with horror. To someone from the church, the blasphemy was palpable. The victim being who they were, it does feel rather religious in nature. Perhaps the act of a heretic, mused Geralt, his tone as light as ever. That's about all for now. Anything to add, Kirio? At Auril's inquiry, Kirio shook her head vigorously, taking a seat beside me without a word. You all right? I asked. How could I possibly be all right? She glared back at me, eyes blazing red. Fair point. Well then, perhaps you could enlighten us about the time Princess Victi disappeared, suggested Geralt, sipping the tea Yasha had prepared as he turned to Jin and Laika. Well, Jin murmured, stroking his beard. There isn't much to tell. True, Leica sighed. Around 2:10 in the afternoon, we escorted Kirio Lafla to the ceremony site and returned to the cathedral. We unlocked the cathedral door, asked Princess Victi to come out, and the three of us headed to the ceremony site. Just as we reached the second floor, that explosion happened. The cathedral's door had a magical lock, didn't it? Yes, each time we close the door, we need to open it with 2 keys, Yasha confirmed in response to Geralt's query. I see. And naturally, Princess Victi was alive at that time. Of course, Jin replied, his face taking on a disgruntled expression. After each award was presented, Leica and I checked on the cathedral and Princess Victi. We may not have scrutinized every nook and cranny, but we would have noticed if the cathedral was smeared with blood or if Princess Victi had been wounded. But the cathedral was dark, wasn't it? Prodded Geralt. It was only lit by candlelight, true, but even with that dim light, we could tell whether the place was covered in blood. The awardees would have noticed as well. That makes sense, Leo agreed with Jin. We, including Kirio and Bob, nodded in silence. Despite the darkness, one would notice if there was a body or if the room was bloodstained. Was there anything suspicious about the explosion? Any foreign objects? Not that we are aware of. Yes, I don't think anything was out of place in that area, replied Jin and Leica. So from there, one might conclude the bomb was thrown in from outside. That's not quite accurate. Suddenly, Jin's gaze sharpened with a hunter's intuition. There are no windows, mind you. It's more natural to assume that rather than something being tossed in from the outside, we're looking at an explosive-tipped arrow or the like fired into the wall. The explosive used was likely a dragon shot. Dragon shot? Bob echoed, clearly puzzled. I felt a nagging sense of familiarity with the term, like a half-remembered lesson from my school days, but it eluded my grasp. It's an explosive made by mixing dragon droppings with various herbs. Geralt, the consummate detective, responded promptly. Indeed, considering the power of the blast that demolished the outer wall and the volume of smoke produced, there's no doubt about it. The force to shatter stone with even a small amount and the copious smoke that follows. Considering the situation, dragon shot seems like a safe bet. It doesn't take much, making it ideal for carrying, Geralt said with a smile, as expected of the church's former adventurer turned dirty worker, Mr. Jin. You knew. Jin murmured as if bracing himself for the revelation while Archbishop Mintz stood up, clearly flustered. I would be interested to know why you were recommended as a guard for this event. Stop. It's irrelevant to the case. A trivial reason, Jin retorted, more bored than secretive. Is that so? Then let's leave it at that. Geralt backed down easily. Archbishop Mintz, gasping, managed to settle back down into his seat. And then, silence ensued. Geralt closed his mouth, stroking his staff as if deep in thought. Well, Geralt, Ice prompted, unable to bear the silence any longer. The solution remains elusive, but we have a hypothesis worth considering, Geralt said, giving his staff a light twirl. A switch has been made. Chapter 21. The Great Detective Appears, 3. I knew it. That body isn't Victi's. After all, there was a switch. With a burst of eager anticipation, Uranus rose to his feet. However, no, that can't be right. Arul, Archbishop Mintz, and most of all, Queen Ice herself have acknowledged it. That body is indeed Princess Victi's, Geralt stated with unyielding certainty. Casting a sidelong glance at her disheartened husband as he slumped back into his chair, Ice asked calmly, Then what do you mean? Though, I noticed a slight tremor in her eyes. She, too, was disturbed by the implications. The issue is the window of time available. The guards swarmed the ceremony hall and its vicinity right after the explosion. If that's the case, then the perpetrator, who was with Princess Victi and her 2 escorts right before the explosion, must have managed to abduct her in the brief moment before the guards arrived, enter the cathedral, commit the murder, and then escape all in a very narrow time frame. That's hardly realistic, Leo commented. If that's the case, there's only one answer. The Victi who was caught in the explosion alongside her escorts wasn't actually her. It was the criminal. They had switched places. That's absurd, Jin growled. How can you be so sure? You, her guards, have only seen her veiled, haven't you? Even if you had seen her face, how could you be certain it was truly Princess Victi? I'll concede that point, Leica admitted readily, yet added, but that doesn't resolve anything, does it? Even if Princess Victi had already been swapped by that time, we confirmed that there was no body in the cathedral, nor was there any blood. When exactly was the princess killed? Where was her body all this time, and how and when did it appear in the cathedral? We don't know that yet, Geralt replied, seemingly delighted by the counter-argument. It's just one possibility we're considering at the moment. Does this mean the culprit might be a woman since they had to impersonate Victi? Bob interjected, glancing suspiciously at Kirio. That's not necessarily the case. With transformation magic, one can manipulate their physical appearance to some extent, Merlin corrected. There is a branch of magic that involves controlling one's own body, and within it lies the art of altering one's appearance. Extreme changes come with a significant burden, but it's still possible to alter one's face and build enough for a man to pass as a woman or vice versa. There was once a bearded brute who managed to spy while disguised as a peerless beauty, though it said he relied heavily on a false beard and pushed the limits to adjust his build to that of a woman. Still, relying solely on magic to completely transform into a woman would be stretching it. Makeup would be needed as well. If we find a man who brought cosmetics, that would be suspicious, Leo mused with a hint of jest. No such person was present, Yasha denied promptly. Regardless of the details, isn't it possible to assume that a certain amount of body manipulation could be enough to pass as the princess for a while? Geralt pushed on, eager to have his spontaneous theory confirmed. All right, let's suppose that's the case. At what point did the switch occur? Ice urged. Well, among us here, those who know the princess's face would be the king and queen, her caretakers, Aurel and Archbishop Mintz. I guess I did, too. I've seen the statue during the Foundation Festival, Leo remarked, and I had this sinking feeling that the conversation was veering in an unpleasant direction. Glancing sideways, I caught Kirio's gaze. She looked just as uneasy. So the rumors about that statue were true, Bob muttered, envy flashing in his eyes. Among those of us who know her face, who confirmed seeing Princess Victi today? We had breakfast together this morning before coming here. It's been a while. Usually, she's at the church, so it was a rare family breakfast. Uranus spoke intermittently, a glimmer of something in his eyes. It was around 7 in the morning, I believe, Ice added coolly, her eyelids quivering even though they were closed. So she was barefaced at the time. And after that, the breakfast ended a little past 8. Then, around 8:30, I helped her dress up. I saw her face then. The king, the queen, the princess, and Leica, we all left the castle together and arrived here at 9, Aurel explained, her voice devoid of emotion. I arrived around the same time with Jin. I went to greet her in her room just after 9, and I saw her face then, too, Archbishop Mintz said. And Yasha, when did you arrive at the venue? I had various preparations to attend to, so I've been here since yesterday. I see. So, who confirmed her face next? That would be me. After lunch, I assisted her in changing into her ceremonial outfit. I saw her face then. Right after that, Archbishop Mintz, the king, and the queen came to discuss the award ceremony. Princess Victi was barefaced then, too. Indeed, Mintz confirmed tiredly. What was this discussion about the award ceremony? Just the rundown of events. It included a stern reminder to not deviate from the set course for security reasons. A bitter, sardonic smile finally crossed Ice's face, a grim testament to the futility of such precautions. All for naught. That girl never would have strayed from what was asked of her anyway. Indeed, a compliant child, far too compliant, Uranus murmured, his voice quivering as he fought back emotions. It's absurd, Princess Victi dying like this, Archbishop Mintz suddenly exclaimed, his voice a mix of rage and disbelief. Indeed, she was nothing short of a saint. A saint who selflessly devoted herself to this country. And yet, amid their stupor, Mintz looked to the heavens as if in prayer. I see. And then, escorted by her 2 companions, she proceeded to the cathedral. Geralt continued nonchalantly, unfazed by the reactions around him. That's right. At 1 o'clock, Laika and Jin came to my place. We went straight to the cathedral, and the award ceremony was over by 10 past 1, give or take. There wasn't much to it, so it was over quickly. And, of course, I checked her face then. It was the same as the statue, the one of Saint Phaecia. As Leo spoke, recalling with closed eyes. Yes, it was around that time. I remember because Leo came out of the cathedral so quickly that it took us by surprise. Jin confirmed the timing. True, though there was a bit of a commotion once we reached the venue, Jin added with a scowl. I got a bit peckish and wanted to stop by this great hall, which Jin grumbled about, leading to a bit of an argument. Ultimately, I ignored him and went into the great hall. Exactly. Because of that, we were delayed in going to see Van next, Laika said with a light chuckle, seemingly amused by the memory. It was 20 past 1 when the escorts came to fetch me, I testified, my mind also wandering back to that moment. That's all I need, Geralt cut in sharply, tapping his staff on the floor to signal a pause. So, if there were a switch, it would have been then. Lord Ball would not be fooled by someone he knows well. Hence, the Princess Van met afterward must be the imposter, Gerald deduced. Ah, so that's how it is. Despair washed over me, yet my eyes drifted to Leo. Leo just shrugged as if to say, give up. Kirio's face also bore the stamp of despair. I understand her feelings all too well. Damn you, Leo. Excuse me, I began firmly, unable to just watch the wrong conclusion unfold in silence. At my interjection, all eyes in the great hall turned to me. Damn it, there's no choice but to speak. Kirio and I, we know Princess Victi's face too. From the statue. What unfolded next was rather shocking. My declaration stunned everyone but Leo and Kirio. As I explained what had happened, the expressions around us shifted. Most were faces of disbelief, but Bob and Archbishop Mintz were red with rage, resembling the wrath of demons. The Archbishop, as he oversees everything related to the saint in the church, was enraged beyond measure, having also under his jurisdiction the statue and the basement itself. Initially, he refused to believe me, but as I painstakingly detailed how we had come to be in the basement, he seemed forced to accept my account. I can't believe this, he bellowed, directing his fury at Leo, who had assisted us. One could only wonder where such an old man found the energy to continue his tirade. After his outburst, Mintz collapsed into a chair. Oh, with the Foundation Festival approaching, what a disgrace this is, he lamented, covering his face with wrinkled hands. Guilt settled in me, making me feel out of place. Kirio appeared to share the sentiment. Well, that's how it is, Leo said, unaffected by the uproar he caused. That's hardly the end of it. They deserve the death penalty, all 3 of them, Bob barked, seizing the opportunity. No one echoed his call for execution. Mintz seemed deflated in his seat, and the rest had other concerns on their minds. So it would seem Lord Ball and young Van, followed by Lady Larfler, would have known and recognized the princess's face, said Geralt, tapping his staff repeatedly on the floor. Pchem, most peculiar. We must consider the possibility that there was no switch. Wait a minute, Bob interjected hastily. With magic and makeup, anyone could disguise themselves as Princess Victi, especially since these 3 have seen the statue and know her face, he accused, his eyes filled with contempt as they swept over me, Leo, and Kirio. Queen Ice, one of these 3 is the culprit, he asserted towards Queen Ice. Calm down, Bob, Merlin intervened. Are you defending them again? Bob shouted, his voice laden with accusation. Not at all. Have you forgotten the limits of physical transformation through magic? Merlin replied, and at his words, Bob was at a loss for words. Indeed, there are limitations to manipulating the flesh by sorcery, a truth as old as the magic itself. For instance, completely altering one skeletal structure to match another could not only prevent reverting to the original state but may well result in utter physical destruction. Even attempting to shift the position of one's eyes through enchantment, one finds that they can be moved only by a trifling distance. Yet it is true that a minor alteration can dramatically change a human visage, even going so far as to disguise one's gender. Hence, transforming into another person entirely is within the realm of possibility. The crux of the matter lies in the inability to assume the identity of a specific individual. To morph one's face to mirror another would require a complete overhaul of facial contours, repositioning eyes, nose, and mouth, and even altering skin tone and hair texture might not suffice. While the magic may allow one to become unrecognizable to the point of being no one in particular, taking on the exact appearance of someone else is a feat yet unachievable. And maybe it was mere chance that they bore a striking resemblance to Princess Victi, Bob suggested, his tone reeking of desperation. Still, it seems rather off the mark, Yasha remarked in a tranquil voice. Lord Bob's theory does indeed seem too haphazard. As Sir Geralt has pointed out, even if someone did manage to disguise themselves as Princess Victi, it ultimately resolves nothing. Well, that's true, Geralt agreed with an air of nonchalance, showing no sign of displeasure. Every time before the ceremony, 2 guards have inspected the cathedral thoroughly, leaving us baffled about when the switch could have occurred. Unless guards Jin and Laika are accomplices, which is another story. But that's impossible, Ice interjected, cutting off Laika before she could finish. Laika was chosen for this duty precisely because she is the youngest in the Royal Guard and, upon investigation, carries no significant background selected for her innocence. Meaning that her first encounter with Jin was during this very ceremony. Are we to believe that within half a day, 2 strangers would conspire to commit such a grave act as Victi's assassination? Indeed, Geralt concurred with a nod and twirled his staff. An exchange is out of the question, then. But I have ascertained the truth behind this incident. Without a hint of apprehension, he declared it calmly and matter-of-factly. Chapter 22, Logic, or rather, Fantasy. The air tensed into a heavy silence at the declaration. Have you figured it out? Inquired Archbishop Mintz, his voice laced with dread. Yes, but before I reveal the truth, there's one thing I need to verify. The cathedral's doors were replaced a week ago, were they not? Was there any inspection of the ceremony area or its vicinity at that time? Yes, Yasha replied with a nod. To ensure the comfort of all and to ascertain that no dangers had been introduced, an inspection was conducted. What of the security? Of course, we have been on guard since that time, answered Ice. The notion that security had been in place for a week was news to me, but it seemed rather evident on reflection. It would be pointless to replace the doors and check the site if someone could just sneak in afterward and tamper with the doors or bring in something suspicious. And before that, Ice asked back, perplexed momentarily, then clarified, this place holds significant historical value. We always had reasonable security measures in place, but given its nature, it wasn't frequented by many regularly, so honestly, the patrols were quite sparse before that week. So, it was possible to sneak in during that time? Yes, but any tampering done at that time would have been uncovered during the inspection a week ago. Ice looked to Yasha for affirmation, who silently agreed. Well, we shall see about that. There are always limits to such inspections, Geralt commented, twirling his cane. It's fine. My verification is complete. Let's bring this case to a close, he declared. The answer then unfolded from his lips. The culprit is an external party, likely an assassin from another country. They aimed to kill Princess Victi, causing a rift between the church and the royal family, ultimately leading to the decline of Shoark. His words, delivered with confidence, seemed to relax the atmosphere. Everyone appeared relieved after hearing the words external perpetrator. However, a disquiet lingered within me, a discomfort with the too convenient assurance. First, the perpetrator infiltrated this place more than a week ago and dug a hole right near the ceremony area. A hole. Caught off guard by such an abrupt supposition, I couldn't help but echo the question. Yes, a hole. They dug deep and hid within, using magic to cover their tracks from the inside. Would such a feat not evade even the inspection from a week ago? True, the inspection didn't involve pulling apart walls or digging up the ground, admitted Mintz with a tone of defeat. It appears he was part of that inspection. But if someone did that, they wouldn't be able to breathe or eat, right? Jin posed a logical question. Of course, the perpetrator is likely a professional assassin, prepared for such conditions. They would have trained to minimize breathing and survive without food for some time. Furthermore, they They probably had a bag of air, water, and rations with them in the hole, along with explosives and a clock. A clock? Arul frowned at the unexpected item. Yes, not so much to tell time, but to keep track of the date. The ceremony details were kept secret, weren't they? Indeed, we took precautions against information leaks by not finalizing the minute details until a discussion between us and Archbishop Mintz just before the event, I said, with Mintz nodding in agreement. Not much information trickled down to my end either, Merlin agreed. However, the ceremony date could have been ascertained by spies. The clock was used for a countdown to the event. In this world, clocks are of the wind-up variety, and the smaller ones aren't particularly high-performing. Especially if left in a confined space, their reliability is questionable. However, if their purpose is merely to track the date, even such small clocks, used in such conditions, would suffice for the task. All the perpetrator had to do was wait for the day to come. They would be able to sense what was happening above ground from the vibrations. Such training would have been second nature to them. Then, at the right moment, they would emerge from the hole, toss the explosives. Gerald produced a dramatic bang with his mouth, then use magic to cover up their tracks as if they were never there, scurry up the outer wall of the ceremony hall like a spider, and slip through the blast hole to infiltrate. They quickly abduct Princess Victi while picking the pockets of Jin and Laika for the keys. Me too. Laika expressed surprise, pulling out a key from her pocket. Yes. The one you're holding now is a fake planted by the perpetrator. But let's continue. The assailant, having augmented their physical form with magic, would make their way to the cathedral with astonishing speed, using the 2 keys to gain entry. Then, in a display of contempt, they executed the princess in a manner that would leave a scar on the nation. As the tale reached its climax, King Uranus groaned in anguish. Ignoring his pain, with an almost smug smile, Geralt went on. All that was left was to escape. Perhaps a new form of magic has been developed in another country to conceal one's presence. The assassin would have slipped out of the cathedral and then away from this gathering of knights amidst the chaos. In the confusion that followed the explosion and the discovery of Princess Victi's disappearance, their escape would not have been impossible. At the mention of a new form of magic, Merlin gave no outward response, which surprised me. You all assumed when the cathedral doors wouldn't open that it was because only 1 key was present. And you thought the perpetrator, if they had a key, only had 1. So you concluded that just as you couldn't open the cathedral doors, neither could the perpetrator. This assumption fed the confusion and paranoia, likely the culprit's aim. This is the true face of the case. No one dared to utter a word even after Geralt finished speaking with a satisfied air. A strange, truly strange silence dominated the room. So, what do you think we should do? After a moment, Ice opened her mouth. Firstly, the perpetrator is an outsider and has already fled, so setting up a security net now would be pointless. Moreover, making this public could lead to war. The best course of action would be to silence everyone about this, secretly inter the remains of Princess Victi, and keep her death under wraps for the time being. That so? Yeah, that makes sense. Ice spoke as if convincing herself. No one objected. What's going on? I'm confused. It doesn't make sense. Because, what Geralt is doing, it's not a deduction. There's no evidence first of all. Plus, he's attributing special abilities, no, rather convenient abilities, to the perpetrator without any basis. And he's relying too much on magic. A new spell to vanish. If we start explaining with magic that's never been seen before, then anything's possible. Yet, nobody says a word. Even Merlin, who knows the inconvenience of magic better than anyone, remains silent. What is happening? Van. A whisper. Before I knew it, Leo was standing beside me. Are you ready? Ha! I can't comprehend his words. To put it differently, do you think this resolution is acceptable? I don't. Without realizing it, I had answered immediately. Right, this resolution cannot be correct. If the mystery novel I bought ended like this, I would have thrown the book against the wall. Then good. Steel yourself. Saying so, Leo showed a grin that I felt I hadn't seen in a long time, like a beast baring its fangs. Geralt, Leo said loudly. Van has some issues with your deductions. Everyone turned to me. My head heated up in an instant, my throat parched. Is this really how things are done? I look at Leo reproachfully, but he's looking away, silent. It's okay. A small voice of encouragement. It's Kirio. In a flash, I felt all my strength drain away. Yes, it's okay. I haven't said anything wrong. Surprisingly, Geralt wasn't the least bit unsettled by Leo's words, still with a smile on his face. Van, you have qualms about my deduction? Splendid. Please, enlighten me. Well, it's not so much dissatisfaction but questions. Suddenly, my voice trails off into a whisper. It's no good. I'm shrinking back. Questions. First of all, where did Princess Victi's head go? I decided to start with something relatively mild. The head. Perhaps the assassin took it. They are an assassin, after all. Maybe it's proof of mission success to show to their client. The client wouldn't recognize its Princess Victi by the head alone, would they? If this so-called client is from another country, they wouldn't know her face to begin with. That's true. Geralt tilted his head with a smile as if enjoying the debate. Then, perhaps some magic was used to make it disappear. I couldn't hold back and almost shouted. You're relying too much on magic and the assassin's special abilities for your deductions. I didn't understand why I was so worked up. No, deep down, I knew. I was disappointed and angered by the deductions of the detective I admired. It felt like the genre of mystery I loved was being tainted. Please, say something, Merlin. There's no such thing as magic to make things vanish. Magic isn't all-powerful. I pleaded. Merlin only groaned in discomfort. It wasn't just Merlin. Ice, Uranus, Mintz, Arul, Yasha, Jin, Laika, and even Kirio looked pained by my words. Only Leo and Geralt looked back at me calmly. I understand what you want to say. Geralt countered with a calmness that almost sounded gentle. But can you be so sure that such magic doesn't exist or there's no one with such a special ability? I can't say for certain. There are no absolutes in this world. The exchange with Leo came back to me. Yes, that's the truth of not only mysteries but of the entire world. But at the same time, I also have an answer. Everything I had written in my thesis. However, when deducing, we must first reason within the bounds of common sense and evidence. If we begin with baselessly accepting abilities or phenomena beyond common sense, we eventually make deduction untenable. The possible choices to consider become infinite. Exactly, if we're allowed to use baseless phenomena outside common sense for deduction, then deduction loses its meaning. Simply put, saying God committed the crime is essentially no different from Geralt's deduction. Both accept an existence beyond common sense without basis. Such deductions can be made infinitely. We should start with reasoning based on evidence and within the realms of common sense. And if that fails to hold up, only then should we gradually expand our scope. That's how it ought to be done. Realizing I had stood up, I found myself speaking the contents of my thesis with fervor and desperation. Perhaps it was because this was my theory of mystery, and as I spoke, everyone looked at me in stunned silence, listening intently to my words. Marvelous. I was moved by the book, but to hear it from the author himself. With a regained smile, Geralt spoke. But as brilliant as it is, it's merely theoretical. Can your methodology truly solve this case, with investigation, with deduction? For the first time, a challenging light danced in Geralt's eyes. Of course. Strangely, it wasn't I who responded, but Leo. Naturally, I lacked such confidence. Wonderful. Indeed, my deductions lack substance. If Van could present more brilliant reasoning and solve this case, there would be no greater joy. However, given the situation, we can't afford to take our time. Geralt cast a fleeting glance towards Ice. It's 7 in the evening now, we must have a conclusion by 9. Then, by the break of dawn, we have to implement all manner of countermeasures. Ice nodded gravely. So, a mere 2 hours of respite. It's asking for the impossible. 2 hours is ample for Van. Inexplicably, Leo answered for me yet again. You. Before I could voice my complaint, Then we must begin the investigation post-haste, Gerald urged me forward. Hold on. The shout came from Bob, his face a furious red. He could be the culprit. Letting him wander alone is dangerous. Ah, of course. Cool as ever, Gerald replied instantly. I'll accompany him. That settles it, doesn't it? With that, Bob fell silent, though he seemed bitterly unsatisfied. So, where shall we begin? Without a moment to ponder, I was pressed by Gerald. Well, let's start at the scene of the explosion, I answered. Merely because I wasn't ready to face that cathedral smeared in blood, graced by a decapitated corpse. Thus, Gerald and I set out from the grand hall. In the entrance hall, knights were scurrying about, exchanging reports. I began, intending to apologize for my brash words. I apologize. But to my surprise, it was Gerald who apologized. For what? I am known as the Silent Gerald. Do you know why? As we moved towards the stairs, Gerald countered my question with his own. No, I don't. Because I solve cases quietly, to the satisfaction of the majority. That's why I'm in demand. I've advanced in my career at this age, even referred to as one of the 6 detectives of Pangaea. That means... I caught my breath. Yes, it means I bring solutions that suit everyone's convenience. Without hesitation, Gerald confessed, considering the nature of the affair, everyone wanted a quick resolution and preferably for the culprit to be an outsider. Then, they could pin the blame, and the king and church could swiftly strategize. After all, the victim is Princess Victi. If we don't handle this properly, it could potentially destroy the nation. He used the term destroy, not perish. Clearly, he didn't expect the nation itself to come to ruin. So I provided them with that answer, but politically correct as it may be, emotionally, especially the parents, the king and queen, and the caretakers, while they agreed, they didn't want to accept it. I remembered the atmosphere in the room when Gerald had presented his deduction. Was it because they were all struggling with whether to accept this resolution? Thus, I hate to say, but I used your interruption to my advantage. Whether you succeed or fail, at least it will ease their minds somewhat. Lord Ball, it seems, acted with all this in consideration. What a terrifying man. Shaking his head, Gerald continued, and that's okay with you? To be a detective like that? I blurted out the question without thinking twice. Gerald looked at me with a puzzled expression. Isn't that what a detective is? At least, that's what I believe. A detective is someone who brings closure to an incident, satisfying the majority. What else is there? I found myself at a loss for words. Perhaps he was right. After all, in mystery novels, the celebrated detective always provides a solution that satisfies the involved parties and, above all, the reader, bringing the case to a close. But is that enough? Don't you want to know the truth, the real truth? My words came out desperate, seeking something. Stopping just before the stairs, Gerald finally halted. You mentioned that there are no absolutes in this world, and that is correct. For the first time, the serenity vanished from Gerald's face, replaced by a chill, steely gleam in his eyes. Just so. In this world, there are no absolutely correct facts, no singular truth. They do not exist. No matter how well-founded or logical, all deductions and resolutions. He then began to ascend the stairs once more. Are mere stories. Fairy tales, illusions, fantasies. Gerald climbed to the 2nd floor, his cane tapping rhythmically. I stood transfixed, unable to move from the base of the stairs. Chapter 23, Investigation 1. In the upper chambers, the knights bustled about, tearing away wallpaper in search of any crafty modifications, scouring candle holders for hidden objects, or searching our quarters for any clues. Yet, it seemed nothing had been uncovered. When I arrived upstairs a little late, I found Gerald conversing with one of the knights, clutching his staff with both hands. A sulphurous scent lingered near the staircase, undoubtedly a remnant of the explosion. The after smell still hung in the air. So far, nothing suspicious has been found. Cosmetics have been turned up in the ladies' chambers, but that's it, Gerald informed me, approaching once his conversation ended. Nothing at all? No, nothing amiss. No hidden passageways or secret mechanisms. Of course, when I say nothing, I mean aside from that. Geralt pointed with his staff to where a hole big enough for a person to pass through had been blown into the wall. The surrounding wallpaper was singed and peeling back, and the floor was stained pitch black. Likely, the burnt remnants of the wallpaper have been trampled by many feet, leading to this sorry state, Geralt murmured, gazing at the floor. That would mean whoever was here at the time of the explosion would have stood on their shoes, I ventured, trying out a hunch. However, that's what I'd think, but it's probably everyone. Everyone was here except for Princess Victi, so it doesn't give us any leads, he replied, his advice painfully sound, leaving me blushing for lack of a better response. After about 10 minutes of scrutinizing the area around the hole, we concluded there were no more suspicious details to be found. Blowing a hole through this stone wall with anything but explosives is impossible, right? Not impossible. If someone used magic or were determined enough to chisel away, given enough time and no sleep, a hole this size could be managed in a day and night. In other words, it was a dead end. I conceded that there seemed to be nothing more to find here. Where to next? Shall we inspect each room? Geralt suggested. If we did that, we'd run out of time just doing it. Without a specific lead to chase, searching every room in hopes of finding a clue would take far longer than 2 hours. It was better left to the knights and their brute force numbers. A prudent judgment. You'd make a fine detective. It's fortunate that we can rely on such manpower, given the royal involvement, I confessed inadvertently. In an ordinary case, a detective would have to tackle the investigation almost single-handedly. I had argued in my papers that this system should change. Indeed, it's a privileged circumstance. But in another sense, it's also a challenging one, Geralt noted cryptically. I looked at him questioningly, and he continued, the more evidence you have, the more restrictions you have on spinning your narrative. It can contradict the story you've built. Geralt spun his staff, his face a mask of vacancy. Well, that means there's only one place left to check, right? He said, his smile flipping like a switch, although I nodded in agreement with great reluctance. I knew where we had to go next, and the thought weighed heavily on me. To the cathedral, then, Geralt declared with an air of excitement. Exiting the entrance hall, the chill of the outside air surprised me. Night had fallen, and the darkness was alive with lights from the knight's lanterns, twinkling like fireflies. It was natural for the temperature to drop after sunset, especially with today's weather, but the frigid air was still startling. This weather is a godsend, Geralt said, exhaling a white breath and gazing at the crescent moon. How so? The body won't decompose as quickly, he said matter-of-factly, then set off walking. I followed suit. At the cathedral's perimeter, Geralt exchanged greetings with the knights and received 2 lanterns. All right, Van, let's commence our investigation, he said, handing me one of the lanterns before signaling the knights to make way. I swallowed hard. The memory of the chaotic scene, the room smeared with blood, the headless girl. It caused my grip on the lantern to shake. Let's go. I clench my jaw and step forward. Once the first step was taken, my feet moved of their own accord, weaving through the nights. But at the entrance to the cathedral, at the sight of the damaged metal doors ajar and the gaping darkness beyond, I froze. I didn't want to go in. Instinctively, it felt wrong to enter beyond those doors. First, let's inspect the door, I said, my voice quivering despite my efforts to steady it. Ah, yes, indeed, Geralt agreed as if he had expected the suggestion. I pushed the door open, straining against its weight. As it creaked wider, the darkness seemed to swell, almost overwhelming me. Indeed, a thick door. Made of mithril, perhaps. No ordinary method would break through this, Geralt noted, seeing it in person for the first time, a fact that struck me only now. With an intrigued look, he examined the door from front to back. But the damage from forcing it open makes it impossible to tell if any tricks were involved. The latch area, including the keyhole, was all distorted from the impact and partially melted and solidified from the heat. This was the case on both sides of the door. It rendered any discovery impossible. Indeed. By the way, you there, he called over to a knight who seemed to be in charge. I see. Thank you. After a brief exchange, Geralt turned to me. Seems like no special escape routes or mechanisms were found in the cathedral either. I hadn't been expecting much, but still, it was a letdown. So, the only way inside is through this door, then. That appears to be the case. Shall we proceed? With a light step, Geralt moved forward, his staff swinging rhythmically, heading deeper beyond the door. Startled for a moment, I quickly composed myself and chased after him with a loud yes. If I faltered here, my dreams of becoming a detective and revolutionizing criminal investigation in this world would remain just that, dreams. I bolstered my resolve and moved on. However, my modest determination shattered to pieces a short way in. Ooh! I groaned. The overwhelming stench of blood hit me, along with an indescribable, sickening smell that seemed to twist my insides. Perhaps this was the smell of death. This is dreadful. I heard Geralt mutter almost inaudibly as he smoothly navigated the Belvedere corridor, arriving at the infamous room and slightly furrowing his brow. I managed, struggling against the stench to reach where Geralt stood. Our lanterns cast light across the room. I gagged, unable to hold back. I fought the urge to vomit, tears blurring my vision. I had heard the stories, but this is indeed a sight to behold. Geralt remarked casually, though his choice of words seemed almost disrespectful. But the scene did indeed warrant such a description. At the center of the room lay a headless girl, her white cloth dyed red, resting as if asleep. Blood splattered around her body, a blood-stained sword lying nearby. Indeed, there's blood even on the ceiling, Geralt noted, raising his lantern to reveal the bloodstains in the dim light. The blood dripped down the walls, mingling with the splatters around the room, coating everything in red. The cold seemed to be freezing some of the blood, a fact that unnerved me further. I feel suffocated. In reality, the room is indeed a cramped space, enclosed by stone walls, barely 4 meters square. I've been trying to breathe as little as possible to endure the stench, so the air is undoubtedly stifling. But it's clearly more than that. My body, my very soul, seems to be rejecting the act of breathing. It's as if by inhaling the air of this alien space, I would become a resident of it, and everything within me is resisting that transformation. Quite a clean cut, Geralt observed, examining the girl's severed neck. Unable to muster the calm to do the same, I stood silent. How about the clothing? Do you also think there's fabric missing? Asked by Geralt, I clenched my teeth and once again looked at the headless body of the girl. Indeed, the white cloth that draped her was largely missing, clearly torn and burnt in places. Even without these marks, it was vastly different in volume. The fabric, once wrapped several times around her to conceal her figure, was now barely covering her skin, revealing the clear outline of her young, thin body. It was a stark contrast to the girl I had seen at the award ceremony. The body before me seemed to belong to someone else entirely. This stark change filled me with an unbearable sense of dread. It was as if the lifeless body was proclaiming the death of a powerless, innocent girl. The rough, cheap fabric was stained red with blood. This was the reality of murder. Before I knew it, Geralt had dragged me outside the cathedral. What happened? Coming to my senses, I quickly realized I had fainted. I felt astonished by my own inadequacy. Pretty good for a first-timer. Geralt muttered, dragging me along. Sorry. Feeling utterly defeated, all I could do was apologize in a hoarse voice. There's nothing more to investigate. We found nothing beyond what Auror reported. And so, we head back to the ceremonial hall. By the time I stand in front of the grand hall's doors, I've recovered enough to walk on my own. In this state, to think of reforming criminal investigation. A self-mocking smile almost surfaces on me. Just remember, as a detective, always remain detached, regardless of what you feel inside, Geralt advised before opening the door and striding into the hall. Watching his tall figure, I felt I understood him a little better. His distinctive attire, unflappable demeanor, and seemingly callous remarks, perhaps all these were part of his facade, his way of maintaining an air of detachment essential for resolving cases. Chapter 24. Investigation 2. Upon entering the grand hall, every gaze swiftly turned to Geralt and me, sending a frigid chill down my spine. The investigation is progressing smoothly, Geralt declared nonchalantly, twirling his staff. The tension in the room seemed to dissipate with his words, saved by his quick thinking. Yet, declaring progress without any solid leads was a bluff of outrageous proportions. So, what's next? Inquiries with the involved parties? Geralt turned to look at me. Yes. In truth, that was all we had left to do. Glancing at the Grand Hall's pillar clock, I was taken aback to see that nearly an hour had already passed. Only one more remained. The hall had since been divided into 3 groups: the royal castle, church, and military academy. Yasha was busily serving tea as she navigated between them. Then my supervision here is no longer necessary. I'll take a short nap. What? I thought he was jesting, but Geralt walked to a secluded corner of the hall, away from any group. There, he arranged several chairs into a makeshift bed and casually lay down. Left on my own, I was somewhat bewildered but decided to approach my allies, the group from the military academy. However, one amongst them was of dubious allegiance. "Chemph, what do you want?" "You've got about an hour left," sneered the one, Bob Mayagin. Inquiries. But didn't most of the stories come out during Geralt's deductive session? Kirio's remark was perfectly reasonable. Most of what we knew had come to light while Geralt was questioning regarding Princess Victi. Even so, for instance, what was everyone doing when they weren't interacting with the princess? "We were all in our rooms, weren't we?" Merlin answered succinctly. Indeed, it was the expected response, given that Yasha had instructed this. The others nodded in agreement. Wait, but wasn't Leo's case different? I heard he stopped by the hall at some point. I recalled the conversation with Laika and Jin. Yeah, on my way back from the cathedral. I didn't go straight to my room, I stopped here. Lord Leo was quick to leave, though, piped up Yasha, who had just returned with more tea. Didn't you say you were hungry? Yeah, but I didn't need to bother Yasha for food since the desserts left by Jin and Archbishop Mintz were there. I had a quick bite and then went straight to my room. Did anything unusual happen on your way back from the hall? Meet anyone? I clung to a thread of hope. If something had happened, I'd have mentioned it, came the retort, and I had to concede the point. Yasha, how long were you tidying up the Grand Hall? I asked Yasha next. Forgive me, but I can't recall the exact time. However, on my way back to my quarters, I did encounter Bob, Jin, and Laika returning from the cathedral. Really? Yes, undoubtedly, Bob said, puffing up with a haughty air. The time was around 2 in the afternoon, I believe, he said, though his recollection didn't seem certain. I was fetched from my room around the same time, so that sounds about right, Kirio added. Considering it took me roughly 20 minutes to get to the cathedral and back to my room after my own commendation, their timeline seemed plausible. Oh, Kirio. What? I returned to an obvious yet overlooked question. When exactly had Princess Victi been murdered? Since the award ceremony began, Jin and Laika, along with those being honored, had all been under observation, making it difficult to believe the crime occurred during that window. This meant that the period around Kirio's commendation was suspect. Geralt's questioning had stopped with Leo, meaning we hadn't delved into this time frame before. At that point, neither Kirio nor I had been identified as knowing Princess Victi. Tell me about what happened from when you were called for your award. Ha! Oh, as I said earlier, I was fetched around 2 o'clock. Then the 3 of us went to the cathedral, and upon arriving, they opened the doors for us. The doors, they were indeed locked with 2 keys. Yes, of course. Then I received my award from Princess Victi. You saw her face at that time, right? Out of reverence, I didn't gaze upon her too openly, but yes, it was the face from the statues. That much was consistent with my own experience. The ceremony was brief, and upon leaving the cathedral, she hesitated as if it was difficult to continue. I parted ways with the others in the entrance hall, and then I went to your room. Kirio blushed and averted her eyes, triggering a wave of amused looks in my direction. Damn, I'd forgotten. See, can you give me more details about what happened after the ceremony was over? Desperate to steer the conversation away, I asked, prompting Kirio to nod like a small creature seeking reassurance. Right, of course. But, to be honest, I don't remember much. I was so nervous that my memories from entering the cathedral onward are a blur. I couldn't fault her for that. My own experience had been much the same. TMPH, always the faint-hearted one, aren't you? I had no such troubles, boasted Bob, though no one seemed sure how to respond. Was that something to be commended? Just the thing that stays with me is how, both coming and going, the three of us walked slowly. Unsure about the meaning, I echoed her words. Slowly? Yeah, part of it was me being nervous, and the two guards escorting me were being extra cautious, but we were walking so sluggishly it felt odd. Just a silly thing, really. Sorry about that. No, I responded, stroking my chin in thought. This might be a detail worth contemplating more deeply. The distance from the ceremonial hall to the cathedral is trivial, but I do recall walking rather slowly myself. It's a distance that one could sprint in under a minute, but it felt like it took us around 5. So that means, from the end of Curio's ceremony to the point when the guards opened the cathedral doors, roughly 10 minutes had elapsed. Could something have occurred in that interval? Such a notion flitted through my mind. Of course, if that method was employed, how come the guards found nothing amiss when they checked the cathedral later? That's a valid point, but what's the reality? While the cathedral's interior may have been unaccounted for, during those 10 minutes, anyone attempting to enter would surely be spotted by Laika and Jin as long as they were outside. I wouldn't say it's absolute, though, Leo retorted calmly. And what if someone infiltrated the cathedral during the time the two guards entered and exited the cathedral? I posed the question despite feeling it was a stretch. How could anyone verify the movements of the two guards? That kind of thing could only be confirmed by Curio, who was with them. Maybe someone outside noticed the guards entering the ceremonial hall? Were they buried in the ground or something? Your theory is hardly different from Gerald's, he replied, prompting my silence. I was well aware of the irrationality in my reasoning at this moment. Yet, the real issue was that I had no clue where to begin unraveling this mystery. After all, even if one approached the cathedral, it would be impossible to enter, Merlin chimed in, stroking his long white beard. That was the problem. The room was, after all, sealed. Just then, as if on cue, Yasha came in to serve more tea. Yasha, you arranged for the doors, correct? Yes. Is there absolutely no way to open those doors other than using the 2 keys? Desperately seeking some crack in the situation, I inquired. Of course, Yasha stated emphatically. I'm sure the king, queen, and Archbishop Mintz would confirm the same. Without the 2 keys, it's impossible to enter. Her confident yet modest words left little room for doubt. Chem? Bob seemed puzzled as if something didn't quite add up. What is it, Bob? Shut up, don't call me by my name so casually, he snapped back at my innocent call. Something just feels off. What does? How should I know? With that, Bob turned away sullenly, likely as unclear about his own suspicions as I was about mine. Nevertheless, I shared the sentiment. Something felt amiss. I then proceeded, albeit reluctantly, toward the royal group. There's little time. If there's something you wish to ask, do so without reservation, offered Queen Ice in a composed manner, while King Uranus seemed to sink deeper into his chair, unresponsive. Aurul and Laika were engaged in conversation. Yes, thank you, I replied. Though, in truth, I had nothing specific to ask. Or rather, I didn't know what to ask that could lead to a solution. So, first, I repeated the question I'd asked Yasha. To open the doors of the cathedral, is using the 2 keys the only method? Yes, I've witnessed the procedure multiple times and conferred with numerous esteemed craftsmen, and the consensus is clear. There is no alternative to the keys, right, Uranus? Yes, came the king's voice, hollow as though from the grave, without lifting his face. The response was as anticipated, so I didn't allow myself to be discouraged. Now, I had nothing else to ask. What to do? Has anything caught your attention? Anything at all? I resorted to a vague inquiry, an admission of my own ineptitude. To my surprise, a voice responded. It was Aurul, who had been conversing with Laika until now. I was talking with Laika, and we were unsure whether to mention this, she started, glancing hesitantly at Ice. After the luncheon and the briefing on the ceremony by the Queen and Archbishop Mintz, we all went back to our quarters after bidding farewell to Princess Victi, who was escorted by the guards. She paused, glanced briefly at Ice, and then continued. I entered my room and realized I had forgotten something. I had brought my own cosmetics, just in case, to help the princess with her attire, and I had left them behind. So, I went back to retrieve them, and as I opened the door, that's when I saw me leaving my room. Ice answered calmly, leaving Arul, Laika, and me surprised. Why yes, exactly that. I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's nothing that needs hiding. Shielding her face, Ice confessed with a tinge of shame in her voice. Rather, it's my failing that I haven't spoken of it until now amidst the chaos. It's pathetic. After leaving the room, where did you go? The Great Hall. I wanted to speak with Yasha, but in the end, I never entered. I saw Yasha busy cleaning up through the crack in the door and changed my mind. A smile shaped Ice's face as she spoke, a self-mocking smile that I had seen before, the kind that laughs at oneself. It's no use. Even now, I'm trying to put up a front and lie. The truth is, I lost my nerve to speak at the last moment. I was terrified. Terrified? But why did she need to see Yasha, the receptionist, so urgently? Ah, right, I haven't told you. Arul has only been Victi's caretaker for about a year. Before that, from birth, it was always Yasha. What? I was taken aback by the unexpected truth. It seemed to be common knowledge within the royal castle, as Arul and Laika were unfazed. To put it plainly, for Victi, Yasha is more a parent than us, the biological ones. It became troublesome because they grew too close, so we removed Yasha as caretaker a year ago. However, Yasha probably still knows Victi best. From another perspective, Victi must have been like a daughter to Yasha. Yet, she seems far too composed about it all. Suddenly, I find myself unsettled by Yasha's calm, collected demeanor. So, what I was intending to discuss was about Victi. Right. I responded vaguely, hesitant to delve too deep, eager to shift to the next topic. But my evasion was caught by Ice's dark gaze. Could this incident be Victi's suicide? Then, she said the unimaginable. Instantly, Urana's face lifted in alarm, marked vividly with despair. Suicide, Your Majesty? That can't be. My reply was cut short as Ice, as if possessed, continued. I don't know how, but the motive is more than enough. Victi was a puppet. As she grew and began to resemble Saint Phaecia, I thought I would use that. Uranus opposed it until the end. Stop, I'm just as guilty. Uranus interjected with a tearful voice. But Ice didn't stop. Our relations with the church weren't always favorable. In fact, we were blatantly clashing. Despite knowing that foreign powers were exploiting our discord to weaken Shoak, we couldn't stop our hostility. That's when I thought to use it. Turn my daughter into a reincarnation of the saint and gift her to the church. That way, we could forge a strong bond. Gradually, a feverish light rimmed Ice's eyes, and at the same time, an abyssal darkness appeared at their core. It was necessary for the nation. That's what I thought when I treated Victi in that manner. Even if my daughter resented me, I was prepared. I had all the measures in place to suppress any resistance. Yet, she halted, her whole body beginning to shake. She never resisted. Victi accepted everything. Even placed in such an inhuman role, she didn't utter a word of resentment. Instead, she followed every command absolutely, like a puppet. Tears spilled from Uranus' eyes, not so much crying as it seemed he was purging his sorrow. It terrified me. She didn't seem human, and so I distanced her further, treating her as the saint. Yet, she continued to act as commanded, and I grew more afraid. Yes, it's true, Victi seemed not at all human. But I understand it was I who made her that way. It's not just you, it's us. We chose the nation over our daughter. That's what it means. With tears still streaming, Uranus stood, placing a comforting hand on Ice's shoulder despite his own grief. If I were Victi, I'd have either killed myself or my mother. That's what I thought. After meeting Victi for the first time in a long while, Seeing her still obeying like a puppet, I wanted to consult Yasha, but I couldn't. I feared being told something I didn't want to hear, so I fled. Having said that, Ice suddenly closed her eyes. The intense, almost ghostly aura that surrounded her vanished, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell of a woman. I was prepared to be killed by Victi if the opportunity arose, though it would not atone for anything. As if dreaming, Ice murmured, "Now, that chance will never come again." Uranus' tears had dried, and he simply put his hands on Ice's shoulders with a pained expression as if to protect her. They looked like a pitiful couple, a sight far from royal. I was silent for a while, unsure of what to say. Eventually, realizing that silence resolved nothing, I bowed my head. In mysteries, there's criticism of the so-called amateur sleuths. They intrude upon events without any right, tear open the wounds of the involved, and presumptuously bring an end to the case. My situation could be worse. Having torn at these wounds, I might still fail to conclude the case. My apologies, I've digressed. Ice quickly regained her composed demeanor, and Uranus returned to his chair. "No. By the way," I said, trying to shift the mood. "Arul and Laika, you seem to get along well." "Cham." "Oh," Laika responded, surprised. Before becoming a court physician, Arul taught at the Military Academy Medical Sciences, that is. I was a student at the time. When it came to medicine, she wasn't too sharp, standing out only in magic and swordsmanship, so I figured she'd join the Royal Guard even back then, Arul said with a distant, reminiscent gaze. Compared to a doctor like Arul, who can reattach a severed limb, I was certainly subpar. "No, you were decidedly below average," they bantered, more like sisters or friends than teacher and student. Did anyone notice anything unusual? No one answered my question. So that's the end of the inquiries for the Royal Castle group, then. Glancing at the clock, I realized we had been in the Great Hall for over 20 minutes. Our time was running short. "Don't worry about it," I said, noticing my glance at the clock. "Even if you don't solve the case within the allotted time, there's no shame in it. Neither we nor Geralt will reproach you. You're a distinguished member of our nation, stand proud." Taking her words more painfully than they were likely intended, I thanked her and moved towards the church group. It was less of a group and more a pairing of the great Archbishop Mintz and Jin, sitting isolated, with Mintz's downcast posture nearly ignored by Jin, who stood staring off in the wrong direction. "The door, it can't be opened without a key, can it?" "Absolutely no way." My standard opening question was met with Mintz's frail but firm denial. "It's utterly impossible." "And why are you here, Jin? Aren't you specialized in the dirty work?" I asked directly, a point from Geralt's account that had piqued my curiosity. "The incident's got nothing to do with it," Jin snapped. "Yes, the incident has nothing to do with it," Mintz echoed, fear edging his voice. "Listen, kid," Jin pointed at me, adopting a rare serious tone. "I've got info about the perpetrator. They're skilled." "Ha!" They picked my pocket for the keys despite the smoke screen. "Not just anyone can do that." "Incredible." "It's unbelievable that Jin could be outwitted," Mintz muttered, trembling. "Given how they erased their presence and lifted the keys from my pocket, I'm thinking a first-rate assassin or thief," Jin pondered, stroking his beard with a grimace. "I wonder about that." I couldn't quite agree. Would an assassin or thief decapitate someone and drench the room in blood? "I still can't believe it, Princess Victi dying like this," Mintz lamented, clawing through his white hair. "If only during the briefing." His abrupt cry was laden with regret. "Briefing? Yes." Mintz's eyes widened as if snapping back to reality. "It was after breakfast. We were explaining the ceremony procedures, insisting on not deviating from them, and following Jin and Laika's directives in case of an emergency. And that's a problem because it seemed like standard security protocol to me. Princess Victi obeys the commands of me, the king, and the queen unconditionally," he grieved, closing his eyes tightly, clearly haunted by something. "Perhaps that's why she didn't flee or resist in the cathedral, and it could be why she lost her life," Mintz speculated, his voice breaking as though on the verge of tears. Even Jin was left dumbfounded by the statement. "Come on, Archbishop, that's nonsense. She's human." She'd naturally react somehow when faced with danger or fear, Jin argued sensibly. That's the thing, Princess Victi was not human. She was a saint. Or rather, we made her one, Mintz declared, then clamped a hand over his mouth as if scared by his own words. What am I saying? Forget it, he groaned, slumping forward. You understood. Did you notice anything else, perhaps? Mintz did not respond to my probing as if his very soul had departed. By the way, I heard that King Uranus has brought a razor into the banquet hall, Jin let slip, almost as if the words fell out unintentionally. Ha! King Uranus with a razor. Well, it's conceivable. He might use it for shaving. He's the king, after all, it wouldn't be strange for him to have such a thing with him. But that's not the point. How come you know about it, Jin? Ha! Oh, nothing special, just overheard it somewhere. Some talk about a razor or another. It's not a big deal, just something I picked up along the way. Could that be true? I find myself dubious. Would such personal details about King Uranus naturally fall into the ears of someone from the church side? Or perhaps Leica had mentioned it. They had been together the entire time, after all. But could a member of the royal guard be that careless? Come now, I don't know what you're suspecting, but a razor is a trivial matter, isn't it? Chastised by Jin, I pull myself together. Indeed, he is right. The presence of a razor doesn't make this incident possible. Suspicion had clouded my mind. I take a deep breath. I've run out of questions for the church side. Glancing at the clock, only about 15 minutes remain. I sigh in resignation. Is it all in vain? Chapter 25, Deep Analysis. Exhausted, I returned to face the varied reactions of my companions. Leo laughed, Curio's brow knotted with concern, Merlin remained silent, and Bob wore a sneer of mockery. Given the circumstances, with the case's resolution seemingly as distant as ever, Bob's scorn was perhaps to be expected. Slumping into a chair. Well, I barely registered Curio leaning in, her voice tinged with unease. What well? Seems I'm not cut out for detective work after all. The truth slipped out unbidden. Realized that just now, have you? Bob's lips twisted into a smirk. I chose to ignore him. In truth, I had no rebuttal. It's pathetic. I nearly fainted during our investigation at the cathedral. I was right there with you, Curio said, her voice gently attempting to consolation. Her words took me back to the post-cathedral pallor on her face, the aftermath of her joint endeavor with Urul, now etched in my memory. I had intentions, influenced by you and Leo, to compile and systematize medical data. Write papers, categorize data, burns with burns, contusions with contusions, poisonings with poisonings, frostbite with frostbite. I was analyzing a variety of data. I thought that even if my medical skills weren't up to par in investigative work, I could surpass Miss Urul. But her voice faded as she shook her head weakly. The reality of being on site, it's just too much. You both sound so faint-hearted. Are you saying you're ready to give up on your dreams? Leo's incredulous voice broke the brief silence. He couldn't fathom the despair Curio and I felt. His mind was simply not wired for surrender. As for me, I've hit a wall. Pathetic. Use that vaunted logic and reasoning of yours, Leo challenged. Right. No new information would be forthcoming. There was no time. I had to work with what I had and analyze it since I couldn't even begin to their eyes. At the end of the day, the crux of this case is the mystery of how and when Victi was killed inside the cathedral. All other enigmas stem from this root mystery. Ha! What are you on about? Bob scrunched his face, more in genuine bafflement than complaint. I can somewhat understand what you're trying to get at, Van. But how do you account for the explosion mystery? Merlin interjected with a note of confusion in his voice. Ah, that's a conundrum that hasn't plagued me as much, I replied, feigning nonchalance as all eyes turned to me in shock. You've solved the mystery of the explosion? Curio's eyes widened. Solved is a strong word. There are countless possible methods. Even the one Geralt proposed could work, in theory. Indeed, ever since hearing Geralt's deduction, a vague yet revealing truth about the explosion has been slowly forming in my mind. The true challenge, however, remained. The issue is whether the perpetrator is an insider or an outsider. So, there's a chance the culprit is one of us? Leo's quick response sent a ripple through the crowd. Possibly, I conceded reluctantly. In this situation, it's more prudent to consider one of us, present in this very hall, as the culprit. The area surrounding this ceremonial hall could very well be considered a version of the classic mystery settings like a stormy mountain villa or an isolated island amid a vast sea. The fact that it's encircled by a dense forest, patrolled by a guard of honor and holy knights, makes it seem impenetrable and escape-proof. Of course, nothing is absolute. It might be the work of an external perpetrator who somehow slipped through the net, but it's logical to first theorize based on the assumption that it was someone from inside. If I hit a dead end with that line of thinking, then I'll consider the possibility of an outsider. That's in line with the theory of deduction I shared with everyone. The problem is that I'm currently at a standstill. Surprisingly, I'm even starting to think Geralt's somewhat far-fetched theory about an external perpetrator might not be so far off. I almost want to smack myself for getting ahead of myself and bragging to him. Indeed, we do have a certain freedom of movement within the hall, Leo noted with a hint of sarcasm. Ha! What do you mean? Leo cast a pitiful glance at Bob. Because we've been ordered not to leave our rooms, paradoxically, one can move about without notice. There are no witnesses, after all. But once the ceremony begins, the guards start patrolling, Kirio pointed out. Only to escort the Hanores. That happens every 15 to 20 minutes. It's avoidable if one is cautious. The real issue, isn't it that we can't leave the ceremony hall? If we step out, we'll catch Jin and Laika's eyes. Except for when they come to fetch us from our rooms and during the checks inside the chapel, those two guards are always outside, I argued. True. We can move freely within the hall, but we can't appear instantaneously in the cathedral, Leo conceded. In the end, the problem remains. We don't know how the killer entered the locked cathedral nor when the murder was committed. I gathered my thoughts. Multiple individuals had confirmed the sight of Princess Victi in the meeting before the commencement of the awards, and thereafter, unmistakably, we the ones to be honored had also laid eyes upon her. Except for Bob, we had all seen her face. And not just that. Every time an award was given, Laika and Jin had also confirmed her presence. Things might move along if it turns out that the two guards are in cahoots, I muttered, voicing a somewhat distasteful wish, at least for Laika and Jin. The idea of those two being accomplices is out of the question. Didn't Queen Ice guarantee it? And with Jin as his bodyguard, Archbishop Mintz would have surely checked beforehand if he had any connections with the others he met that day. Merlin tapped his shoulder with his staff, seemingly weary from being cooped up in the Grand Hall for so long. What if Queen Ice and Archbishop Mintz were in cahoots? I threw out this bold theory on a whim, but Bob immediately dismissed it. Are you daft? He said scornfully. If there were such an elaborate scheme of complicity, they wouldn't bother killing in such a public setting. They'd find a way to do it secretly, without anyone knowing, explained Leo, ever the rational one. Indeed, he was right. The very fact that murder had occurred in such a strange situation was unnatural. If there were other means, the perpetrator would have used them. Besides, I can't see any motive for a conspiracy to kill Princess Victi, especially in such a bizarre way. It seems like an extremely personal reason. A conspiracy doesn't hold up. Merlin argued from the standpoint of motive, effectively debunking the complicity theory. That, too, held persuasive power. Indeed, it was hard to imagine that this murder was motivated by something shared by multiple people. Hey, Van, time's up, Bob interjected with a grin, gesturing to the clock with his chin. Indeed, our time limit was drawing near. Damn it, it's no use. I felt claustrophobic and stood up, going to a corner of the room. There, away from the others, I endured the feeling of nausea. Is this how it ends, with Geralt's theory? No. His story being accepted. Is that all right? A part of me says yes. Is there something wrong with that? The image of Victi at the award ceremony and her headless corpse flashed back and forth in my mind. Stumbling, I refused to collapse by bracing myself against the wall. Are you okay? Kirio followed me, her concern evident in her voice. Yeah, I answered, but even to my own ears, it didn't sound convincing. Don't blame yourself, Van. It can't be helped. This case is strange, after all. It's as if everyone is lying. Everyone is lying, huh? That was the feeling. If we were to believe everyone, Princess Victi was alive until the moment of the explosion and then appeared in the cathedral's sealed room as a headless corpse the next instant. That couldn't be possible, so the culprit must be lying. That much I could understand. But what's odd about this case is that even if one person lies, the event structure doesn't allow the lie to stand. If someone lies about Princess Victi, several others would have to corroborate that lie immediately, or it would be exposed. For example, if I lied and said Princess Victi was in the cathedral when she was not, then Laika, Jin, and later Bob and Kirio would all have to agree with my lie for it to hold up. It makes one lean toward a theory of conspiracy. It seems like the only explanation for multiple people deceiving us in this situation, I said with a sigh. But that seemed improbable. Time was up. But even if several people were lying, this case is still puzzling. How could they lie to create this situation? Kirio murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. How could they lie to create this situation? I repeated her words inadvertently. Indeed, if it were simply a matter of multiple people lying, that wouldn't explain the situation we were in. How could they lie? Who would? Shock hit me first. Then, everything I had seen and heard started connecting involuntarily, forming a picture. I almost laughed at the ludicrous image forming in my mind. But the more I tried to laugh it off, the clearer and more precise the picture became. It can't be. Is that how it is? What's wrong? Kirio asked, alarmed by my strange behavior, but I was beyond replying. The picture that was forming inside me raged on. No, wait. I calmed myself down. Right, relax. It's just a wild guess. It's impossible in reality. There's the issue with the sealed cathedral. My wild guess is useless against that overwhelming enigma. Memories of being in that cathedral came back to me. I stopped at a certain point, gripped by a sense of discomfort. Quickly, that discomfort turned into realization. I recognized what it was. What does this memory mean? Could it be? If that were the case, it would be utterly ridiculous. Too absurd to contemplate. And yet, a dreadful misapprehension seemed to have been mine all along. I must verify it. Hey, wait. Kirio calls out as I suddenly take off running, but I can't stop. What has happened? Yasha is startled by my abrupt approach, but I have no time for her concern. Tell me, Yasha. I ask to confirm something. The answer, in a way, was to be expected. Yet, hearing it, I feel like collapsing right there. What a farce, this whole situation. Liars, all of them. Even after Yasha leaves with the dishes, I can't move from that spot. I'm reeling. The dizziness is overwhelming. Now, what to do? There's no evidence. Or is there? Can that even be used? Should I even try to resolve this? Now, I understand the forced solution that Geralt had presented. Who does it save? Would it be better to blame an assassin from a fantasy foreign land? Oi, what's wrong? Leo approaches, evidently puzzled by my sudden dash. Leo, I shudder, turning towards him. What's really the matter? Leo seems shocked by my state but quickly appears to grasp something. Don't tell me you've figured it out. What should I do? A pitiful question escapes my trembling lips. Just point out the culprit, that's what you should do. In contrast to my fear and anger, Leo's composure makes me feel even more alienated from him. This is the first time I've felt this way towards Leo. He's different from me, an entirely separate breed of human, impervious to weakness. And then what? I can't picture what will happen next. Will the culprit be executed? Will the princess's death be made public? What will become of us? Who is saved by pointing out the perpetrator if it just ends up hurting everyone involved? My own frailty flows out in a steady stream. That's not something to worry about. Leo's response is cold. Let me reveal the true intent behind why I pushed you forward. If you can solve this case, you'll become a court detective, Geralt's ace in the hole. You'll be in good standing with the king and queen, and not even the church will be able to ignore you. All you need to do is build a reputation based on your own theories of investigation, and the reforms you and I seek will come to pass. So you're saying I should resolve this case for that purpose? That's right. Van, you wanted this too, didn't you? Though our values differ, the desire to change the current system is the same. You have an exceptional way of thinking, rare magical talent, connections like Merlin and myself, and now, the opportunity. Indeed, I was fortunate. I had knowledge from another world, magic potent enough to char a tree in seconds or freeze a lake, and above all, I was blessed with mentors and friends. But still, it doesn't feel like an opportunity to me, not this case. The image of the headless corpse flashes in my mind, bringing on nausea. Real cases are heavy, they're messy, they stick to you, and just by existing, they hurt everyone involved. They're not something I can handle. Cases were monsters. I was terrified of stepping into the realm of this particular monster. That was the whole story. People want a resolution, don't they? Even if it's just for form's sake, they want an end to the case, even if the after-effects linger indefinitely. Resolution, huh? But any resolution, any truth, is just fantasy, the great detective once said. I wonder with what feelings Geralt had said that. Come now, pull yourself together. That's not just about the truth of cases. You yourself said that there are no absolutes in this world. And that's true. Everything is a fantasy, a fairy tale. And if cases are just another fantasy, what's wrong with using one fantasy to end another? Is a great detective necessary for that? For now, yes. Someone to narratively tie up the fantasy convincingly, someone who can force a conclusion to the case from an unassailable position, that's what a great detective is absolutely necessary for. That's why Geralt ended up the way he did. From my perspective, it's almost comical. You want to change that system, right? Yes. My response is weak. I had wanted to change the current scene of personal, emotive investigations. Then, for now, you must become the great detective. Yet, even after Leo's words, my heart wavers. Can I endure it? If I keep silent, the case will conclude anyway with Geralt's solution. What's wrong with that? Casting aside aspirations beyond my station, ambitions of changing the world. Let me say one thing. If you know the culprit and stay silent now, I will never forgive you. Victi was a childhood friend of mine. If things remain this way, it would be an injustice to her memory. Leo's voice, normally full of confidence, now carried a natural gravity that snapped me to attention. At that moment, something settled in my chest. Right. It's permissible for me to solve this. At the very least, Leo, the victim's childhood friend, wishes for it. Leo. My voice, at last, was regaining its strength. Yeah, I've deduced it. A reasoning beyond doubt, with several bases. But I lack decisive evidence, I admitted, acknowledging the weak spot in my logic. But at the very least, I have an idea to unearth evidence that will deeply implicate the perpetrator. Really? Leo's gaze fixed on me, brimming with curiosity about what I would propose next. This plan may be beyond the means of a mere commoner like myself. Therefore, Leo, I said, locking eyes with him directly. Unwaveringly, he met my gaze, those golden eyes filled with self-assurance. Will you help me? It might draw the scrutiny of royalty or the church, but will you use your power as a grand noble to execute this plan? Of course, he answered promptly. Such an immediate response could make one suspect he hadn't thought it through. But I knew better. This man wouldn't be without his calculations. He'd run through all the possibilities in a heartbeat and still offered his cooperation. Then it's settled, I declared, my own resolution firming. Time's up, came the announcement. I stood and declared time was up. Let's proceed with Geralt's plan. No objections, correct? Ice's authoritative voice filled the hall. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Geralt straighten up and Curio look my way with concern. Steady, my voice. That's premature, I announced, surprisingly calm despite my internal disquiet. My voice carried well through the expanse of the great hall. Concealing my racing heart and labored breaths, I stood tall. One must embody conviction when one speaks. Play the part of the master detective. What do you mean by that? Ice asked, her suspicion toward me palpable. Geralt's gaze turned serious, challenging me as if acknowledging me as a fellow detective. Because, I said, suppressing the rising panic and forcing my stiff face into a sly grin. I know who the criminal is. Chapter 26, a challenge to the readers. Now, my astute readers, I suspect that many of you have already begun to discern the truth behind this perplexing case. Yet, indulge me as I proffer a challenge, perhaps impudently, to you all. The challenge is straightforward. Who committed the murder, and how? And then, how do we prove it? These are the questions I put before you. Of course, all the clues necessary have been laid out in the story thus far. I beseech you to unravel this enigma and bring resolution to the case. In the interest of fair play, the following conditions for reasoning are presented. In our story, our protagonist, Van, is what we call a reliable narrator. That is to say, he is not plagued by hallucinations, nor does he suffer from a split personality, and he most certainly is not the perpetrator. The culprit is among the characters introduced by name. With the exception of the villain, no character in our narrative is intentionally deceitful. As our protagonist posits, there is no conclusive evidence pointing directly to the culprit. Instead, our hero has resorted to a process of elimination, deducing that, since no other explanation fits, this must be the truth. No advanced scientific technology unmentioned in the story has been employed. The criminal has not utilized any special abilities or skills not referenced in the narrative. Unless otherwise stated, the physical laws of the world within our story adhere to those of reality. As for the magic in our story's universe, it is bound by the limitations described within the narrative and is not omnipotent. Furthermore, it is implausible that the perpetrator possesses magical abilities that would elude even those of high caliber, such as our protagonist, Merlin, or Leo. There is no need to contemplate the motive. The current whereabouts of the princess's head are not to be considered. There is insufficient evidence to speculate, and the means of concealment could be many, especially when chance is considered. For instance, it could simply be that it was discarded in the woods and, by happenstance, has yet to be found by the knights. The protagonist himself has no definite answer at this point. We may trust the knights' testimony that their post-event investigation of the ceremonial site and the cathedral revealed no hidden passages or mechanisms. There is no need to delve into the psychology of the victim, the princess. The human heart is a mystery, after all. Chapter 27, Deduction 1. In every great detective's character, there lies a paradox. Their eccentricity and outlandish nature are not solely for the pursuit of entertainment. They serve a deeper purpose in the narrative, adding plausibility through their very implausibility. It's a necessity for the story's credibility that these detectives appear almost superhuman in their mental faculties. Joseph Tiss from Mystery as a novel character. Under the command of Ice, all related parties, along with her trustworthy subordinates, the few knights informed of Princess Victi's death, were gathered in the Grand Hall. Everyone seemed anxious, yet there was an undercurrent of anticipation for the unfolding events. But perhaps, I was the most nervous of all, silently praying my anxiety wouldn't show. Well, I began, gathering the focused stares of everyone in the hall. I swallowed once, feigning a confidence I barely felt, and started my announcement. Firstly, I have something important to say. Those who have read my paper will understand that my investigative and deductive methods are based entirely on logic and probability. Come on, cut the preamble and tell us who the murderer is. Bob interjected, his body fidgeting incessantly, eyes darting around nervously. Even he was feeling the tension. That's not how it works, Bob, I said with a forced, calm smile. Announcing the culprit outright won't convince anyone, and explaining my reasoning from scratch will only cause chaos. I need to lay out my logic step by step. You're right about that. Geralt supported me, his staff clutched in his hand. Bob fell silent, seemingly resigned. Continuing, I explained, logic is straightforward, but what does it mean to base deductions on probability? In this world, nothing is absolute, but some things are likely to happen based on common sense and sheer possibility. As I mentioned when countering Geralt's theory, We must not consider unlikely choices until the more probable ones are ruled out. Pausing, I took a moment to scan the faces of everyone present. Now, I'll use this method to unveil my deductions. As I said earlier, we'll start from the beginning. First, we need to establish whether we can consider this case a murder. Are you saying it's not? Arul questioned, tilting her head. It was indeed strange to doubt a murder in these circumstances, but that's how deduction works, starting from the very foundation, just as the detectives I admired in fiction did. We'll examine that. Firstly, there's no denying a body was found in the cathedral, a body without a head. This means that something fatal occurred. The possibilities include murder, suicide, accident, and/or a staging. Staging? Uranus reacted sharply. Yes, staging. Given the headless body, it's a possibility we must consider. So, let's start there. Staging would mean the body isn't actually Princess Victi's but someone else's. Someone with a similar build, brought from somewhere else. However, Queen Ice, King Uranus, and Archbishop Mintz confirmed her presence here until lunch. I won't doubt their word because if these three were accomplices, there'd be no need to stage such an event. They could simply agree that the princess died. At least, no one would openly object. It's unlikely they'd cause such a scene just for us, considering we're not allowed to discuss this matter freely. That's true. Either way, we intended to silence you, Ice replied emotionlessly, and I continued. So, the princess was here until lunch. That means a substitute body appeared, and Princess Victi vanished, presumably of her own volition, making her at least an accomplice. This also explains her motive, why she would fake her death and flee. I guess no further explanation is needed here. Both Uranus and Mintz averted their eyes. Only Ice met my gaze squarely. This implies that she had accomplices. At the very least, Arul, the doctor and caretaker, had to be involved. She declared the body to be the princess's, and if she said otherwise, the plan would have fallen apart. Ha! Me! Arul sounded genuinely baffled, all eyes turning to her. A caretaker like Arul sympathizing with Princess Victi's situation and aiding in staging her death is plausible. But unfortunately, this theory doesn't hold up. Uranus was the first to react, his gaze snapping back to me, his mouth trembling slightly. So, it's not a staging? Trembling slightly at the lips, he sought confirmation. Perhaps he hoped I would say it was all a ruse, that Princess Victi was still alive. But without a flicker of disturbance, I was about to shatter that hope. No, it's not a staging. First, there's the issue of her escape route. It's clear she isn't in the vicinity. With no secret passages, as confirmed by the knights, her only exit would be through the forest, guarded by the patrol. The likelihood of her escaping unnoticed is slim. The plan would be flawed. Regardless of whether she was the princess or not, anyone trying to breach the security perimeter would be a target for capture. Even if the princess had disguised herself, it'd be a challenge. Unless she could burrow underground like a mole or had the skills of a top assassin to vanish without a trace, it seems unlikely. Does anyone know of such facts to support this? Silence was the only response. Secondly, staging a death just doesn't fit this case. Sure, orchestrating the incident during the award ceremony might pass. Perhaps there was no better time. The explosion, maybe it was necessary to vanish Princess Victi's figure. But was it essential to find the body in the cathedral? If I were in charge, I'd have the searchers find a beheaded corpse behind the ceremony hall or perhaps shallowly buried. That would have pointed more convincingly to an external perpetrator. It'd still be somewhat far-fetched, but better than this. With the body in the cathedral, the crime becomes an impossible one. There was no need for such a peculiar incident. Is that so? A long, weary sigh escaped Ice, tinged with disappointment. Therefore, we can discard the idea of this being a staged death. Next, let's consider suicide or accident. We can dismiss these, too. Firstly, they're simply implausible. A natural suicide or accident leading to a beheading is unthinkable, indicating some form of manipulation. But this isn't about disguising a murder as a suicide or an accident. It's a bizarre scenario that doesn't clearly point to anyone's wrongdoing. The presence of artifice is questionable. I continued, secondly, whether it's a suicide or an accident, and whether the beheading occurred pre- or post-mortem, we must ponder when and how the head was severed and why the body was found in such a state. It's more logical to assume someone else was involved. Thus, we essentially end up theorizing about the murder, the murderer, and their methods, almost the same process as if we were dealing with a homicide. At this point, separating the theories into accidents or suicides brings little benefit. ChemPH, grandiose, aren't you? So, what's your point? Leo prompted with a lip curl, baring his canines. In short, it means this. We can safely proceed by treating this as the murder of Princess Victi. I spread my hands, deliberately slowing down as if unveiling something profound. After a brief silence, Jin scoffed, "Isn't that obvious?" But filling in the small gaps is necessary. Especially when logically drawing a conclusion, Merlin commented nostalgically, stroking his beard, perhaps reminiscing about his magical research. Next, we should discuss whether the perpetrator is someone from within our circle or an external agent, I stated, tension crackling in the air as gazes intersected in the room. Unfazed, Ice and Leo sat calmly, with Leo declaring, "It's someone internal. We should start by assuming the culprit is among us." Am I wrong? Surprise or intimidation would be unfit for a detective. I reminded myself that I was here to solve the case and allowed myself a daring smile. Exactly as Leo says. An external intruder who bypassed stringent security, remained undetected, and left no trace? It's more sensible to suspect one of us. In other words, I paused, taking a breath. Gerald squinted as if looking at something dazzling. His lips seemed to curl into a faint smile. Perhaps he recognized and appreciated my conduct as a detective. I am now about to deduce who among us is the perpetrator of Princess Victi's murder, I declared boldly as if issuing a divine oracle in front of everyone. Chapter 28, Deduction 2. Well, if I may put it bluntly, this murder case can be broken down into two parts. Two parts. As Laika furrowed her brow, seemingly dissecting the case in her mind, she tilted her head. Are you referring to the explosion? Kirio chimed in hesitantly for confirmation. Exactly. There are two separate events here, the princess's murder and the explosion. We should consider them independently. And, of all things, the more troublesome is undoubtedly the murder of the princess. A locked room, the absence of the murderer, a beheaded body. The mysteries are endless. So, let's start with the explosion. Indeed, my first clue had come from the explosion. From there, I gleaned a few things about the overall case. The explosion was caused by a type of explosive called dragon shot, as agreed upon by both Jin and Geralt. It's a powerful explosive that creates a massive explosion and a thick cloud of smoke, even in small quantities. I recalled this from my studies after hearing their discussion. Now, from this, we can infer something about the entire incident. I looked around to see if anyone reacted, but everyone silently awaited my next words. Thus, I raised my voice slightly. The explosive was smuggled into this venue, bypassing body checks. This was no mere oversight or coincidence. This event was premeditated. I declared this with a sense of finality, but everyone just stared blankly. Of course it's premeditated. Who would commit such an act without planning it? Finally, Merlin responded, though it was not the praise I had hoped for. Are you kidding me? Bob burst out, his voice loud, perhaps relieved from the tension. Indeed, it seemed they didn't grasp the significance of establishing the event as premeditated. Anyone familiar with mysteries would recognize this as a crucial point. No, this is important. The fact that this event was premeditated will bear significant meaning later on. Now, let's proceed. The next question is, inside or outside? That is, did the explosion originate from inside or outside the venue? Outside, Jin declared with a tone that seemed more like reporting a fact than expressing confidence. I was vigilant during my guard duty. Just before the explosion, I made sure there was nothing near the south wall of the stairs, and I would have noticed any movement to plant or throw the explosive. Of course, I did too, Laika interjected, sounding a bit disgruntled. Sure, we made an unforgivable mistake as guards, but we're not that incompetent. No, even if you failed to notice it, I interjected, meeting Jin's steely gaze head-on with a smile. You yourself said earlier that this was a premeditated act. It's only because we didn't happen to see it that it's fine. But if either Leica or I had caught them throwing that bomb, they'd be busted on the spot. Who would plan something like that? You're right, I conceded, but I wasn't entirely agreeing with Jin. However, Jin, for the same reason that this event is premeditated, the theory of the explosion originating from outside is flawed. What? Remember, we're working under the assumption that the perpetrator is among us. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, we were all there, near the second-floor staircase. This means if the explosion was from outside, we could consider this. The perpetrator somehow stayed outside the venue, somehow threw the bomb toward the second floor, then hurried inside and rushed upstairs to pretend as if they had just emerged from their room. Yes, that's a logical conclusion, Jin pondered aloud, his gaze drifting as he tried to piece things together. How would the perpetrator know whether the princess and the guards were near the second-floor staircase? Chem. Jin looked genuinely surprised by the unexpected angle of my query. Well, they could. They would have seen us entering the venue. They could have predicted how long it would take for us to reach the second floor. He was visibly flustered but tried to piece together a response. Think about it. If, for some reason, you lingered in the entrance hall for even a few dozen seconds, the whole plan would fall apart. The perpetrator would be caught red-handed as they dashed into the venue after the explosion. If you were still on the staircase when the explosion happened, it would almost certainly be game over. To make it look like they emerged from their room post-explosion, they would have to overtake you on the stairs. How does that sound? Would someone really plan something that risky? The sound. Still not giving up, Jin writhed with determination as he proposed his next plan. The perpetrator could have been listening at the door to the entrance hall, timing their throw based on the sound of our footsteps. Is that even feasible? The floor is carpeted in the lower area. Are the footsteps that distinguishable? It's the only explanation. There's no way the explosion originated from inside. Jin's voice had almost reached a shout. That's quite a stretch, and even if we could somehow see inside after such an explosion, it's still no good. I shook my head. Who can say that at the moment of the explosion, either you or Leica didn't retreat down the staircase on the second floor? And what if someone descended through the smoke after that? What if they ran into someone before the smoke reached the main hall? In the end, planning to start an explosion outside and then sneak up to the second floor amidst the smoke is a terribly unstable plan because we don't know how people will move after the explosion. But there's no way it came from inside. I wouldn't miss that. Jin barked back. Whether it was pride or something he just couldn't admit, he seemed unwavering. By the way, about the smuggling of the explosive itself, Yasha, you mentioned it was impossible to bring explosives into the venue during the week-long security and checks, right? Yes, Yasha, caught off guard, momentarily lost her stoic demeanor. That's accurate. And even if someone had brought it in earlier, the thorough check of the venue and its surroundings a week before would have uncovered it, right? That's correct. And from what Geralt said during his deduction, the church was also involved in these checks, weren't they, Archbishop? Ha! Oh, yes, Minz responded, startled by the sudden attention. But at the time, you didn't go as far as peeling off walls or digging up the ground. Ah, right you are. It can't be helped. There's no way someone would go to that extent. Hence, Geralt deduced that the assassin, along with the explosives, was buried beneath the ground. Isn't that so, Geralt? Archbishop Mintz turned to Geralt, seeking affirmation. Yes, that's correct. Before the full-scale security measures were implemented, it seemed the only way to bring in the perpetrator or the explosives was to place them in a spot unlikely to be checked. Geralt, seated, lightly tapped the floor with his staff. I agree with that. The explosives were brought in that way. So, they were indeed buried in the ground. Leica leaned forward, only to be interrupted. Not there, the other place. My cryptic words met with silence, casting a brief hush over the grand hall. I see. But Geralt's eyes soon widened in realization. The wall. Yes, Neither the ground was dug up nor was every wall peeled. No one would go to such lengths. Yes, the culprit snuck into this venue a week before, slightly peeled off a portion of the wallpaper, and then chiseled away at the wall. No need for a significant chiseling, just enough to create a little space. Then, they placed the dragon shot inside and covered it up with something. Perhaps a thin wooden board would suffice. Or, for perfection, a slab carved from stone. Anyway, after covering it up, they restored the wallpaper, and that was that. The culprit then retrieved the dragon shot from the wall and threw it, causing an explosion from the inside. But no traces of such tampering on the walls have been found. Uranus spoke with a somewhat gloomy tone. Perhaps my assumption of Princess Victi's death had cast such a shadow. But a detective doesn't flinch at such complexities. If we were to retreat at the mere possibility of hurting the bereaved, we might as well not engage in deduction at all. Such laborious effort is unnecessary, and it's natural that no traces of the hidden dragon shot were found. The explosion blew it all away. Oh, Jin was left speechless. So, the south wall near the stairs was rigged with explosives from the beginning. Laika ground her teeth in frustration. Yes, they may have re-wallpapered the top or buried it near the floor to make the peeled and reattached wallpaper as inconspicuous as possible. Now, all blown away, it's anyone's call. But this brings us to the manner in which the explosion occurred. The same as me, isn't it? Yes, just like when the Professor pried open the cathedral doors. Magic. As long as you know where the explosives are buried, you can detonate them with magic. With some skill and preparation, no chanting or preliminary actions are needed. A mere glare would suffice. I'm confident I could burn down a large tree with just a glare. It's no surprise Jin didn't detect it. Wait, the detailed schedule of the award ceremony wasn't decided until the last minute, right? You've been proceeding with this planned crime theory, but how could anyone plan to bury explosives under those circumstances? Bob, seizing an apparent loophole, sharply retorted. A valid point indeed, but I have an explanation. True, the fine details weren't decided until the last moment. If the content of the ceremony wasn't even fixed, any detailed plan seems impossible. Correct. However, one can still plan within the limits of the available information. For instance, with the explosives, as long as the ceremony is held in this hall, regardless of the flow, it's inconceivable that these explosives would go to waste. What do you mean, Bob stopped mid-sentence as my point dawned on him. Exactly. Knowing the structure of this hall and realizing that the second floor is designed like a hotel, it's certain that everyone, including Princess Victi, would pass by this staircase space numerous times. So, placing the device there means no mistake. Minor changes in the day's flow wouldn't render the dragon shot useless. Wait a moment. Confused, Kirio spoke up. If magic was used to detonate the explosives, then... She hesitated as a realization struck her. Right, Kirio's on the right track. Magic is fundamentally for close to medium range. It can't be activated from too far away. In this case, the person who used magic to detonate it would be the most suspicious, meaning at that moment, the closest person to that wall, namely, Jin and Laika. Arul muttered in disbelief, then shook her head vehemently as if to deny her own words. We're missing someone. Another person. Leo gazed into my eyes with his golden pupils, supplementing Arul's answer. Yes, exactly. There were 3 of them, after all. The last one, that is Princess Victi. Nonsense. Victi. Uranus started to shout, rising to his feet, but was halted by a single word from Queen Ice. Calm down. She asked me coldly, what's your intention of including Victi in this? No longer did her icy gaze or voice make me shiver. Now, I could easily imagine the turmoil of regret, self-loathing, and confusion raging behind her frosty demeanor. Let's broaden our view beyond the explosion incident. In Gerald's deduction, the culprit was an outsider because the idea that someone could abduct the princess after the explosion, kill her in the cathedral, and then return to the second-floor staircase before the smoke cleared, without anyone noticing, was too unrealistic. However, this theory, too, had its flaws. At that point in my narrative, Jolt chuckled under his breath. It seemed he was amused, watching from a step back, possibly critiquing my deductions. So, as I said earlier, we're proceeding with the premise that this was a premeditated murder by someone among us. Meaning, it would be impractical to kill Princess Victi after the explosion. And among those suspected of triggering the explosion, we have Princess Victi. Without any preconceived notions, considering only these two elements, what's the most likely, most natural conclusion? An impersonation. Leica spoke as if feverish. By then, the princess was already dead, and the person with us was an imposter. And that imposter used magic to cause the explosion. Yes, that's the most plausible hypothesis to consider first. I know there are objections, so please, just wait. I gestured for Bob, who was about to stand and speak, to remain seated. Can I do this? I questioned myself. My heart pounded, my throat parched, but outwardly, I remained composed. From here, continuing my deduction would lead to naming the culprit. Can I do this, me? I questioned myself again. No answer came. Right, it's fine. It's not about whether I can but that I must. As a detective, as someone determined to bring this case to a close. Chapter 29, Deduction 3. Jolt was considering the idea of a body swap, wasn't he? Yes, but in the end, he discarded that notion. Jolt leaned on his staff, resting his chin upon it thoughtfully. Everyone, do you recall why the swap theory was ultimately rejected? It was because you brazenly snuck into the catacombs of the great cathedral and came to know the face of Phaecia, came the angry retort. Mintz's eyes trembled with revived fury. Yes, that led to the realization that there was no opportunity for a swap, and the theory was dismissed. However, there were other strong arguments against it. The fact that Jin and Leica always found the room untainted by blood and devoid of a corpse after each award ceremony, and the cathedral being a sealed room. These are also compelling evidence against the body swap theory. So, there wasn't any swap after all? Bob blinked rapidly, his eyes darting around as if he were lost in the conversation's direction. No, the fact remains that the cathedral was bloodstained, and a corpse did appear. So, these pieces of evidence must be false. There must be a way to enter what seems to be a sealed cathedral and a method to bloodstain the room and produce a corpse. Indeed, even if we adopt an external perpetrator theory, we can't ignore these points, admitted Ice, closing her eyes in resignation. Right. So, let's start by solving the sealed room puzzle. Although, this isn't much of a mystery. And indeed, it was a trivial riddle. Is it that simple? Geralt raised his head from his staff, eyes wide in surprise. Shockingly simple. Bob, remember when you were told the door wouldn't open without 2 keys, and you felt something was off? Do you remember? Oh, yeah. Bob seemed caught off guard, being brought into the conversation unexpectedly. But, I'm not sure why I felt that way. It was just a sense of discomfort. No matter. Let's think about why Bob, who knows nothing about the architecture or the design of the doors, felt this discomfort. The reason is simple. Bob wasn't nervous. Hey, now. Bob stood up, his face turning the color of beetroot, perhaps feeling mocked. Ignoring this. Listen, this means he wasn't tense when entering the cathedral, which is why he felt that discomfort. He intuitively knew something was off about the explanation. Nonsense. The doors can't be opened without the keys, Ice interjected calmly. But is that so? Unlike Bob, I was too tense to remember much about the cathedral's interior. Kirio probably felt the same. However, thinking back, I remember when we entered the cathedral, the door closed and locked behind us. But I don't recall anyone unlocking it from the outside when we left. Several people gasped at my revelation. Some, like Mintz, seemed puzzled, asking, "What are you saying?" That's obvious, isn't it? It can be opened from the inside. At this, he stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in realization. Impossible. Yes, exactly. When you think about it, it's obvious. If a door is made so it can't be opened from the inside, it's imprisonment, not protection. It's inconceivable that they would construct a door to imprison the princess. Especially since everyone who knows her well would never imagine her doing anything against her instructions. It's a simple fact. Still, we, not knowing much about the door, took your words that it couldn't be opened without the keys at face value. So, it's as I thought. The one muttering is Yasha, who I had asked just before I began my deductions whether the door opened from the inside. It seemed she had anticipated this turn of events from the moment I made that inquiry, and now, with no sign of surprise, she closed her eyes as if in penance. Impossible, that can't be. Mintz, his face paling, stood up. Why did such a ridiculous misunderstanding occur? Because everyone who knew the princess never considered she would open the door from the inside. They assumed she would never do anything beyond her instructions. Yasha, you've cared for the princess for a long time, so you'd understand this well. But for us, knowing this fact, the cathedral isn't a sealed room at all. In short, the princess could have opened the door from the inside and let the perpetrator in. It can't be Dash. Uranus stood up after Mintz, about to let out a horrified shriek, when, restrain yourself, Uranus. It's a possible scenario. A possibility we had to consider, Ice said gravely, silencing Uranus's cry. That girl isn't a doll, she's human. She was human. In response to Ice's quiet yet gut-wrenching expression of remorse, Mintz and Uranus wore faces as if their souls had been drained, slowly sinking into their seats. Even in death, we were unconsciously denying her will, her existence. How pitiful. After flashing a chilling, forlorn smile. I guess, in the end, I never could become a true parent. Ice murmured this to herself. So, with this, the cathedral is no longer a sealed room. Ignoring her pained mutterings, I pressed on with the discussion. Let's set aside how and why the princess agreed to open the door for now. The important thing now is when the perpetrator swapped places with the princess. Right after the final award ceremony, Kiryo's ceremony, that's when it happened. Kiryo saw her face, so unless Kiryo is the culprit, there's no other way to think about it, Merlin suggested, his voice trailing off, perhaps out of consideration for Kiryo. Wait a minute. But after the last award, Laika and I checked the cathedral right before escorting the princess to her room. It was normal then. That's true. Let's leave that aside for now, I said, stopping Laika and Jin with my hands. Let's set aside the mystery of the blood-stained cathedral and the appearing corpse for now. For the moment, we're only considering when the switch could have happened. In that case, it must have been right after Kiryo's award ceremony ended. Ah, I get it, it's like this, Bob began, sounding pleased with himself. The culprit slipped out of the ceremony hall at some point and hid somewhere nearby. Then, watching carefully, they made their move when Kiryo and the guards entered the hall. Hold on, Jin interrupted. We weren't inside the ceremony hall during Kiryo's last appearance. Ha! Bob's smug expression froze. Of course. There's no need to go out and greet the next person. Right. So, if someone heads to the cathedral at that moment, we should notice. How about this then? Someone was behind the cathedral. Leo offered the alternative. They hide at the back of the cathedral, watching Kiryo and the others leave. Then, when they're far enough away, circle around to the front and enter. That's risky. If any of the three of them even glances back, it's all over. Ice countered Leo's suggestion in my stead. Yes, indeed, it's a flawed plan. Actually, the very idea of waiting outside the cathedral is quite risky and leaves a lot to chance. If one of the guards, while waiting for the ceremony, decides to take a walk around the cathedral, you're done for. Then there's only one possibility left, Bob interjected with a smirk, glaring at Kiryo. The culprit is Kiryo. Wait, that's impossible. I went to Van's room right after the award, Kiryo stammered, her face flushing red. Then you must be an accomplice. Kiryo lied about seeing the princess. That's not. Kiryo looked at me pleadingly, but I seemingly sided with Bob. Your reasoning is quite sound, Bob. Kiryo looked shocked, and even Bob seemed surprised, probably expecting me to defend Kiryo. But a detective's duty is to resolve the case. Emotions are irrelevant. In fact, when you think about it that way, it all falls into place. However, I find it hard to believe that this case involves multiple culprits. It's unlikely that a motive shared by several people exists for such a crime. Yet, there's no solid evidence to completely dismiss the possibility of multiple perpetrators. Let's assume for a moment that Kiryu is an accomplice. But the problem is, when did the switch happen? Before that, it was your award ceremony, Bob. That's true. So, the switch must have happened between the end of my award ceremony and Kiryu's turn, right? Bob voiced this with uncertainty. In that case, the criminal would have been waiting outside the hall, as per your earlier theory, Bob. No, wait a minute. I said that in the heat of the moment, but thinking about it now, that theory is risky. I mean, you would have to be on the lookout for me and my guards entering the hall. But that would mean we could also potentially see them, right? First of all, when did this person go outside? Leaving during the award ceremony would surely have been noticed by us guards, Leica asked. If then, we've been on standby since before the award ceremony began. Everyone was present at lunch, so it must have been after that. The timing then? Yes. After lunch, we all went upstairs. Princess Victi, her attendant, the king and queen, and the archbishop were in a meeting. After it ended, the princess and us guards headed to the cathedral. It would be difficult for anyone involved in the meeting to go outside without us noticing. Jin provided this analysis, adding details. So, it's someone who wasn't in the meeting. Bob leaped up, blurting this out almost reflexively. So that means... Arul began counting the remaining people on her fingers. Hold on. We, the ones to be awarded, couldn't have been waiting outside at that time. I stated the obvious, just to be clear. Plus, I ran into Yasha in the Great Hall when I was peckish after the ceremony. Leo, with a mischievous grin, pointed this out. That leaves, just me then. Merlin, realizing he was the only one left, froze in shock. So, it's you, Professor? I posed the question. Absolutely not. First of all, Bob's plan, as he himself admits, is fraught with danger. Besides, I'm not young anymore. I can't sprint with all my might. It's dubious whether I could even make it to the cathedral while the guards are inside the hall. Why not just use magic to enhance your strength? Jin asked, looking puzzled. If I used strength enhancement magic at my age and sprinted full force, I'd be completely immobilized by now due to the backlash. Right. Wait, I've got it. Bob cut in as Jin was convinced. It wasn't about waiting outside. It was here, in the Great Hall. Confidence surged in Bob's face, the usual arrogance returning. They waited here, then made for the cathedral when they saw the guards go upstairs. Were they watching from the entrance of the Great Hall to see whether we'll go up the stairs or not? Jin's skepticism was evident. When did the person even decide to wait in the hall? Arul added more doubt. Well, Yasha was cleaning up, so it would be after that, when she returned to her room. Yeah, that's when. I just happened to pass by her when the three of us were headed to the cathedral. That's the timing, Bob exclaimed as if solving the puzzle. How did they know when Yasha finished cleaning? Well, they would peek from their room's door and watch Yasha return to her room. Your deductions always rely on this risky and ambiguous method of peeking. Kiryu's exasperation was evident, earning a glare from Bob. Time to wrap this up. What if Yasha hadn't finished cleaning by the time of Kiryu's award? That's impossible. The cleaning wouldn't take that long, Bob retorted, clearly flustered. But actually, Yasha finished cleaning when you went to the cathedral. A delay of even 20 minutes would ruin your theory. When the award ceremony ended, there were no plans to use this hall until the graduation ceremony, so I took extra care with the dishwashing and cleaning. The cleanup took longer than usual, so it's quite plausible that it was extended even further. Hearing this from Yasha herself, he fumbled for words, mouth opening and closing before finally declaring, "That's it. Yasha, you're an accomplice too. Are you just forcing the narrative to fit by making everyone an accomplice whenever it's convenient?" Leo's face showed a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. "It's unlikely, as long as the crime was planned," I added, drawing everyone's attention. It seems they don't quite understand what I'm getting at. Ah, it's not that complicated. As long as everyone has a reason to leave their room, everyone is free to move. That's what Leo said, right? Indeed, I did. Usually, that's correct, but there's one person it doesn't apply to, Yasha. You asked Yasha for a snack when you were hungry, right, Leo? Right, but listen, everyone. Yasha is the only person who could be summoned at any moment. If there was a need, we'd turn to Yasha. It's unlikely that many requests would come in such a situation, but it's not impossible. Like Leo asking for a snack. This means Yasha could be summoned anytime, delaying the cleaning. Moreover, as long as Yasha is in the Great Hall, anyone could come in looking for her. Even with Yasha as an accomplice, the Great Hall isn't a feasible waiting spot. What if it was a plan where either outcome was acceptable? Geralt chimed in, intrigued by our discussion. What do you mean? King Uranus looked puzzled. Basically, it's like this. Geralt began to explain, punctuating his words with animated gestures. Suppose they were lucky not to meet anyone in the Great Hall, but the plan allowed for being seen. They could have simply claimed to be there for a drink. Then, when the guards went upstairs. Oh, that won't work. Geralt retracted his theory with a wry smile. Someone being in the hall would prevent them from watching the entrance and staircase. I've got it, Bob exclaimed desperately. It wasn't during my turn. It happened earlier. He turned away, sulking. Simply put, that doesn't solve the issue. If that were the case, the switch must have happened even earlier. Are we clear so far? The room agreed. Here's where things get strange. Before Bob, it was me. But between the end of my award and Bob's, the same conditions apply. In fact, with Yasha actually in the Great Hall, it's even harder. Yasha, no one came to the Great Hall during that time, right? Correct. Only Leo visited during the time I was there. So, it was before my turn. However, I, too, confirmed the princess's face. How can this be? Ah, that's easy. Bob's tone was dismissive. You and Kirio are lying. You're both in on it. His absurd claim was met with laughter, but I nodded solemnly. Indeed, that's the only plausible explanation. The room falls silent. Lad. After a brief pause, Geralt asked with suspicion, is that a confession? No, I have a piece of evidence only I can use for deduction. It proves I couldn't possibly be the culprit. Hey, are you joking around? Jin, unable to hide his irritation, started fidgeting restlessly. No, I'm quite serious. Kirio thought this was a case that could only make sense if several people were lying, and she was right. If Kirio and I were lying, the story would fit. But at least I'm not an accomplice. What are you trying to say? Sorry, but I don't get it. Just tell us the conclusion. For once, Ice showed a hint of confusion. Of course. In short, Kirio and I were unknowingly lying. We thought we were telling the truth. What? Me, lying? Kirio seemed bewildered. Is it about confirming her face? Yasha asked. No, I did see her face during the award. So, you're saying the lie was that the statue's face looked just like the princess you knew? That it wasn't actually that similar? No, the face I saw that day was indeed the spitting image of Princess Phaeacia's statue. I countered Urul's query with a denial. The lie was something earlier. Yes, from the very beginning, Kirio and I had been fibbing. The lie was that we knew what Princess Victi looked like. We had never seen her face. All we knew was the face of Princess Phaeacia's statue we saw that day. Enough, stop this nonsense. That's the same thing. The statue and the princess, they are. Archbishop Mintz cut himself off mid-sentence. His face turned as white as paper, words ceased, and for a moment, it seemed like he even stopped breathing. The statue, it's the princess. Staggering, Mintz stood up. The others, perhaps still not grasping the situation, looked on in surprise at the visibly distressed Archbishop Mintz. Nonsense. Impossible. That's the one thing that can't be. His scream was filled with despair. So, I spoke over his outcry. because we became convinced that the statue had the same face as the princess, Kiryu, and I had to lie. That's what happened. Right. The face of that statue doesn't resemble Princess Victi or Saint Phaecia at all. It's a completely different figure. Calmly as I could manage, I spoke, restraining the trembling that threatened to overtake my body. I faced him. The culprit. Leo. Addressed by name, Leo turned towards me, his usual demeanor brimming with confidence. His golden eyes met mine directly, unwavering. Chapter 30, Deduction 4. The grand hall was silent. Only Archbishop Mintz stood, trembling alone. I see. So that statue was a fake. Leo, the one singled out, seemed more composed than anyone else in the room. He casually crossed his legs and stroked his cheek. Interesting. If you think about it that way, the mystery of when it was switched and why Victi's head was missing becomes clear. The culprit didn't want you and Kiryu to see the real Victi's face. Ah, the culprit, that would be me, wouldn't it? A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Impossible. Mintz cried out again. A fake statue, you say? Nonsense. I've seen Phaecia's statue at the National Foundation Festival. It was the same as always. Of course, it must have been switched after that festival, specifically after it was known that Princess Victi would attend this award ceremony. Wait, just wait, said Ice, holding her head in one hand, trying to calm herself. Let me get this straight. The statue was a fake. Was there another statue brought into the cathedral's basement, or were you led to a different location by Leo, not the actual basement? Neither, Your Majesty. If there was another statue of human size, Kiryu and I would have noticed. Besides, when I described the features of the place we sneaked into, Archbishop Mintz acknowledged that we had indeed infiltrated the cathedral's basement. What if a similar place was constructed? As Arul voiced this possibility, the place we saw was definitely underground and quite vast. To construct a replica of the cathedral's basement without anyone noticing, especially near the cathedral itself, would take unimaginable years. And certainly, it wouldn't be possible after learning of Princess Victi's participation. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Archbishop Mintz erupted into hysterical laughter, his voice cracking with age. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the elderly man's raucous laughter. Foolishness. You're right, it couldn't have been done in time. A fake statue? Do you know how long it takes even for a skilled artisan to carve a life-sized, intricate stone statue? It's impossible that it could be done between the decision of Princess Victi's participation and the ceremony. At the very least, Leo should have the skills of a seasoned craftsman. He used to take up sculpting as a hobby, and once he's engrossed in something, he forgets about sleep and food until he's mastered it. I'm confident I won't lose to any ordinary craftsman. Despite acknowledging it as a disadvantage, Leo declared this with pride. That's what I'm saying. It couldn't have been done in time. Mintz snapped back, his hysteria turning to fury. Oh, I see. Phaecia's statue in the basement was under your supervision, Archbishop Mintz. Swapping it for a fake would be a matter of responsibility, so you vehemently deny it. Ignoring Leo's sarcasm. And how would you bring in this stone statue? How would you take the original out? By carrying it alone? And from where? Surely not through the main entrance. Or is there a secret passage large enough for a human-sized stone statue? Ridiculous. Indeed, I overlooked the secret passage you used, but a passage that large would surely have been discovered. Suddenly, Mintz burst out, his words coming in a near scream. In fact, I used that very secret passage to bring in and take out the statue. Nonsense. A passage barely wide enough for a child cannot accommodate a stone statue. By the way, I interjected, changing the topic. Saint Phaecia's statue in the cathedral's basement and Princess Victi's attire for the ceremony are both based on the legendary image of Saint Phaecia, aren't they? Confused by the sudden shift, everyone struggled to follow. Why yes. Tekito cloth and a long sword. That's what Saint Phaecia is said to have worn when she founded Shoark. Both the statue in the basement and Princess Victi's ceremonial attire are based on that. Mintz spoke, his voice losing its edge. However, you couldn't just give Princess Victi a plain, undyed cloth, So you gave her a white, dyed cloth to wrap around herself multiple times. Geralt recalled the conversation from earlier. What does that have to do with anything? Leo looked puzzled, a genuine expression of bewilderment on his face. It seemed that he, too, was in the dark about the intention behind bringing up this matter here. It wasn't just an act. It's about the Tekito cloth. My family had a lot of it at home. It's a common material in Shoark, a friend to the common folk. Ah, you were a commoner, Uranus remarked as if remembering for the first time. Rough to the touch, but easy to dye, I continued, describing the fabric. What's your point? Who cares about some fabric? Bob interjected impatiently. It was smooth, like the surface of a lake. My words silenced everyone. They looked at me as if I'd gone mad. Even Kirio seemed slightly frightened, wondering if I had lost my mind. I'm not talking about the Tekito cloth. I'm talking about the cloth on the statue of Fascia that Kirio and I saw. Or rather, the part of the statue that was supposed to be cloth. Ha, Archbishop Mintz scoffed. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Is that your point? That the statue is a fake because the cloth didn't have the coarse texture of Tekito cloth? Ridiculous. Do you know how old that statue is? Over time, such fine details would erode away. Or maybe the creator skipped it for convenience, Leo quipped. Don't be absurd. That statue is Saint Fascia herself, transformed into stone to watch over this nation. There's no creator involved. Again, Mintz, veins bulging in anger, shouted. Please, calm down. I'm not saying the statue is a fake because it lacks the coarse texture of Tekito cloth. What? Mintz stopped abruptly. The problem is with the face, or rather, the head. The statue of Fascia I saw, even in the candlelight, seemed alive, with every strand of hair and the nape of the neck finely detailed. As they realized what I was getting at, everyone held their breath. Then, TSK, Leo cursed, looking heavenward. My attention to detail backfired. Of course, this isn't conclusive, but it's odd that the Tekito cloth, a symbol of Fascia, is without texture, yet the hair is depicted with such vivid detail. Considering this and the possibility of the statue being a fake, the head, gasping for breath, Mintz strained to let out a voice. Are you saying the statue's head was switched? If just the head was changed, it could be done in time. And it's possible to carry just the head through that secret passage. I spread my arms wide. So, let's consider how and why the statue's head was switched to deceive Kirio and me. Silence. Everyone was speechless except Leo, who watched me with golden eyes, eager for my next words. When Leo learned of Princess Victi's attendance at the ceremony, a plan formed in his mind. It was vague at first, lacking in detail. The plan was this: make Kirio and I mistakenly recognize Princess Victi's face. If we believed it was her, he could impersonate her at the ceremony and obscure the timing of her death. Wait, just wait, Van, Merlin interjected, unusually agitated. But that hinges on the princess revealing her face to you. Without that information. True, the details of the award ceremony weren't finalized until the last minute, so it's unlikely that Leo had grasped everything from the start. However, as the head of the Ball family, Leo has attended the ceremony numerous times and is well versed in the relations between the church and the royal palace. He should have been able to make some educated guesses about the content of the ceremony. Even if Princess Victi hadn't removed her veil in front of us, Leo, having switched places with her, could have simply staged an accident to reveal his face to me and Kirio. For instance, he might have pretended to trip, causing the veil to come off. It's the same logic he used when he rigged the explosives. He was confident that his preparations wouldn't go to waste, regardless of how things played out. Merlin fell silent at my explanation. All right, about that hidden passage behind the cathedral, whether it was created for this incident or not, I can't be certain. Given it's Leo, it wouldn't be surprising if he had made such a secret way for his pranks, unrelated to the crime. Anyway, he must have used that passage to sneak into the cathedral's basement and check the size of the statue's head. If the head he was going to create was too different in size, it would look unnatural when attached. I continued, my thoughts unraveling the mystery further. Using his own appearance, transformed into a woman, Leo must have devoted all his spare time to carving the stone statue. Of course, only the head, paying special attention to the size of the neck. Once finished, he would sneak back into the cathedral's basement, probably saw off the statue's head. Mintz let out a groan of despair, perhaps imagining the sacrilegious act of the saint's statue being sawed through. Then, using something like clay, he attached the head he made, his own likeness, to the statue. Naturally, the seam would be noticeable, so he covered it up with something. Even so, the neck area would look a bit odd, but we wouldn't focus on the neck, would we? The only light was from candles, and besides, Kirio and I were seeing the statue for the first time. Even if we felt something was off, we would just assume that's how the statue was. The original head would be taken out and stored somewhere else. And when everything was ready, he took Kirio and me to see the saint's statue at midnight. Normally, such a sudden act would make us suspicious of Leo, but it's not out of character for him to do something like that. Don't make me sound like some mischievous brat, Leo retorted, seeming almost amused. But the National Foundation Festival is coming soon. It'll be discovered then, won't it? Laika asked, pointing out the obvious flaw. Indeed, the upcoming festival would expose the altered statue in the cathedral's basement to the scrutiny of royalty, clergy, and nobles. I suspect he plans to switch heads again before that. He can't use the same escape route, so he'll find another way out. I said it, but my confidence was lacking. That was one of the unclear parts of my deduction. What exactly does he intend to do? At the very least, since our intrusion has been discovered, it's obvious that the cathedral's security will be tightened. But even so, can he really manage to switch heads again? I wouldn't do such a thing, Leo said, crossing his legs, a look of amusement on his face. Let's say, hypothetically, if I did all this, I wouldn't bother with such a risky and troublesome act as swapping the heads again. Then what would you do? Hypothetically, Van? Yeah, hypothetically. Well. He closed his eyes in mock contemplation. If it were me, I'd have planted some of that dragon shot in the statue's head when I switched it. Given my family's status, I'd definitely be at the cathedral's underground event during the festival. Then, I'd detonate it using magic. Unbelievable. We all froze, shocked by his audacious claim. If it's believed to be an act of foreign sabotage or a heretical cult's terrorism, all the better. In fact, it might lead to a blame game among the nobles, clergy, and royalty, distracting them from the real culprit, haha. As if time had stopped, leaving us motionless, Leo cast a sidelong glance and curled up in laughter. Ah, right, Van. Your story isn't finished yet, is it? For instance, the cosmetics. It's impossible to perfectly disguise oneself with magic alone. Especially in my case, my blood affects my skin color, making it different from Victi's. Alright. I gather my thoughts, refusing to be overwhelmed. I'm dealing with Leo, after all, a monster in his own right. A detective can't be devoured by his suspect. I have to muster my resolve. The issue of cosmetics isn't a big concern. If you made the statue with a face that's easy to disguise as, then minimal cosmetics, just enough to change the skin color with some powder or cream, would suffice. There are plenty of ways to do that. Like bringing it in advance along with the explosives. Or even swallowing the container whole. Or maybe you used milk or flour from the kitchen as a substitute. I'd never do the last one. I'm amazed you even thought of something like that. Leo chuckled wryly. But, as you say, there indeed are countless ways to approach it. Looking back, I should have noticed the discrepancy between my memories of Princess Victi and the descriptions from the king, queen, and her attendants. A fragile, obedient, doll-like girl. That was the image I had of Princess Victi from the stories. Chem, what's the matter? Wasn't the Victi you met like that? Leo tilted his head innocently as if wondering if he had made a mistake in his performance. Her eyes. They were sharp, not matching the image of Victi I'd heard. But now it makes sense. They weren't sharp. They were narrowed, weren't they? To hide as much as possible. Even in dim light, if your golden eyes were exposed, it would give everything away. I looked directly into Leo's rare, golden eyes, feeling almost engulfed or crushed by their intensity. If those eyes had gleamed even slightly golden in the candlelight, I would have simply thought it was the light reflecting in them. But even then, it's only natural to try to hide one's eyes as much as possible. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. So, Van, shall we get to the heart of the matter? Leo clapped his hands with a smile, then suddenly turned serious. So, when did I switch places with Princess Victi? The critical moment had arrived. Of course, after your award ceremony and before mine. Was there a moment, in that time frame, when I could have eluded the eyes of my two guards and had a chance to head to the cathedral? There was, came an unexpected voice. It was Yasha, her iron-like face now pale, trembling slightly. That time in the grand hall. Indeed, I agree. At that moment, all the conditions were met. I nodded in affirmation. Leo, after your award ceremony, you must have asked Victi to open the door from the inside later. I'm not sure exactly how you convinced her. Anyway, after the ceremony, you entered the banquet hall with Jin and Laika, and upon reaching the grand hall, you said you were hungry and headed here. Ah, yes, that's right. Thanks to that, I ended up in a spat with Jin over there. Leo indicated Jin with a nod of his chin. Ah, yeah. Jin agreed, his face tensing up. You entered this hall, asked Yasha for a snack, quickly finished, and left. Then, you immediately dashed at full speed to the cathedral. This way, you didn't need to wait for the exact moment the guards went upstairs. If you separated from them right before they headed to the grand hall and left as soon as you entered, they would surely be upstairs by then. And if someone was in the grand hall? Leo seemed more curious about my response than concerned about the possibility. The likelihood wasn't high, and if someone did come down, their destination would be here to see Yasha. You could pretend to have finished your business and head back to your room, then slip out once they entered the hall. Well thought out. His comment could be interpreted as self-praise or as a compliment to my own deductions. Continuing on. Let's accept that as given. Say I stepped outside and headed straight to the cathedral, then entered. It would roughly take about 5 minutes before you could enter next. It's a brief window, but not impossible to commit the murder of Victi or to use body manipulation to switch places with her. However, how do you explain that during your award ceremony, I, who had supposedly switched with her, was nowhere to be seen? And then, suddenly, Victi's headless corpse appears, and the room is splattered with blood. The answer to that riddle was clear once I considered you the culprit. I spoke calmly, reflecting on my thoughts. If we assume Leo is the culprit, then one mystery after another begins to unravel. How should I describe what I felt at that moment? Despite my initial denial, the realization that my deductions were seamlessly falling into place was overwhelming. Chapter 31, Deduction 5. Let's re-examine the incident under the assumption that Leo performed the swap, I declared, though it seemed most people were still too stunned by the recent developments to fully grasp what was happening. Their faces were a mix of confusion and disbelief. The exceptions were Leo, clearly enjoying the situation, Geralt, his eyes calm but scrutinizing, and Queen Ice, desperately trying to maintain her composure and dignity. The only time Leo could have switched places would be right after his award ceremony. Logically, Princess Victi must have been murdered at that time. Yet, when I, Kirio, Jin, Laika, and Bob entered the cathedral later, we saw no corpse, nor was the room covered in blood. Even when Jin and Laika did their final check as Princess Victi, or rather Leo disguised as her, was leaving the cathedral, they noticed nothing amiss. Isn't that right? Why yes, nothing was out of place, Laika replied, suddenly snapping back to reality. And did you see the ceremonial sword at that time? Ha! Taken aback by the unexpected question, Laika seemed frozen. What about you, Jin? No, I can't recall exactly, but we thought everything was normal. At least, I'm certain there was no blood-stained sword. I see. Thank you. After that, the cathedral was locked, and Princess Victi, escorted by the two of you, entered the main hall and went upstairs, where the explosives were detonated. In the ensuing smoke, the imposter shed the fake garments and veil. Were they burned using magic? Ashes would be inconspicuous among the debris of an explosion. Who knows? Leo shrugged, still smiling. Anyway, after reverting to his original form, Leo could simply have pretended to have emerged from his room upon hearing the explosion. But let's not forget, one of the cathedral keys was mysteriously missing from Jin's possession. You were puzzled, weren't you? You said you would have noticed if someone tried swiping it. Arrogance aside, I'd know if someone was trying to steal it from me. I consider myself skilled enough for that, Jin admitted, squirming slightly as if in pain from the blow to his pride. Then, it must have been taken at that moment. The key was swiped in the chaos of the explosion by the very princess you were guarding. You wouldn't notice in such a situation. But my key wasn't taken. Why? Was it a fake, as Geralt's theory suggests? Laika interjected, confused. It's because it wasn't necessary. Only one key needed to be taken. What does that mean? Laika asked, her frustration evident. You'll understand soon. The critical point is that afterward, we were all locked in the Great Hall, and numerous knights arrived at the scene. Under these circumstances, sneaking out to the cathedral was impossible. That's right. Even I, or Uranus, who could give orders to the knights, couldn't have managed it, I said, her back still rigid with dignity, a poignant sight amidst the unfolding chaos. That means, until the moment when Merlin forcefully opened the door, it was impossible for anyone to enter the cathedral. And yet, when the door was opened, the room was bloodstained, and a corpse was present. Therefore, this is what we must consider. Pausing for effect, I spoke slowly. A corpse and blood appeared in the cathedral, which had been empty moments before. That's impossible, Bob blurted out, his face contorted with disbelief. Yeah, impossible, Aurul agreed, equally baffled. Exactly, it's impossible. So we must rethink. Let me rephrase, a corpse and blood, previously hidden in the cathedral, suddenly appeared, and the room was bloodstained. The ceiling, Geralt exclaimed, suddenly standing up and hitting the floor with his cane. The body must have been hidden in the ceiling. It's the only place in the cathedral spacious enough to hide a corpse. The cathedral's ceiling is high, and candlelight can't illuminate the upper regions, leaving it shrouded in darkness. If the body was hidden, how did it automatically fall to the ground? What mechanism could cause such a thing, based solely on the passage of time? After a moment of self-debate, Geralt's eyes widened in realization, and he sank back into his chair. Of course, how silly of me. That's why the room was blood-stained. It seems Geralt has caught on. Yes, the only place to hide the body was the ceiling, dark and unobservable, especially when Princess Victi was present, a perfect hiding spot. What remains is to understand the mechanism that made the hidden body fall due to time passing. Yet, the knights found no traces of any mechanism, Mintz interjected weakly, glancing at me at Geralt. Leo used ice and water magic to suspend Princess Victi's body from the ceiling, I explained. After entering the cathedral, Leo immediately murdered Princess Victi. But this wasn't a beheading. He likely used a method involving little to no blood, like a blow to the head or breaking her neck. With Leo's strength, such a feat would be simple. Uranus couldn't bear it and turned away, wishing to shut out the world. Ice kept her gaze fixed on me, though her eyes trembled slightly. I had to focus. A detective's duty is to resolve the case. Leo then stripped most of the fake fabric from Princess Victi, using it to disguise himself. The remaining fabric was burned with magic, presumably to suggest it had been mostly burned down rather than used for the impersonation. Next, Leo froze the area around her neck with his ice magic. What? Kirio gasped in shock. Froze it. Yes. With Leo's abilities, freezing a motionless corpse's neck at close range would take mere seconds. He had all the time he needed for incantations and preparations. Of course, it's possible with my powers, Leo admitted without hesitation. Then, after freezing the neck, Leo would have used the ceremonial sword to sever it completely. The key point here is that there was no blood flow at the time of decapitation. Though the cut was too clean for a ceremonial sword, I see the truth now, Geralt murmured, eyes closed in understanding. This would have taken about a minute. Once done, Leo would wipe any minor bloodstains with the fabric left on Victi, then carry the headless body up to the ceiling. It might sound far-fetched, but for Leo, it's possible. Kirio and I know this. He once effortlessly scaled the great cathedral's walls with Kiryu in tow. For him, a headless girl's body would be lighter than Kiryu's, and he could climb up the corners of the room rather than a flat wall. Upon reaching the ceiling, Leo would thaw the blood at the neck and use water magic to manipulate it, spreading it across the ceiling and soaking the remaining fabric. Then, he'd crucify the body with the fabric to the ceiling, using ice to hold it in place. Keeping it away from the walls to obscure the method of its placement was a typical touch of Leo's meticulousness. I paused, allowing the gravity of my explanation to sink in. The hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted from me to Leo, questioning whether he truly was the culprit. As for the rest, it's simple. He descends, dons the fabric and veil, and uses body manipulation magic to become Princess Victi. Over time, the frozen blood melts, and the body falls, hitting the ground with enough force to splatter blood and also drip from the ceiling. The ceremonial sword was likely bloodstained at this point. The cuts on the body were from skin tearing when it was frozen and crucified. The reason for stealing the key? It was merely to buy time until the blood thawed. Though due to the temperature, it seems the blood didn't completely thaw. I remembered the frozen blood I had seen in the cathedral, initially thinking it had frozen due to the weather. By now, everyone had instinctively distanced themselves from Leo. Amidst this, Leo remained composed, swinging his crossed legs and leaning back in his chair. I have a few questions, if you don't mind. His tone reminded me of the times we played detective quizzes, where he would scrutinize my correct answers with the same demeanor. Of course, go ahead. Although it's not impossible to accomplish this in 5 minutes, it would be a close call even for me. Was it a premeditated crime? What if it hadn't worked within the time frame? It wasn't foolproof, but you were confident in your abilities. If time ran short, you had a backup. You'd hear the key turning. There's a delay between the key turning and me actually entering. You know well I wouldn't enter hastily and without tension. Indeed, you're a cautious friend. Leo chuckled, maintaining his usual demeanor, making me feel almost surreal in my role as the accuser. In the middle of the operation, if you heard the key turning, you would have just switched to Princess Victi. For example, you could have extinguished the candles and conducted the ceremony in complete darkness. Forcefully, if necessary, but making sure the corpse went unnoticed. It would have been quite unnatural, and Jin and Laika, who came to check later, might have found it odd, but as long as Kiryu saw your face, it should have established that there was no opportunity for a switch. Of course, this was a last resort, only if absolutely necessary. But what if the frozen blood thawed during the ceremony? Even a single drop falling like rain would have been noticed. That's why you were looking upwards, weren't you? Like you were praying. You were refreezing it with magic. Given that you had been in the cathedral the whole time, it wouldn't be strange if you could make out the ceiling's condition in the dim light. As long as he could see, the distance to the corpse wasn't too far. At most, it was a mid-range distance, well within the scope for casting magic. It seems there's no substantial evidence to fully refute your theory. And with that, Leo let out a big sigh, his body visibly relaxing. Chapter 32, Deduction 6. So, what's your plan now? Leo seemed to have surrendered, his golden eyes fixed on the void. Yet, it was less an admission of guilt and more a relaxed submission to the end of a delightful game. What do you mean? Speculations, right? Everything you just said. Where's the proof? How will you prove I did it? Wait, a body search might reveal the key stolen from Jin, or it's in his room somewhere. Bob, seemingly struck by inspiration, suggested that, but perhaps, if I were him, I'd have thrown the key beyond the wall while the second floor was still shrouded in smoke. There's no need for it anymore. With Leo's strength and a bit of magical enhancement, he could likely reach the forest. The key was just to buy time until the frozen blood melted, and it would be hard to find if it fell in the forest unless knights scoured the area. Seems likely, Leo agreed, as if discussing someone else's problem. No need for a body search. Leo, you promised to help prove who the culprit was, remember? Leo wouldn't break a promise or tell petty lies. I was certain of that. Of course, I remember. I did promise. What should I do? He nodded in agreement. Let's all go to the cathedral's basement. What, Wait, that's... Archbishop Mintz, pale as a ghost, stammered. No, that's fine. That will settle everything. I sighed, sounding exhausted. Maybe she just wanted it to end. Wait. I said earlier, if it were me, I'd blow it up during the Foundation Festival. Yes. That might be a big lie. Leo grinned slyly. What do you mean? Maybe I've already switched it back to the original the day after you confirmed the face on the statue. MMH. Ice faltered at that, but... Stop playing around, Leo. I realized how tired I was. Standing was a struggle. I wanted to finish this conversation and sit down. Either way, it's the same. Listen, Leo, once we go to the statue and confirm that the face Curio and I saw isn't Princess Victi's, it's over. What if it is? That proves the head was switched, but not that I switched it or that I'm the culprit. Leo wore a slightly dissatisfied expression, probably eager to voice his complaints about my haste in wanting to wrap up the case. Let's play this out a bit longer. I could almost hear those words as if whispered in the air. As long as Curio and I saw the same face as the switched head, the person who switched the head would either be the culprit, or at least an accomplice. And you, Leo, led us into the cathedral basement to see it. You are the only one who had an opportunity to switch it thanks to that. Exhausted, I exhaled deeply and met his golden eyes. The more I looked, the more beautiful they seemed. Leo, there's a common criterion in our research, right? To judge universally and rationally. That's the standard you were so passionate about, to change the world. So, Leo, based on that standard, can you be judged as the culprit here? You got me there, Leo admitted with a rueful smile. If you say that, then I have no choice but to admit it. If we go to the cathedral basement and the head switch is confirmed, that's sufficient grounds to consider me the culprit. Then, let's go now. Laika stood up, but Leo raised his hand to stop her. No need. It's a hassle, and besides, the outcome is obvious. I haven't switched the head back yet because it was too bothersome. A deep and profound silence engulfed the hall for the umpteenth time today. Everyone froze, breathless. You mean, it's really you, Leo? Curio's eyes, wide and red, stared in disbelief, and Leo smiled faintly. Yes, well done, Van. I did it. I killed her. Why, Leo? Why, Victi? In a fury, Uranus lunged at Leo but was restrained by the knights. Living corpses are unpleasant to look at. Leo rose to his feet, his figure seeming larger than usual. It was confidence, an overflowing presence of confidence and vigor, making him appear almost like a giant. He didn't resemble a culprit whose crimes had been exposed. I, the one who unveiled him, felt diminished. Exhausted, I yearned to sleep like a log right then and there. Facing the giant before me, I couldn't fathom any chance of resistance. Subconsciously, I found myself retreating. It seemed I wasn't alone in my sentiments. Jin, Laika, and several knights all appeared equally overwhelmed. Like me, they kept their distance from Leo as if his very presence was an insurmountable force. To live is to act with purpose. Those who don't are mere corpses. It was a mercy killing, as her childhood friend. Leo spoke as if it was the most natural thing, draining the color from Ice's face and shaking Mintz. Leo, despite my exhaustion, there's one thing I needed to know. What did you do with the princess's head? It was a sliver of hope. The head hadn't been found. Maybe he hid it under the cloth when he switched it, keeping it frozen. In the smokescreen, there were countless ways to dispose of it. Shattering it with magic, throwing it away, burying it deep underground. But I didn't believe Leo would do that. I wanted to believe he preserved it somewhere, as a final act of kindness for her parents and for me and Curio, who knew him as a friend. The head. Alas, Leo grinned, a grin like a beast bearing its fangs. I needed more than just leftover desserts. For a moment, I was frozen, not understanding. Then, what? Then the realization hit. No, that's insane. Aha! A scream, followed by the sound of something hitting the floor. Turning around, I saw Uranus lying face down. He had fainted, having grasped the full import of Leo's words. But it wasn't just Uranus. Now, everyone seemed on the verge of collapsing, staggering and pale-faced. Me included. That's lunacy. Oh, but I didn't exactly bite into it whole. I crushed it with magic first. Silence. Ice, pale and fierce, yelled. Chimph, well, whatever. As Leo glanced sideways, his eyes met Geralt's. In the midst of everyone's disarray, only Geralt had swiftly regained his composure. Leaning on his staff, he glared at Leo with a slightly pale face. Remarkable, as always. It's the difference in experience, Van. You still lack the raw edge and spirit. That's your challenge ahead. He turned his gaze back to me, offering these words as if they were both advice and a soliloquy. Leo. Kirio, trembling, approached and called out his name. Leo briefly turned his eyes towards Kirio, then spoke to me. Van, be good to Kirio, will you? But, hehe, I thought I had the upper hand, only to find I was the one being held. Foolish, perhaps, but inevitable. It's in my nature. His words were like a murmur to himself, a warning to me. What are you talking about? I asked, not understanding, but Leo just gave a wry smile. Then, finally, the knights, along with Leica and Jin, drew their swords and surrounded Leo. What a ruckus, he said, raising an eyebrow. Goodbye, Van. We're unlikely to meet again. I enjoyed our time as friends. You look terribly tired, you should get some rest. Leo said this much, knowing the truth. He wasn't just trying to solve the case. He was the culprit, Leo. How should I process the fact that he was the perpetrator? Should I be sad? Shocked? Angry? I couldn't decide, and my brain felt like it was short-circuiting. That's why I was utterly exhausted. I didn't want to think about anything anymore, but I couldn't articulate these thoughts. I could only let out a breath. As Leo was led away, I staggered to the nearest chair and collapsed into it. Kirio looked at me with concern, but I couldn't even muster the energy to reassure her. I closed my eyes, oblivious to the growing commotion around me, and then I let go of my consciousness. I felt only relief that my role as a detective had ended. No one would want such a role, yet it seems that in this world a great detective is needed. As these thoughts crossed my mind, my consciousness sank into a deep, dark abyss. Now, I didn't have to think about anything. The case had been solved. Chapter 33, Epilogue. 3 months had passed since that incident. The details of the incident were kept under wraps, and the public was told that Princess Victi was too ill to make any public appearances. It was a temporary measure, no doubt. What the ultimate plan was, I had no idea. Probably, no one knew what should be done. Leo had vanished from Shark's public eye as if by magic. The bales had been split into several parts, with relatives taking over as heads. Some sort of agreement must have been reached. In any event, the Ball family, once a prominent noble house in Shark, is no more. All involved were sworn to secrecy and, as a sort of hush money, received some kind of reward. I didn't know the specifics, but Bob's family had apparently gained some rights that originally belonged to the Bales. Ural became the personal physician to the king and queen, and I'd heard that Leica was on the verge of a promotion. Jin resigned from his post as a holy knight and returned to being an adventurer. I suspect he was given a cash reward. As for Yasha, I had no information. I couldn't even begin to imagine what the woman who'd been like a mother to the princess was feeling now. Kirio Lafla's family, which had seemed on the brink of collapse, was saved from dissolution through the royal family's intervention, and her parents, once obsessed with delusions, were slowly returning to normal. Kirio herself was currently undergoing training to become a court physician. And then there was me. I had been chosen to fill the shoes of Geralt, who had been promoted to the head of the Court Detective Corps. That is to say, I was to become the Assistant Deputy Chief of the Court Detective Corps. Despite being known for the book Leo and I wrote, it was unheard of for someone just out of the military academy to be appointed to such a position. Moreover, both the royal family and the church were actively affirming the theories of investigation and deduction I had proposed. It seemed now, I was being watched not just domestically but also by other countries as Shark's new face of criminal investigation. But for the moment, I was in the middle of training to become a court detective. Section On a day that belied the freezing cold at the time of the incident, I sat on a wooden bench in a park in the heart of the capital. Sitting, waiting. In my hand, I held a letter that had arrived for me the day before. "Sorry to keep you waiting." At the sound of a cheerful voice, I looked up to see Kirio, her hair a bit longer than during the incident. She was still dressed in her usual jacket and pants, but the colors were brighter and the design somewhat girlish. "Yeah, it's been a while. Sorry to drag you out here on your day off." "Don't worry about it. We both hardly have any real time off with all the training. We have to meet up when we can." I stood up and began to walk through the park with her. "So, where are we headed?" "Ha! Didn't you have a place you wanted to go? That's why you called me, right?" "There's a place I want to have lunch at. But it's still too early for lunch, right?" I took out the pocket watch I got as a graduation gift and checked the time. True enough, it was still early for lunch. We don't have that much time to kill before lunch. "How about we just take a stroll?" "Sure, that's fine. What's that paper?" Kirio noticed the letter in my hand. "Oh, this? I got it yesterday. It's from Jin, from his adventure." "Huh, you're that close with him?" "Not at all. I can't stand the guy. He's so full of himself." As I said this, Kirio covered her mouth with her hand and laughed as if she found it amusing. Since the incident, she seemed to have become more feminine. Her expressions were softer, her demeanor more graceful. I asked him to tell me. I was curious, so I told him to let me know when he could. Kirio clapped her hands together. "The story about why Jin was chosen as a guard." "That's right. Recently, Archbishop Mintz had stepped down from his role managing Facia-related matters and seemed almost retired. It must have been a way of taking responsibility. Strangely, instead of seeming downhearted, he appeared relieved, also the rumors went. People were combining this with Princess Victi's condition and Leo's disappearance, spinning all sorts of tales. He said he can tell me now. The letter is written in his typical arrogant style, though. I fluttered the letter in the wind before folding it and tucking it into my pocket. "So, what did it say?" As we walked side by side, Kirio asked with evident curiosity. To put it simply, Jin was chosen more as a watchdog than a guard. That's why he was deemed suitable. Watchdog? Yeah, Archbishop Mintz arranged for Jin because he thought something might happen. So, the Archbishop anticipated the incident. I shook my head at Kirio's wide-eyed question. No, not anticipated. He was afraid. Afraid that he might be killed. It seems he was afraid of being harmed by Princess Victi and those on the side of the royal castle. According to Jin, Archbishop Mintz was almost paranoid at that time. I see, guilt. Probably. The guilt Mintz must have felt about how he dealt with Princess Victi had made him paranoid about being hated by her and the royal family. I could somewhat understand how the old archbishop felt. What was he doing now? I wondered. Perhaps praying. For the peace of the princess's soul and his own redemption. As for Jin, since he had to keep an eye on the movements of the royal family, he must have been aware of King Uranus bringing in the razor. If he had been watching Leo as well, perhaps the incident might not have happened. It was a regrettable thought. Kirio and I walked together, seeking shade under the lush trees. By the way, Van, congratulations. You're becoming a noble, right? Kirio squinted in the dappled sunlight. Yeah, that's right. It was probably another form of hush money. Or perhaps it was simply impossible to make a commoner like me the assistant deputy chief of the court detective corps. I was to govern a part of the former Ball territory. Did you come up with that family name yourself? Yeah, they told me I could choose whatever I liked. What does it mean? Holmes. Van Holmes. That's my new name. It just sounded good, that's all. I couldn't very well explain the origin. My family seems surprised, too. They're all going to be Holmes now. My sister is acting like a noble lady already, according to the letters from home. I had to laugh. My parents had written complaining about the trouble they were having with my sister, who was trying too hard to act like a lady. Hey, can I come to meet your parents and sister once our training is over? Kirio looked up at me with hopeful eyes. Sure, why not? Really? Great. Kiryu beamed, her smile radiant. She truly had become more ladylike. Then, will you come to my place too? I don't mind. You know, with my parents being who they are, it was really hard to invite you over when you were a commoner. Yeah, I can imagine. I hadn't met them, but it was clear that Kiryu's parents wouldn't have welcomed a student like me. But now that you're a noble, I can introduce you with peace of mind. And you're a detective who's the talk of the town. My parents would probably be overjoyed, saying, our daughter has such a distinguished friend. Daughter. Yes, that's what she was. Now that their house had regained its footing, Kiryu's parents were beginning to accept reality bit by bit, and they were starting to acknowledge her as their daughter. Her becoming more feminine might have had something to do with that. And yet, the talk of the town detective, huh? The reality of it is, there's nothing to it. Thanks to the support from the royal family and the church, my investigative theories and deductive methods have spread around the world, becoming the topic of conversation, and my name has become famous without any actual achievements. I want to believe that their support wasn't just as hush money but because they saw the effectiveness of my methods in action. Anyway, a name that became famous prematurely, an extraordinary appointment as the vice-captain's assistant in the Royal Detective Corps, and then the simultaneous disappearance of Princess Victi and Leo. These factors combined led people to speculate, and rumors spawned more rumors. Now, Van Holmes was becoming a larger-than-life figure. People are saying that the 6 detectives of Pangaea might soon become the 7 detectives of Pangaea. Yet, I haven't solved a single case in reality. It's embarrassing. Being celebrated like that felt strange. It's fine, isn't it? You and your methods are the talk of the world. I'm quite envious. You, too, are getting attention as Urul's top student. I heard your thesis is making waves in the medical world. Hee hee. She smiled happily. As we walked, Kiryu and I completed a circuit of the park. Shall we head to that recommended restaurant soon? Let's go around one more time, shall we? Sure. I was not particularly hungry anyway. I like just walking leisurely like this, without doing anything in particular. I see. We walked around the park again. Couples walking in pairs, just like us, caught my eye. I then remembered that park was famous as a dating spot. Kiryu's face was slightly red as I glanced sideways. Hey, Kiryu. What is it? Walking in silence is one thing, but can we talk about the case? Hey, sure, but it kills the mood. She laughed playfully, and I laughed along with her. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. The sunshine felt pleasant. I stretched as I walked, letting out a contented sigh. What do you think was Leo's motive? He said it was because he couldn't bear to look at Princess Victi. Isn't that reason enough? It's very like Leo if you ask me. She looked at me with curious, cat-like eyes. I don't think that was all a lie, but I can't believe that's everything. Why not? It's about the head. I stretched again. It felt so good I couldn't help but exhale. He claimed he ate the head, but do you really think that's true? I don't know. Let me put it another way. Does the Leo you know do such a bizarre, senseless act like eating a head? I don't think he would. Right. Even though we've only been friends for 3 years, or even longer in your case, since you've known each other in social circles since before. You didn't talk much, but you've known each other for a while, right? We didn't talk much, but yes, there was some interaction. He seemed to know about me even before we met at the military academy. Yeah, anyway, from what we know of Leo, he's not the type to do something like that. My guess is that he either tossed the head somewhere or buried it in a random place. So, did Leo lie? Why? To create a shock and muddy the waters at that moment. Maybe. Muddy the waters? But wasn't Leo the culprit of the case? Yes. I nodded and looked into the distance, where a couple that looked like they were in their student days was chatting in the shade of a tree. So peaceful. That's because he wanted to obscure something at that moment. He must have wanted to hide that there was some other motive. Then what's this other motive? Kiryu smiled enigmatically, and in that moment, she looked chillingly beautiful. I think it's this. Without stopping, I simply spread my arms wide. With that gesture, It seemed Kirio immediately understood that this referred to the situation at hand itself. You becoming a famous detective? That's part of it. Didn't the case feel a lot like the mystery quizzes I used to come up with? That case was too much like a mystery novel. Body swaps, locked rooms, a headless corpse. In a world where mystery novels don't exist, it's a case difficult to solve, but for me, who's always been talking about such things, it was easier to resolve. To stage an incident in front of the top people of Shoak that they couldn't ignore and that no one but I could solve. That must have been the core of his plan. Preferably a case whose truth couldn't be revealed, forcing them to pull me up as a sort of hush money. And then, let me demonstrate the effectiveness of my method. But why? Why would Leo go so far for you? Kirio tilted her head in wonder. Why, indeed? Did she truly not understand? No, it was all for himself. His words, to live is to act on one's own volition, weren't a lie. That's who he was. That's Leo's true self. What was it he aimed for? Remember? Yes. She shielded her eyes from the sun, gazing up at the blue sky. A revolution in the world. Based on the paper that you and Leo wrote. Exactly. He wanted to do that. Just as a person with abilities has a duty to use them. Indeed, if things continue as they are, the contents of that paper will significantly influence reality in the not-too-distant future. I'll become the symbol of that, albeit reluctantly. Without the incident, it would have taken much longer for the paper's contents to permeate the world. But even so, having done all that, Leo won't get the honor of changing the world, nor will he see the world change. Kirio's face darkened momentarily. True. After what he did, it was hard to imagine Leo still being alive. Such things don't matter to him. That's the kind of person he was. Regardless of his own honor or life, just doing it on his own volition was the goal. To him, that must have been living. We're just too different. He said something weird at the end, remember? Ha! Did he? Kirio furrowed her brow, seemingly struggling to recall. At that time, I couldn't make sense of it. But I've finally understood recently. The answer was hidden within my memories. I once asked Leo why he so readily accepts that a commoner like me could be superior. Didn't he feel any resistance? And how did Leo respond? Just because a sword is stronger than a fist, doesn't mean the fist lacks value. That was his answer. Leo was the fist, and I was the sword. Yes, that was a continuation of the metaphor. I thought it was merely a comparison of different types, but it seems there was more to it. The fist, or rather the hand, can utilize tools. If the sword is stronger, then open your fist to grasp that sword. Use that sword. He intended to use me, to wield me as his sword to change the world. That's how I see it now. Oh, is that so? Nodding, Kirio seemed to understand. As Kirio's face came into view, a question I had intended to keep hidden within my heart began to spill forth. Hey, Kirio. What is it? She leaned in closer. Her face was beautiful and innocent, slightly flushed. Leo said at the end that he might have been on the receiving end, too. That maybe he was being used. Aha. What do you think? I asked, staring intently at Kirio's face. I'm not sure. I just don't get it. Kirio, seemingly embarrassed to be stared at by me, averted her eyes with a grin. Kirio. Basking in the dappled sunlight, I called out to her. Do you like me? What? Blushing furiously, Kirio muttered something indistinct. Passers-by couples, witnessing our interaction, gave us a look of fond amusement, probably thinking we were a fresh, young couple. That aside, how's work going? Any progress? Oh, yeah. Confused by the sudden change of subject, she replied. I've been collaborating with Urul, gathering various data and categorizing them. It's definitely different from when a student does it alone. Back then, Kirio had only gathered a few pieces of data by herself, including some on frostbite. She had mentioned that when she and Urul examined the princess's corpse, her mind went blank, unable to comprehend anything. Was that really the case? Or had she noticed then that the wounds had been frozen? If she had pointed it out at that moment, Jolt might have reached the truth, a possibility that wasn't zero. Good to hear things are going smoothly. With the family situation improving too, I couldn't ask for more. Because Kirio and I didn't know about the statue of Fascia in the cathedral's basement, Leo had planned the incident with a terrifyingly quick mind. Not just the face. We didn't even know about its existence. But that's strange. Even Leo found it curious that Kirio, a noble, didn't know about it. Although on the brink of collapse, her parents always had her participate in social events. Could she really have been ignorant even of the statue's rumors? Family and home are important, after all, huh? Well, yeah. I used to think it was all nonsense. The nobility, the house, everything my parents struggled to preserve, treating me like a boy and ignoring the reality that it was all about to disappear. But still, parents are parents. She smiled wistfully, unable to hate them. It's not strange to disdain the nobility, considering Kirio's background and the state of the Lafla family before their recovery. It would even be natural to have some twisted feelings about the very concept of nobility. So, it's odd. On the day we were to meet Princess Victi, how come she was genuinely happy about such a distinctly noble honor? In front of Leo, she kept talking about the princess. If Kirio had dismissed the opportunity to meet the princess as nonsense, would Leo have been able to smoothly lure us into sneaking into the cathedral basement? Lately, things have been better with your parents, haven't they? They've become more approachable, though their rigid views remain the same. Kirio laughed as if troubled. The 3 years with Kirio, Leo, and me. What did we see during that time? Especially Kirio and Leo, who had known each other in social circles even before, must have heard various rumors about each other. Perhaps Kirio and Leo understood each other's true nature on a deeper level than I could ever fathom. Everyone seems to be lying, somehow. Ha! Kirio reacted to my muttering with confusion. No, nothing. Kirio's remark was the trigger for me to deduce the case. It was an obvious hint. So maybe, by that time, she had already grasped the general outline of the case. By the way, I didn't get your answer to my earlier question. Which one? Whether you like me or not. As I said that, Kirio's face turned red again. Watching her, I remembered the knife. The throwing knife Yasha confiscated. Why did Kirio even have that? She said she had brought it from class and forgotten to remove it. But was that really it? Maybe she anticipated something happening and brought it just in case, only to have it confiscated due to unexpectedly strict body checks. You're being mean. Suddenly, Kirio whispered that and wrapped her arm around mine. Her slender body's warmth and softness were conveyed to me, along with a faint floral scent. I like you, you know. I'll tell you now because it's just us. She gazed into my eyes from up close. It was love at first sight. Kirio spoke with a flushed face, and I stared back into her beautiful eyes, clear and cloudless. They seemed to be the eyes of a girl innocently in love. Or perhaps, was there something hidden within them too complex for me to decipher? Our second lap was drawing to a close. Let's go then, for real this time. I heard their pasta is delicious. Kirio said with her arms still intertwined with mine. Hey, Kirio. My mouth moved on its own. Are you happy now? Of course. She looked straight into my eyes as she answered instantly. I'm happier than ever. Everything feels like it's going right. The parents she couldn't abandon were gradually recovering with the family's revival. Kirio was allowed to act like a normal girl. The man she fell for at first sight had become a noble, gained fame, and could be introduced to her parents without issue. Now she had the job she desired and could walk arm in arm with the one she fell for. Indeed, everything had gone well, and it seemed it would continue to do so. Hey, what about you, Van? Are you happy? Kirio didn't avert her eyes from mine. All my suspicions until then were mere fantasies. Baseless dreams. Even if there were grounds or evidences, as Geralt said, absolute truth doesn't exist. Humans can only choose the illusions that suit them. Even detectives solving cases do the same. So, I had to choose the dream that suited me best. Of course. I smiled at Kirio. I'm happy. Her face lighted up at my words. So, you like me? Well, yeah. Really? Really. Arm in arm, Kirio and I headed towards the park exit. Her face was beaming brightly, her steps buoyant. I wondered to myself if I was truly happy. No answer came. I quickly gave up on verifying whether it was the truth. There must be countless things in this world that are better left without an answer. The warm sunlight made everything in front of us seem to shine. Everyone in sight seemed to be enjoying the spring weather, smiling as they came and went. It was as if that entire scene was a fantasy. Ah, happiness. I murmured to myself, then smiled at Kirio again. May all fantasies be blessed. End of Volume 1.